Well, that's not right. That's not right at all. Oh. That's not right either. Hey, Dakar. Just getting things set up. Okay, that's so weird. Keeps switching from one display to another. Exit. Okay. It kind of, I think it is. There we go. Now it should start showing up properly. There we go. Okay. Let me just get the social medias out. Social medias. I wouldn't think that. I think they would just come in for a pet. All right. There we go. I think I've posted it everywhere I can. Get that out of the way. Got keys. I think it's probably the latter rather than the former. All right. So. Let us get going on this. Or actually, wait. All right. All right. Let's go do this. Let's start things off with the main scenario. Hey, Neko. Thank you. Your watch is appreciated. Well, that's just unfortunate. Oh my god. I can't see anything. Oh well. Yes, blind Doggo. Alright. Let's get my tank stance on and let's go. My new, I guess, I should say, my new PNG tuber should be made fairly soon, so I'm very much excited for that. Yeah, that's what I'm kind of using the one that I have right now as kind of a placeholder. It won't have Booba, but I'll have Buddha. Well, thinking about it, I wouldn't mind having a Busty Boy alt. I've always liked the thought of Busty Boys. They're very nice. And what of it? Of course I'm kinky. Oh, hello, hello, Blackstorm. Welcome. Welcome to the Puppo Pen. Of course you do. Everyone likes bullying me. They like getting under my skin and flustering me. Rise is still talking. Hope your day is going good, Black Storm. Oh, because I'm playing a game that has less screen real estate, I can lift up just a tiny bit. There we go. Alrighty. Well, I thank you for hanging out in my stream. I really do appreciate it. Boba. Look at him go. And he's going to fall. There we go. Alright, let's get out our mechs, start heading out. Off we go. I'm so glad that this is actually so much shorter than what it used to be. This used to be so much longer. This was like, whenever you got Praetorium in, like heck, in Shadowbringers, which was the last expansion pack, this was an hour-long dungeon, because there were, like, so many just cutscenes, just stuck. You're just stuck watching cutscenes, and you're still stuck watching cutscenes, but it's not nearly as bad. Like, there was this whole, like, thing where the mech turns out to, like, be sentient, like, and so, like, it was this whole thing where it recognizes you, and it's so happy to see you. It's very unnecessary. Cutscenes still not into Final Fantasy IX. Yeah. Yeah. I divert all power to the Magitech cannon. Firing main cannon. Final Fantasy IX. I really need to play that one. I heard it's really good. It was the very last one that showed up on the PS1. Oh, okay. Well, the thing is about Final Fantasy XIV is that it's like it's different. Like the cutscenes when you really get into it are really well made, and they treat it like you're more or less playing more of an RPG than you are an MMO. And the story, as simple as A Realm Reborn is still really good. If the dialogue didn't move so fast, I would totally read all this, but I can't because I don't read fast enough. Ha! Serve our nation faithfully whenever you feel excel. Why is it that only to be expected? And I am expected to all responsible. Swam's bloody garland. Essentially, Nero is just like, yeah, I had to work for where I am now. You were just born with it. I wish I can. I'm just not a strong reader. I'm not a fast reader. Thank you, Dakar. Time to bop him. Give him a good old bop. Like this. Bop. Yeah. Ow. Ugh. I think I lag spiked there. Uh-oh. Ow. Again with the stall, tying me up and putting me in this stall. Naughty. Very naughty, Dakar. Yes, a petting stall. Definitely that. Completely. 100%. No lewd context with it, no matter what. Take the amount. They're degenerates. Customers. Cannot confirm nor deny.
Look for the lift's control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lift down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon. Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying.
Too bloody useful.
The interference is getting worse. I don't think the connection's lost much.
Oh my god. It's Gaius. Gaius von Belzar.
Tell me, for whom do you
Very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea?
Well, now I'm just thinking about dying, just because you think I'm just useful.
Eorzea is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit, and its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing. In Eorzea, the beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down?
Yeah, because that's a lot of work.
They will answer, so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, everyone. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities?
Kind of. Yeah. The 24-hour stream did take a... I mean, that Nixie's stream, I'm surprised she streamed for 24 hours straight. It was interesting. But she's probably just, like, out for probably... For all... She was out for... Probably for most of the day. Yeah, it was a full 24-hour stream. From 6 p.m. Wednesday, or a Thursday, to 6 p.m. Friday.
It is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak. Knowing this, when a single path is open to the infinite,
Maybe I should throw her a message.
a path which leads
See
to
how she's
salvation.
doing.
And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, for none among you has the power to stop me.
Alright, let's do this. Let's fight Gaius. Of course. Oh, she is. Maybe I should jump into her voice call and talk with her. Have an impromptu collab. Oh no, whatever shall I do? It's not like I have things for tank busters. come. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yep. Wah! Eorzea's mine by right. Blah blah blah. I'm Gaius. I'm a big old dummy dumb. I'm an old man. That'll do it. Sweet. I received a player comm. Alright. So, let me just quickly jump on over into Nixie's call. Because she said it's an open invitation. So, let me just... And... Yep. Hello.
Or finishing a comic is still great, Omni. Oh, it's a pupper.
Yeah, it's me.
Hey there.
Hi, Nixie. How's it going?
How's my sweet Natsu?
Oh, I'm doing good, Cow Mom. Just doing a little bit of streaming myself.
Oh good. What are you doing?
I'm just doing some leveling in Final Fantasy XIV. Probably gonna continue the famous Relic grind to get some content and.
Oh
just
god.
Everyone says that. But yeah, I'm gonna just do that and
Which
just have some
grind?
casual talking.
Which relic grind? Huh?
The resistance. I'm on the last step for 2 of my weapons, so I have to run 30. I have to run essentially 30 level 70 dungeons. And seeing
Resistance ones are cool, at least.
yeah, I thought so. And then, and I'm thinking when 6.25 comes out.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting a message from Tracy real quick. Let
Okay.
me just read this.
Gotcha.
Oh, apparently one of the people that watches me messaged her and she's like, wait, who is this? And they're like just really interested in her and her lore.
Oh.
Yeah, it's super sweet.
Yeah, I think so.
So anyways, continue.
Yeah. So, when 6.25 comes out, I think throughout each patch, I'm going to level up. I'm going to do the relics for those weapons as well. I think that would be just good content, and being able to talk to people would be able to would be so much help.
Maybe.
Help with the grind.
When it comes to Final Fantasy XIV streams, the main thing that long-time streamers of it run into is finding reasons to stay on the game.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. There are times.
So anything you can do, like relics or raids, or teaching people raids, all good things.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Because it is kinda, you gotta find that kind of content to be able to just do. And I think Relics is good ways of just being able to have, like, those casual talks, you know, while, to break up the monotony.
Of course.
Also, Blackstorm and Dakar say hi. From my chat.
When we first met Llama Todd, back when he had like 10 viewers, what he was doing was teaching people random people raids.
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah. And hello. Can you hear me?
They can hear you.
Can he hear me? I mean,
I can hear you.
no, the person who said hi.
Oh. Gotcha.
Yeah, tell them I said hi. Oh, that's awesome, mommy. Omni.
Mommy Omni.
Why does that name give us so many problems?
Well, I mean, it's the same with my name. It's just text-to-speech sometimes has trouble with that.
Well, I figured yours out. I solved yours.
Oh, that's good.
I have to figure out the rest, though. Let me see what Monster said.
Alright. Hit. Ah. I fell.
Not much, just the day that doesn't. Everything going on, feeling motivated. And then they said so. Nuxie, there was a question in Discord I was asking about Conan Exiles. If they used a bunch of spells, doesn't that drain their mana? And no, there is no mana. So the way things are casted is with reagents instead of mana. And it adds corruption to you. Gabe, this is Duke Nukem. Hey, Senator.
Duke Nukem.
You probably can do level 70 stuff solo unsynced.
Unfortunately, to get the stuff, you have to have it synced.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so what people do is,
That's a bummer.
yeah, but there is what you can do is you can actually have a blue mage, and use blue mage skills, and, like, cheese the fights.
Okay.
So, let's just hope that this, let's just hope that, I get lucky when I open up a party finder, that some blue mages are willing to help.
Everyone, before I get started with saving the world again and doing war crimes, but as a buff Johnny Bravo, be sure to read my announcement post.
War crimes! War crime cow mom!
we're gonna be changing up how we do stuff here at least just a little bit for now. Because this seems like the way to go at the moment.
Ayo.
Hello.
And tomorrow I'm gonna make sure to get the political YouTube channel up where I put all the mental health and political stuff in serious talks. Hey, Fox.
Hi, Nixie.
Oh, hello, Fox.
Fox, do we
Hello.
have a visual for you?
I'm pretty sure. If not, let me go find it.
Let me check.
What is the website called again?
It's got to be in here somewhere. Fuji Tech.
Fuji. That's right.
Fuji Tech.
Let me look. Oh, Squirrel. Hey, thank you so much.
Active.fujitech. Let me log in. Fucking dis.
What is SSL? Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I could have sworn you gave me a Fuji Tech link. Where is this thing?
That's what I'm trying to find.
Alright, there we are.
Authorize.
Oh.
Oh, our Second Life show.
I think this is it.
That makes more sense.
These mobs.
There you are.
Yes, I am here. There he is.
Here comes the boy. Hello there.
I think it will have more or less sex in VR chat. Second Life VR.
I like this open door policy. This is silly.
Yeah.
I realize that this is what Destiny does. And I'm over here like, well, why the fuck aren't I doing that?
Sometimes it doesn't come to mind until it essentially hits you in the face, so to speak.
Pretty much. People like Destiny and Sean VR are amazing to get streaming ideas from. Like those two are great.
Oh boy. Uh-oh.
Yeah, we gotta keep Fox.
I'm dead. I died. I'm dead, I'm dead. Bleh.
F in the chat.
F. Big
Well,
F's.
of course my controller is not working. I have to turn this on.
Simply play Duke Nukem with DK bongos.
Exactly. Fox, and you go ahead and talk a little bit so I can balance you.
Testing, 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 testing. Testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. How's
Okay,
it going?
that's good.
We gotta create small talk. Shit. Small talk. The worst of most people's enemies.
according to all known laws of aviation. I could just, let me just go to the Wikipedia page for cock and ball torture. I'll start reading
Huh.
The
that.
fact that his B-mom should not be able to fly.
Oh no. No, please. TOS, TOS!
Well, you know what I say. Sometimes life is cock and ball
What is this
torture
doing?
without the cock and
Why
ball.
is my controller not reacting?
Have you tried unplugging it and plugging it back in?
I just did.
Ah. Normally that works. There we go. For a boss fight.
I might have to restart the emulator, that's why.
That's never fun.
I wonder if there's a game for like VR that emulates looking into a Virtual Boy.
Yeah, Second Life is a lot more adult content friendly, but unfortunately, it's like playing The Sims as opposed to playing like virtual reality and actually being there.
Yeah. I've always heard people like wanting to get into Second Life, but I've always people said like you should get into Second Life.
They made this thing take 30 seconds before you can actually open it now, so they can try to make you pay to remove the 30-second wait time. Yeah, I could never get into it. Virtual reality was very different though.
The pain of meat space is what held me back from a lot of VR, because I can only do it for short amounts of time, because I don't know what it is, the light brick always weighs on my neck.
Yeah,
Though I'm always playing like shooters and stuff, so I'm moving around a lot.
oh yeah, that'll definitely wear on you.
100%. Can agree. Ooh, that's so many AoEs.
Oh no, you made Stinky do the Vaporium coffee pasta.
Oof.
Zeppy, thank you for the follow. I just got a new follower. I'm happy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Be sure to meet when you're talking to your stream though, by the way.
Cool. Of course, of course.
Thank you.
Welcome,
Luckily,
welcome.
I don't stream.
Welcome to the puppy pen.
So many aliens are just taking shifts when I fucking come in here.
I mean, that is the place where you go to take a shit in general.
They act like the moon is theirs or something.
Is there like a grenade launcher behind that dude who was taking a shit?
There is, but I'm just gonna keep that behind the toilet for now. Apparently my shotgun makes them explode violently.
Well, yeah. That's what all shotguns should do. Make people violently explode if you fire at them point blank.
Is that how diarrhea works too though?
With enough alcohol, yes.
I would make a comment, but
Be right back getting drunk.
oh no, drunk mom. Oh, oh, oh. Hollow ground.
Plane. Back to playing Yeehaw Simulator.
My booty's clenched. Ha!
Thine cheeks be clapped.
Eh, not untrue. Just, it was very much like the people.
I don't remember this game having all these alien weapons.
All right.
I just need to stream Duke Nukem Forever.
Way.
I could.
The high quality piece of shit that one is.
Yeah, do them forever as a well-polished turd.
Hello. Hope you don't mind me dropping in, but you talked about Duke Nukem
Exactly.
Forever, so I had to be here.
Not at all.
Oh. Hi, Zigzag.
Duke Nukem Forever, the reason it
Stinky
is a
wants me to
turd-
do Duke Nukem Forever, an alien colonial marines.
Colonial Marines could at least be fun. Duke Nukem Forever is bad on a conceptual level for one reason. The main character is the worst version of Duke Nukem.
I hate valve puzzles.
Well, it's more like in the first few games, and even in Duke Nukem Forever, while he was incredibly macho and manly, he was never straight out sexist or homophobic or racist. However, some of his qualities were cartoonized and expanded upon, and those are the parts that lived on and created Duke Nukem Forever. At least in terms of how they wrote the character. So you could almost say Duke Nukem Forever is
Yeah,
Duke
he
Nukem.
used to be like Johnny Bravo, like, tongue-in-cheek, kind of like cool guy misogyny.
Cool
Yeah.
guy misogyny.
Well, I was actually sitting there like thinking like, what's the difference between this interpretation, the one you're currently playing, and the one that ends up in Duke Nukem Forever? And I almost think it's an inherent misunderstanding of the character that they wrote in Forever.
Right. It's the whole. They say that they're so Duke Nukem is supposed to be this super cool guy and everything, but he just acts like a total tool.
Yeah. And in Duke Nukem 3D and a few others, he's kind of an asshole, but he's kind of that asshole that you can almost enjoy, or I should say you do enjoy. There's quite a few characters like that in many different interpretations of sci-fi and writing, where someone is an asshole, but you kind of love them because at the end of the day, they're the kind of people that would run in the middle of a hellstorm to save your ass, and then chew you out for being half the man they used to be. That is a reference to someone. If any of you can guess it, good luck. The best interpretation, I would say, of the Macho Man that still exists is maybe Serious Sam, for any of you who remember it.
Yes. I know Serious Sam. Oh, that would be actually a fun game.
Wow,
to-
Stinky just literally said it as I was bringing it up. Yeah, Serious Sam, I think, is like the closest thing to what Duke Nukem was.
I love the I love just the headless
The screaming headless guys holding
Yes,
bombs
The
running at you.
Suicide Bombers.
the,
They changed their names in the newest Serious Sam because apparently Suicide Bomber was touchy in this modern day and age.
it
I mean,
is
technically.
very yes, it is very touchy.
As it would be.
Well, I mean, technically the name was incorrect anyways. They were already dead.
Yeah, technically they were zombies.
Doulahan has a lot more has a lot more to it than just being headless.
Well, they don't know that Dullahan's either. Their head's gone.
Yeah.
Let's see if I remember the lore from my fucking Serious Sam for the original Xbox copy. I think that said they were like executed soldiers or something, and the brain was too destroyed to do anything, so they just put a controller into the top of the neck that controls the body and gave them grenades.
Yes. And the reason they're always screaming is because the electronic connection is through the vocal cords. So the reason they're always screaming is because there's a constant amount of energy being circulated from the control node into the body through the vocal cords.
Hence why they go, ah, all the time when they're running.
Yes.
Also, Blackstorm put up a funny little, quote.
Nixie's using grenade launchers to solve all her problems.
When Nixie is drunk, she doesn't slur her words. She just has typos.
Oh god, that would be amazing. Just Nixie just bashing on the keyboard, just making random words come out. Now she looks very concerned.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Aww.
Trying to think of some other classics of the old days that would be close to Serious Sam and Duke Nukem. There's some new modern versions that are, well, I shouldn't say modern versions. There's new modern this. I guess, I'm trying to think of what the term is. Just old-fashioned first-person shooter.
I would call them classic FPSs.
Boomer shooters.
Classicals. It's amazing how that genre's come back. Reminds me of a great meme picture where it shows a tombstone, and written on it is the radio star, and it shows TV holding the shovel, burying him. And then finally, after 30 years, you see another person walk up and start digging out the radio star, and it's revealed to be podcasts and streams.
Never understood podcasts.
Podcasts? You just have
They're
to
kind
find
of like
one.
what Twitch is before. It's kind of like streaming and Twitch before Twitch and stream.
I know what a podcast is. I just never understood the appeal.
You just have to find. See, that's the thing. You have to find one that appeals to you. So if you like it, and it can be completely to where like you don't understand.
Oh no, Nixie!
But like me, I never understood podcasts. But then, like Markiplier did the Distractables, which is literally his friends Bob and Wade, literally talking about just funny stories that they had when they were kids, or like anecdotes of like what will the future of like transportation be.
See, I listened to Anna Mondays, but Sin just brought up a good one. BJ Blazkowicz.
Macaulay Culkin has won.
Yep, that's right, Macaulay Culkin. I can never pronounce his name.
Macaulay Culkin.
But yeah, like Wolfenstein, that's a good one. Ah, the good old Wolfensteins. There was New Order, that was amazing. New Colossus had a lot of holes in it, and it was starting to get really interesting, let's call it. And then there was the newest one, where they basically just said, you know what, let's just skip all this
Hell yeah,
story
dude.
and just go straight into like a fantasy Borderlands situation.
Hell yeah,
And it was
dude.
terrible. Like, they basically skipped past ever fighting Hitler. The Nazis are basically defeated, except for, like, in small places like Paris and a few others, or major locations, I should say. They're all basically fighting each other at this point.
No, you had it right the first time.
And Blazkowicz's daughters are basically a pair of psychopathic lunatics with no moral comprehension, who are sent in to fight in the same 3 levels over and over and over again, as you grind your way to max level so you can fight the final boss, who appears for 1 level and then never again.
Yep.
And Blazkowicz in that one is I would almost say like they have him now as like this infantile old man who's basically incapable of like holding his bladder. Like they made him almost as pathetic as Hitler was in New Order. He's just this sad, pathetic old man.
Because it subverts expectations, you know?
Dan.
Yes,
That's
that
called
was the
being
objective
lazy.
of the game. To subvert expectations. Instead of a good game, let's just give you a bad game. The worst game. That's subverting your expectations, isn't it?
It's just like,
I hate that whole system. Subverting
yeah.
expectations is only done right.
Game of
very
Thrones all
rarely.
over again.
Yes.
Last Jedi all over again. Ugh.
That's the problem. If someone says they did it to subvert expectations, they're just trying to cover their ass. Subverting expectations is almost never done well.
See, the thing is,
Go ahead.
I've seen good subversion of
It
expectations.
kept me rare. Yeah.
I would say most of the time it's exceeding expectations is what you always want to try to achieve, not subverting. Because
'Cause-
you can exceed. Oh, go ahead.
You
Uh,
subvert when you can't achieve.
Because Ryan Johnson, the person who
That's
made Last
correct,
Jedi,
Lucy.
did Knives Out, and Knives Out was a subversion of the of like the murder mystery, and that movie was actually really good. I highly recommend it.
1 second squirrel will use what's called Fugitech.
Oh.
Sworn I heard a fucking bear.
He's asking how you geese get on the screen.
Reactive images, I think
Yeah.
is what it's called.
I simply astrally project myself.
It's
I've
a
always
program you can find free on the internet.
As one does.
And what it does is you upload 2 images, your inactive and your active images, and then it will give you a link, and you hand that link to, say, Nixie or someone else who's doing things, and they can basically put it in, and what it'll do is basically when you're talking, your image is active, and when you're silent, your image is inactive. So you can give the illusion that your mouth is opening and closing, or, I don't know, your tits are flying, or you explode. It's up
Or
to
you
you.
they'll just be like me and I use the same image.
which is perfectly
So-
fine.
So I just light up when I talk.
Nothing wrong with that.
But I
Fair
always
enough.
live in Nixie's tits. I mean, that's just where I am. So
My mouth moves.
But yes, I guess for me, I'm just kind of tired of people trying to movies and comics and books and games trying to subvert your expectations, because holy crap, most of them are terrible, and they normally do it by kicking your dreams and hopes and aspirations in the dick and saying, haha, behold, I took the character you really like and made them a racist neo-Nazi who skinned a woman alive. Isn't that subversion?
No.
Like, no. I like Joel. Fuck you.
Speaking of this, I have a video I wanted to watch that was about this.
Oh. Segways.
Segway.
Dogs on
But the
sec.
video is from Husan.
Busan?
Typos. Warframe's typos.
I wanted to see what he had to say about it.
Alright.
It's just focused radio.
That's like the big socialist at the top of Twitch.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's right.
RT.
Yeah, comics are currently spinning in their heels because they can't find a reader base anymore because they alienated everyone. And now they're just kind of trying to rebuild, but they can't.
It's trying to be
Zephyr-
popular and manga spaced them or
Now I wonder,
push them out of the market.
is Zephyr put in my chat puts up a good question. Is Metal Gear Solid 2 a subversion of expectations?
It is, and I would definitely agree with that. But at the same time, that is during an age, and even that took a lot of flack. Like, Metal Gear Solid 2 did take a huge amount of flack for what it did.
Yeah.
It just outlived it, and they stuck the
Everybody
landing.
hated it with a passion.
Yep. It's just that they stuck the landing at the very in the next game. They managed to outlive their decision and make it a retrospectively good decision, which
Could you?
most movie makers and comic makers will not do, because if they fail, they'll just throw it to the trash and be like, "All right, I'll do it again."
Let's
This
just
time
take
with a
this
new-
IP and reboot it again and again
God.
And
and
make it
again
worse.
and again and then change something slightly and again. And that's how it's been for the last 70 years. So nobody fucking cares anymore.
Oh god, the reboots where they're like, "Let's take
Yeah,
this."
feel
and then
free
make
to
it
show me.
like everything else. think that was the reason most people hated the new He-Man show, is because everyone called out what they were going to do, and they promised, no, we're not going to do this. And then when it came out, it revealed they did exactly that thing, and everyone was angry.
And then
And
it
they
became
basically
What was
the
that?
Wonder. It became the
they
Wonder
took
Face show.
He-Man and removed him from the title of the show, so everyone was immediately a bit alerted. And then they made the show not about He-Man, but about his right-hand companion, who's always been a fighter. She has never been weak or intimidated. She was very powerful. She fought Evil Lyn and Skeletor in a 2-on-1 magic duel. But instead they made her a swordswoman. She basically found out that Prince Adam was He-Man. She had a fit, basically quit her job,
I
left
very much
everyone
agree
to
with that,
die,
Zephyr.
Well,
and
no,
ran
here's
off
the
and
thing.
had a hissy fit, got herself
Here's
a
the thing.
girlfriend.
Can I have my 2 minutes in?
Oh, go ahead.
No, here's the thing. They were showing nothing but He-Man, so we expected He-Man. The first thing they did was kill him off and made nothing about the Man-at-Arms. The new Man-at-Arms. And that was the whole show from the beginning. And that's why everybody was pissed off. And then she got all pissy because she found out who Adam was.
Also, Zephyr also put in a good thing, going slightly back to the Metal Gear Solid 2 discussion. It's kind of scary how accurate Kojima kind of like predicted how the internet was going to affect people. And how the
there's
misinformation
a lot
of the Patriots
Oh, he
is very
predicted how so many things were going to happen.
like
That's the thing about artists, isn't it? They often enough. Sorry, go ahead.
like Kojima is like 100% like I think he could just either see the future or he just knows.
In all honesty, with that man, I think he literally just lets his mind wander, and I think he's literally simulating the world in his own mind, and he just goes with it, and he goes batshit to the wall, so nobody ever takes what he says seriously.
That's
or what
technically
he does
what we
seriously.
all do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he just lets it go. He's just thinking faster.
Okay, but what the fuck was going on with Death Stranding is what I'm trying to figure out still.
From the way it was described and how he described it
Oh,
himself,
just wait 20 years. It'll come real too.
Death Stranding was basically his attempt, at least in his own words, to kind of criticize the nature of the internet, or at least how it was being used wrong. Instead of being used to bring people together, people were using the internet to distance themselves. And so his criteria is the fact that if put to the wall, mankind would basically choose to segregate itself rather than unite against tragedy.
I thought that was the whole part that if somebody died and started to decay, they would fucking explode like a nuke.
Well, I honestly
Yeah.
let me ask you this. If you knew somebody was actually terminally dying and they were going to die and you loved them very much, would you not try to avoid them just because you'd want to try and avoid the reality of the situation?
No.
Well, I know a lot of people who have, so
Ye-
I can understand that situation a little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
you're
are
gonna say no. But being disabled, too many people in my life have done that to me,
like
So-
people have
and then
peop-
told me outright about it.
yeah, people have built up this expectation of you, and then when that expectation is no longer met, people start avoiding you so then they can keep that expectation in their mind real instead of the actual prospects of you and just yeah.
I
Words.
understand.
I'm trying to say something smart, but my brain isn't working.
It
No, I
happens. It
understand.
happens to all of us, not you. It's words.
Don't
anyways,
worry,
welcome,
it's an unfortunate
official
reality,
Manticore.
one that I've lived through too many times to enjoy.
I'm sorry, Nixie. I didn't mean to bring this around in a weird way. I just wanted to try and
You didn't.
use what I learned from watching studies and that, and my own hypothesis on Death Stranding to kind of fill in blanks.
Wait, who brought up Death Stranding?
Zephyr. Well, Zephyr. In
You
my
can play Zephyr,
I
then.
did. I did, because I was like on the topic of video Kajimbles and his insanity.
Then we playing Fraggin'.
Wanna hear another fun thing that's happened to me because of being terminally ill?
What's up?
Anytime I would go to date somebody, their parents would have shit fits about me.
God, oh my
That's
God.
not right.
And immediately tried to wedge themselves in between me and the person I'm with.
Interesting.
Because, as one of them put it, they're a fucking cripple.
That's fucked up.
Holy fucking shit.
I can understand that in some weird way.
I have faced endless discrimination from being sick.
Everyone's
On one
faced their
hand,
own discrimination in in one way, shape, or form.
Possibly, yes. I guess the most I can understand it is I was in a wheelchair for almost 3 grades, and during that time, I guess that's just it. The other, I think is what you called it. The fear or the hate of the other.
Yep.
Oh, face a demon of a certain type.
Someone is different.
So, someone is different, so we must hate or fear that
We
difference.
must push them over and call them names.
God, we're going down a dark path. We started
Or
this with
throw a
like, the
brick
types
at
of
their
like
face.
kick-ass superheroes and boobs and tits.
Well, we can go back to that. I'd like to go back to that. Nixie,
So, the
trick
Green
me and put me in your
Lantern Corps.
tits.
Let's read what chat is saying.
Yep. Manticore is
Manticore's going off.
talking about the game Duke Nukem and generally loving it, and then is sad to hear that your life was tempered. I guess sorry, I'm not good at.
I appreciate it.
Ziggs, we are not good with emotions.
Yeah,
Oh, he got accused for.
that's why I could never be a streamer without something
That's
else
right.
like a VTuber,
Like
because
how he
I would have
busted-
no facial expression.
Oh,
My
that makes
resting
sense.
Bitch face defends.
Yo, same. I would just be straight faced,
Oh, God.
just
Oh no,
brick,
Nixie.
brick faced,
You can fix that with just like having emotes on buttons though.
True.
just stone wall.
I mean, at least I would have a huge advantage on try not to laugh challenges.
You laugh at everything though, or almost anything.
You sure? What?
Yeah. God.
Ziggs, you almost laugh at anything.
Damn, call that in
Yeah, as long
4K.
as I cut
Look at
the
that.
sound, it only show my
Yeah,
face.
but you won't
Alright.
look like it.
That's
the point.
bullshit. You can't do that.
That's cheating. Cheater,
Watch
cheater.
him.
Call
I
that
mean,
in 4K.
You know what? That would actually be a great thing you could do sometime for Nixie. Host a try not to laugh thing.
You laugh, you lose.
Basically have Nixie and a few chosen guests and just
You know
go to
what's
the
funny
chat.
about that?
What's up?
There are people on TikTok that live stream and just sit there and say I won't talk until you make me laugh.
Interesting. Anyways, official Manticore. The way you can submit videos for Nixie to see is on her Discord, where there is one channel for video submissions and there's one for music submissions. The Nixie request is only for videos that Nixie herself has personally requested, or such as she'll give out a theme or something like show me, I don't know, animated videos about giant robots or killer kitty cats or stuff like that. And
I was
Giant
also,
anime titties.
I was also
Exactly.
confused in the beginning.
Hello.
Hello, the squirrel. Do you have your PN? Do
Right.
you have your PNG and
Hey,
stuff?
squirrel.
Hopefully, I did the thing.
Well,
That's-
as long
We
as
need
you're
cash.
Zephyr, as long as you're doing things responsibly and you don't overuse it, that's perfectly fine.
What was he
What
doing?
do
Oh,
What is he doing?
They're saying that they're stoned.
Ah,
Oh, that's fine.
Always fun.
It's all.
Please, most
I agree. Honestly, there's a
sad.
part of me. This goes off the Twitch records. I've
Record
wanted to.
hard button.
I've wanted to take one of my edibles before a stream and just see what happens. At the same time, I'm also very concerned.
I suggest you do it with a group of friends, and you have a guru with you.
Not much will happen.
Do not do it alone. If you're an anxiety-ridden little animal,
Jacob,
do not do it
were
alone.
Are you a person with experience in this subject?
Shut up! Don't look at me like that.
No, I'm generally interested because as somebody who, how to explain this? I've never drank alcohol and I've never done drugs, mostly because I'm scared shitless of the concept. Most of my family...
It gets bad
Really?
if you are super high and are super anxietous. You go down a spiral real bad. So I suggest you do it within a group and have a guru with you,
Well,
or
my
be in
reason
a
is
group with
this.
somebody.
Oh, that's
Hey,
perfectly fine, Zephyr. No, there's no like I myself.
That's if you're doing stuff like acid weed doesn't hit you that hard.
I would say that weed specifically, because I've never done stuff like acid or anything, or like, because I'm a good pupper.
It depends on the person, because weed affects everybody differently. But continue.
For me, weed affects me, like, my moods become, like, they amplify. So, when I'm feeling really, really good, I am the most giggly, like, cuddly, affectionate person when I'm blazed. But
I guess the reason
Which is
that,
why I suggest that you have someone with you as a guru. So if you
I
go
guess the
down a
reason
spiral,
that,
they
drugs
can
and
pull
that...
you back up.
Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, but did I do something wrong, or my image is not showing up on here?
Might
I
be
was
too
just
many
making sure you
people.
had one.
Ah,
You have
okay.
to send me a message with it.
Oh, okay. You need a link for me.
Yep, there should be a link that has, I think group is the one, or is it single?
Also, just tell the other guy I'm not giving them guff.
Single.
I'm just saying.
Single. Alright, so look
Usually,
for
Okay,
the...
Is a group
individual
sport.
browser source. Got it. Okay.
sloppy.
Yeah, it's usually a group sport to do.
But the reason why drugs and alcohol scare me is because a lot of the family that I have lost was through Alzheimer's, which, if you've ever watched that happen, it can sometimes take years. Other times I've seen one of my family members, after he lost everything he had to do to kind of keep himself moving, he was gone within a week. And so the concept of losing your mind and dementia
Wow.
and stuff like that scares the shit out of me. I could not imagine a more terrifying fate than losing the ability to trust your own brain. And so the idea of being high or drunk, where you literally don't have control of your own mind,
Sloppy.
Considering
Scares
that's
the
like
fuck out of me.
90% of what we are. Yeah.
because you can lose a bit of your body and still, I guess, function on some level.
That's
but
something that should scare
losing your
everybody.
mind-
You just get weird, intrusive thoughts sometimes.
Like, I wonder if I think the closest I've ever been to being drugged is when I had surgery. And I got a pain medication. I forget what it's called, but it started with a Z. And instead of stopping
Xanax.
pain, it just stops you from understanding what pain is. And they said, like, if you're taking this, do not think about things like putting your hand through a window, or trying to run through a car, or just a list of weird things. And I'm sitting there like, I would never do that. And the next thing I know, I'm kind of just sitting there like, I think I could actually survive a two-story jump.
Oh,
On that,
Your body feels like it. Your brain, of your other system, otherwise would be like, no, I don't think I will.
Well, they had me on multiple medications. I just know that that was the one they warned me about. I don't know what the others were.
on that same tangent, like circling back to weed, kind of, that just reminded me of a story of some dude. I think he had some edibles, but a little bit went a little bit too hard in the paint with him, and
Yo,
Hold
this
on.
is great conversation, Zephyr.
I think he had like I think it was either 2,000 or 20,000 as a dosage in it, and it was like his first time because he thought this is not doing anything, it's not reacting for a while,
Oh,
And,
I know this.
and then
I
he started
know.
to freak the fuck out, and like the best response I had was like, go outside, lie on the grass, and hold on tight so you don't fall off the road because you're about to have a trip.
The funny
That's
thing
why
is,
I say you have
that
a
story
guru.
is something people
Always
told
have a
many
weed
times,
Sherpa.
that they always take
Yeah.
To touch
edibles.
grass.
It doesn't happen for a bit. They think it's not working, and they eat too much, and that's how they check out.
Exactly, which is why you need a Sherpa or a guru with you.
You'd be.
What you need is a
you'd be my
baker who actually knows how to make a specific amount and
I would
say
take care of
only
you not
one
to.
brownie.
What about Nixie? Would you take care of me as well?
No,
Ah,
she would put
I
on a
can't be
scary
trusted.
mask.
I trust
I-
you.
She would put on a scary mask and she would jump out from behind corners.
Going ooga
Thank you.
booga
But
ooga.
please reconsider.
Oh, oh no. Oh.
She'll then,
Actually, I have
she'll then go, that's it, I'm getting me mallet.
funny enough, I have a funny story that my dad once told me. A long
I
time
sent you
ago,
my link there, Nixie. My link.
Okay.
Stuff and
My dad
things.
has a great friend who is a family friend and has been friends with him since I can't remember when, but long before I was born. And I'm almost 35. But he basically said if I ever had infinite money, I'd take my friend to Las Vegas or someplace, get him blackout drunk, and then I would pay a whole bunch of men and women to dress up like clowns and just stand in the apartment. So that when he wakes up, the first thing he sees is a bunch of dancing clowns. And there are only two things that are going to happen. Either A, he's going to cry himself insane, or B, he's going to snap and start kicking some ass.
Or third option, go back to sleep.
I didn't mean to do another dungeon like this. Ha!
Well, let me ask you this. To all of you in chat and to everyone here. If you woke up and you saw a bunch of people just standing in your room dancing at you, what would be your first reaction?
I sleep with a gun, so
I would ask the fuck is going on?
I sleep with a bag
Hey,
next
it
to me,
worked.
so I'm gonna start swinging.
I'd say, honestly, I'd probably make the run and just run for it, but if there was no way out, I'd probably snap.
Manticore, that was Sonic Frontiers remix by Little V Mills, and sure, you can put song suggestions in the music suggestions channel.
Oh yeah, we take all kinds of music here.
Nixie is a collector of music. She once told us that her playlist has like, what, 15K at this point?
no, it's just one song. It's Coldplay until the end, and it has 30,000 plays on it.
No, it's like a 1,500 song playlist.
Ooh.
No, it's like Home on the
I will
Range.
say this. You made me so sad when one of those times when you were playing just random songs, because you reminded me so many of songs of when I was young. Goddamn Puddle of Mud and a few others. It's just like, goddamn.
Oh, Puddle of Mud, oh my
Blur.
god.
Yeah, Blur and everything else.
Please tell me I'm not the youngest one here.
I'm
probably are.
32. Actually,
I
I can
I'm
assure
32.
you, you're not the youngest one here.
Actually, I'm pretty sure you're the youngest. If you're younger than 30, then yeah, you are the youngest.
I'm
Ah!
26.
20,
Not
I'm
again!
28.
I'm the baby again! Ah!
Little,
Oh,
little baby
the
man.
baby.
Little baby man.
Look at the baby.
I'm a
I'm
pupper!
26, so I don't know if that's me or not.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank God. Someone's younger than me. Huh.
Little
New
man.
baby.
Sin's just like, yeah, I'm gonna snap and start fighting people. Actually, that's a funny situation that happened here. Who knows of the House Doctrine? Or the
It's
law
Oh,
of
which
the
one?
House?
It's
is
Castle
it
Doctrine.
Castle Doctrine? Yes, Castle Doctrine.
It's okay. Oh, okay.
I just
Basically, I think
Welcome,
it's
Oki.
the
I-
entire United States, or is it just certain states?
So
It's
I can
pretty
I can
nice.
explain this one.
Certain states.
In,
Go ahead.
I think it's like 39 states, more or less. Castle Doctrine is defined as a man's home is his castle, and you can take any means to defend it. In that same regard, for a defensive shooting, you need to have they need to have the ability to cause harm and the intent. So, like someone's coming at you with a knife, that's a good shoot. If someone breaks into your house, does a home invasion while you are home, you don't know what they have, what they're doing, or what their intent is. So you could be cleaning a 20 mm rifle. You could have a fucking shotgun loaded with incendiary, and within reason, or even beyond reason, if you kill that person in a disastrous way, you fucking hit them with a tomahawk or something. You shoot them with something that blows up their chest. Legally, you're in the right for it.
I wouldn't.
The thing is, I do agree with the castle doctrine because, on some level, there is, of course, excessive situations, but that's always the problem, isn't it? You can't make a foolproof for everything because there's always going to be
This
exceptions to
M1
everything.
Abram is for house defense, and I'm legally allowed to have it.
But the
You
reason
can't-
I brought this up is because of two very specific situations. Here in Maine,
Can we?
I think.
I'm sorry to do this, but can we not talk about this? Talk about like this kind of politics makes me very uncomfortable, because I know that it makes other people like uncomfortable.
Angry.
That
And
makes
angry.
other people angry? Okay, yeah, you do that.
Alright.
If that's fine with everybody.
Fine by me.
I'm sorry. I wanted to.
Well, wait, why does this make people uncomfortable?
I don't know.
Because it starts getting into the the whole Second Amendment debate, essentially.
My medicinal M1A1 Abram.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go for the death penalty.
No,
No.
it. I just know that like, I think it may actually
I
like.
thought it was going to be something about morality.
No, it's more or less the, like, I know that it's a political talk and there is a time and place for everything, but I just think when it comes to the guise of, like, talking about, like, stand your ground laws and gun control and all that stuff, like, that's such a can of worms that, like, that's one can I don't want to have open.
Honestly, don't you live in Florida?
No, I live in California.
I live in Florida.
Well, it's
There
only
you
a can
are.
of worms because people don't talk about it often enough.
You're the Florida one I know.
As of earlier this month, yes.
Because
Instead, we just hear about it from pundits or people yelling yes or no to it. Or from video essayist YouTubers.
True.
Yeah.
Let's see.
it's just my.
I understand it. We'll respect it. Like I said, no one's gonna sit here and be like,
They're
"No, you're
all
not
right.
allowed to have."
It
your
shouldn't be
opinion."
something uncomfortable to discuss.
True.
Just stay away from those gosh darn violent video games that. Oh, wait! Too late!
Oh shit.
I remember when
See,
senators
that's
just
one thing
tried
that-
to blame it on
remember
video
when-
See,
games.
that part of the conversation, like, I'm okay about talking. It's as soon as like people start talking about like, oh yeah, I totally deserve having like a AR-15 like in my closet, like. That's where that's where I start feeling like uncomfortable, because it's like, to me it's like, why? A simple like 45 a simple 45 pistol does the exact same job.
Yeah.
You point
Like,
at some
where do you draw the line? And that line keeps getting shifted back further and further.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole like all or nothing
Well,
situation.
I would ask, if they all did the same job, then what's the difference in having them?
They don't actually do the same job.
it's just it again, I
While the
guess
same job being it kills a home intruder, right?
Not necessarily. Especially the significant difference between pistols and rifles. And you mentioned 45. There was a specific case of someone off their tits on phenycycline, and I think they took 65 rounds, and they were
Well,
still
that's
alive at the
whole,
hospital. Well,
yeah.
that's going in depth into terminal ballistics, and it's a whole other fucking
So
essay
let's
I could
talk
whinge
about
about.
something that Netsu can feel a little bit better about. Crazy
Quinn's
fucking
death.
arrest situations.
It
Uh,
like I just don't like the mindset to me for it is I just don't want thing because I know that it's that both sides are going to like have very differing opinions and it can cause discourse. The discourse is what makes me uncomfortable. And people start getting like very
Heated.
confrontational and heated, yes.
Okay. Would. I guess me and Dick could play the devil's advocate if people would want, but that's as far as we could go.
I guess I'm just one of those people that looks at the situation and goes, I have no moral standings, and unfortunately the reason I piss a lot of people off is I don't argue morals. I argue... I guess the word is psionic, not psionics, psychologicals and things like that. Things that are more scientifical based, and that often enough makes
I didn't
a lot of
know we
people
were in Mass Effect.
Well, the best example I can give is
No,
my
we're
argument
in,
for like death penalty, and that really irks people
we're in
because
just-
they can't argue semantics.
We're Duke Nukem.
We're in the year of 2022 in the Imperium. Like, this is
And
just...
Warhammer negative 30.
Where are my Thunder Warriors?
Because this is... Because technically, that's the whole point of Warhammer 40k, is that it's supposed to take place 40,000 years in our future.
Yep. That's why in the future the God Emperor is actually just the guy who plays John Wick, just finally at his oldest.
The God Emperor is just Keanu Reeves?
There is a great
Just
meme
Keanu
picture
Reeves.
that shows Keanu Reeves at his youngest, then at his next, and then
I
it keeps
would-
showing him his oldest.
And
it's
there was
the
like a
same hair. He
1600s
has
painting.
the Emperor's hair.
I
So it
would...
just shows him
no.
growing white, and then finally his hair turning gold.
That
Six.
is now my headcanon.
Yeah, all the time travel. Keanu
Six,
Reeves
six.
stuff.
It's a homunculus of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Keanu Reeves, and
Well, let's be honest.
other
Keanu Reeves has
substation heroes.
a lot of charisma, and he himself quoted that he doesn't want to live on an Earth where kindness is considered a weakness. So if you gave that kind of mindset, like power, and eventually withered him away due to all the shit humanity's done over the years, I could see him becoming an extremist who's like, I will save mankind even if I have to break your spine to do it.
Keanu Reeves and Alex Winter are both really excellent dudes.
I love Keanu Reeves. Like, seriously, like, even though you could tell that he probably didn't know, like, everything that he was talking about Cyberpunk 2077, you can tell that he still had that, like, passion of just, like, I think this environment is super cool, and I think gamers are really cool people. So I want to endorse this. Not just because I'm in it, but I just think people are awesome for being in this community.
You're breathtaking.
Exactly. Like,
Oh
like,
my god, that's a video we have to show Nixie now.
Has Nixie
The,
never seen the You're Breathtaking?
The trial video?
Of course I have.
Okay.
Oh, you have?
Okay,
Oh.
good. Oh,
No,
I was like,
wait, which trial? Ziggs, explain.
Yes, it's the trial where he's like, can you please not temper the jury? I sentence you to not be breathtaking.
You're
breathtaking. No one's ever said that to me.
I love
Bailiff, slap his nuts.
Bailiff, whack his pee-pee.
The bailiff was beautiful. It was just funny as all hell.
Also, hello. Oh, hi, D. How's it going?
That's a series I can recommend to everyone in chat. Look up the trial. Fuck, what is the YouTube video channel? Crap. Anyways, there's a great thing called the public trial of Johnny Depp. Not
Oh,
Johnny
I
Depp,
love-
Damn it!
Yes.
Meat Canyon?
It's Keanu Reeves.
It was Meat Canyon.
No, it's not Meat Canyon. It's
The guy who like plays himself in every video, but
Yeah.
he does it with such a cartoonish nature that he himself looks like a cartoon.
it's basically him. He's photoshopped himself to where he's all silhouetted black with just glowing white, his glowing white glasses.
Yes, and his teeth.
He
like
made
he did
an
the
animation
breakup
called
with Flash and everything.
and he made an amazing animation called The Rise of Tarboy, which was his
Oh? Tarboy?
yes.
Who's Tarboy?
Oh, that guy.
Yeah, Tarboy. So Tarboy was originally a animation slash like game that he was supposed to make. But it fell under because he, one, didn't know how to make games, and two, the people that were trying to make games kind of screwed him over. And so he kind of left out on it. But then he began animating and being a YouTuber. And it's been working out really well for him.
That's good.
You guys will have to excuse me. I have to duck out, but thank you for helping me get this set up for future streams.
No
I
worries.
appreciate it.
Anytime, Sandwich. Anytime.
Of course.
Sandwich.
All right. Sandwich? I want a sandwich.
Oh, no, you're Squirrel.
James Lennox. That's the guy.
Hey, Jacob.
Yep.
All right,
Huh?
y'all take care.
Oh,
Nixie, have a good stream.
That's the other side.
Geek Jacob.
Have a fun time.
Just,
Yeah, it's me.
yeah. I'm just saying hi. You're in my stream, so I'm trying to stay active in my, for
Your own
my
world.
stream. So I was just saying hi.
Public trial of. God damn it! I can't remember his name every time I try to think of public trial, all I can think of is Johnny Depp. Keanu Reeves. Jesus.
Well, he's also done one for Keanu for I believe Keanu Reeves. Oh no, that one was Johnny Depp was Me Canyon.
Yeah.
I knew I wasn't crazy.
The one that does Keanu Reeves is the.
Why am I stuck on this one?
You seem to always get lost. On
that
in,
that one is always terrible because of the how everything blends together.
Ancient instinct will guide her.
Manticore.
oh my god. I'm only 40,000 experience away from being level 86 for my paladin.
I just
pain.
remembered that the Emoji Movie existed.
Oh, the emoji.
Why'd you have to remind me that it existed? Why'd you do
I
this
was
to
just
me?
looking through my feed, and there's a guy saying we were too harsh on the Emoji Movie.
We were not harsh enough.
No, to be honest, no. It's a perfectly fine animated movie.
It
No.
just has a very bad foundation. That's like saying this was a perfectly good house. They just built it in the middle of the ocean, so it sank.
Exactly.
Yeah, we just built it on top of a sinkhole, you know? It's
My
just,
brother
it's a
was
house.
right. That is literally Venice.
I mean, Venice was an incredibly powerful country for a very long time until people realized they could do the same thing faster, cheaper, and with less problems.
Wait, Venice? You mean Venice, Italy? Or
Yes.
Yes.
And on that tangent, fucking New Orleans, because the entire city is below sea level.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a fucking swamp that's only held together by the power of Christ and some dirt walls.
just one
That's when
guy
you
named.
just-
It's just one guy named Big Jeb.
Dirt walls and a lot of termination.
I mean, that's LA at that point too. Like, I've seen the videos where like sinkholes appear and they swallow entire cars and houses, and
Well, not sinkholes.
it's like
It's just
scary.
That's
the
just
entire city of
earthquakes.
New Orleans is below sea level, so it's like when the floods happened, when the fucking hurricane went through. That's why a lot of the city would stayed underwater. It's because
Yeah.
that's the natural state of things.
That's the natural state of New Orleans. Under the
But-
water.
Like I said, I've watched like roads crash, like out of nowhere, a road will like buckle, and then the whole vehicle just tips to the side, and down she goes,
And that happens
crew
because
and all.
limestone's a bitch. takes that hundreds of years of water flowing through, and it just erodes it away, and then you suddenly have no support for heavy shit.
Yeah. That's why in a world with giant robots, they would absolutely fucking destroy the pavement. The displaced Earth would obliterate buildings nearby.
Well, that's why most giant robots are now found in space.
Yes. In space, where they fight the space Nazis with their space technology.
Why do they have to be space Nazis? Why can't they be
Well,
like underworld?
he's talking about Gundam. Cause
I know he's talking about Gundam.
The funny thing is
but
about
that's
the
what
Principality of Xeon, 90% of it was good people, and then there's just the
zombies.
5% at the top, the
Which
zombie
one?
family.
So
Which one were the guys that dropped a base station on Australia?
That was the zombie that was the zombie family.
I thought no, Zombie dropped Space Station 2 on Russia. The one that dropped on
Oh no! What happened was
the other one. That's Gundam.
Wasn't that Zion?
So what originally happened was that the space colony was supposed to drop down on my friend. One of my friends is a huge Gundam advocate, so he knows.
He's a nerd.
Beans.
Omni's in here, he knows.
I fell. Is that it was that the colony was only supposed to drop on the HQ of the Federation. And it was only supposed to drop on the Federation. So it was only going to kill maybe a couple hundred, maybe 1,000 people. But it was going to wipe off
people inside the colony originally.
Right. Well, but the people in the colony knew about what was happening, and they were okay with it because they were like, "Yeah, fuck the Federation." But the Federation was just like, "Oh shit, the colony's going to get dropped on us. Fire a missile at it." Okay, fires a missile at it. Sir, we hit it, but we didn't destroy it. But it's going off course. Okay, where's it going? Australia, sir. Eee! Do we have any more to destroy it? Nope.
But,
well, not our fault.
What is chat saying?
That's what I was looking. Chat, are you alright?
Did you know that we accidentally discovered 2D dimension time during the experiment in the last few months?
Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, you know how I know last year was such a fucking maniac of a year? And I want you to think of all the crazy shit that happened. At one point, the head director of NASA came out and said that, yes, we have had an entire division of jets that's entire purpose is to track down UFOs. And we have cited multiple unidentified objects that we have yet to identify or account for. And nobody cared.
Oh,
This
no.
is the fucking director of NASA.
A lot of
and
people cared.
The Pentagon. Who came out and said that.
But we also had a bunch of, other stuff happening. So...
Yeah, it's just like, that's how you know that year is crazy. Like, they just come out and say it. And I just closed the app, took a deep breath, drank my soda, and opened it back up and said, that's gotta be a joke. Nope, they're just talking about it.
No, they were just talking about it.
I'm sitting there like, holy shit. Sorry, Nixie, I hope you're alright.
Are we turning your channel to conspiracy theories now?
I'm fine. I'm just trying to figure out where I'm supposed to go.
We'll walk through.
That's the thing about those old games. 10%
Where-
of the challenge is the enemies. The other 90% is the level.
Where the fuck do I go? I'm on
okay,
a big
I
blue
must
ball.
be fucking blind.
Also, Omni, you know what?
Woo!
James
Okay,
Lee.
maybe I'm still
Jesus.
blind.
Also, thank you everyone who's stopped by and come and watch. I'm at 10
Public
viewers.
opinion, that's
Hooray!
it. It's the court
No,
of public opinion is the name of the video. Not the open trial, it's the public opinion.
Son of a bitch, I lost my RAM.
She picks...
I can put the song on, sure.
Okay. I was gonna just warn them that she picks out like certain days when she just burns through songs.
Yeah. It's not an all the time thing.
Let's see. Nixie, Krampus, Nylora, there's a lot of hardworking people that surround this madness. I'm just lucky to be one of the people who get to experience the joy of cooperation with others.
Are you saying I'm not hardworking?
Yes.
Jacob, you've started working hard, and I will admit that. I'm actually impressed with the fact that you haven't either been killed, consumed, or hunted down by those of a stronger nature.
How has Nylora been, Nixie?
He's fine.
That's good to hear.
I just haven't heard from her in a bit, so.
I always wanted to catch her streams, but unfortunately she streams at odd times or at the same time as you, and unfortunately the browser seems to not like it when I have multiple streams open anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, if you have multiple Twitch channels open, your view basically doesn't count anymore.
Which sucks.
Yeah. Is it weird that Jawali Cooperation kind of has outlived the game that it came from? Solaire is somehow this character who's become almost opulent in his own nature, despite the fact that he's actually a relatively insignificant thing of it.
Get on.
People want to bully me. Ha!
Of what game?
Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. Solaire was actually like, I don't even think he mattered in most of it. You could actually change his fate. I think that was maybe part of it. Out of all the NPCs who die horrible deaths, it is possible to save him, and he will fight alongside you in the final battle.
Well, yeah, he'll still fight along you in the final battle, but you can't save him.
Right, well, no one can be saved. You just kind of not allow him to go crazy in the dark where he wears a giant plant on his dick.
I know, that's a bug.
On his head.
I know.
Bug on his head. He finds his sunlight, quote unquote.
Yes, his second head.
I gotta go catch a big ass catfish now. Nepal Gare.
Oh god. Don't go catching fish with your dick, please. That's how mermaids are formed. And nobody wins when mermaids are there.
I mean, if that's the case, then I'm gonna go make some centaurs. Be right back.
I'm gonna go make some minotaurs. Give me a few minutes.
They work fast.
This is getting ridiculous.
Kill
I
you.
mean, that's the world, my friend. We live in a society that moves at such a breakneck pace.
I'm just gonna stop you there. We just live in a society.
This is a society.
Is it weird that the Joker movie... I shouldn't say it's weird. The Joker movie is perhaps the most anti-movie I have ever watched, and it is great for all of it.
I never watched the Joker movie, but I somehow understand it fully.
I hear
Well,
it's fucking
It was
Even
depressing.
essay.
it is depressing, but that's kind of part of it. Like, the shootout. There is one shootout.
Hey,
in it.
be diverse.
No spoilers.
How
Well,
old
what
is
I'm gonna
how
say
old
how
is the
it
Joker?
works. In real life, guns are loud.
There are
Like,
spoilers anymore. The movie's been out for a long time.
Yeah, you can spoil it. It's been out for a while.
No spoilers, please.
Then,
It's alright, I'm not going to spoil anything important. I'm just going to say, in real life, guns are loud. Like, ridiculously loud. That's why military and everything wear the giant helmets now. It's not to protect their heads, because most modern weapons can easily puncture helmets. It's to protect their brain and their ears, because the loudness of tanks and machine guns and other guns is so loud that even if you just wore a headset to block out your ears, the vibrations going through your skull could actually give you aneurysms.
Well, it's not just for that. Most helmets are rated to stop pistol rounds and can deflect rifle rounds if they hit at an oblique angle, and to protect against shrapnel and impact. So that's why, like, I have a manual for an ACH helmet. If you're doing jumping operations, you have to make sure the pads cover all the locking bolts for the suspension system. Because if you You know, if you hit the ground wrong, tumble and slam your head against a rock, it'll be fine.
Well, my point
What?
is, in the
You'll bounce
Joker
okay.
movie, they don't. In most movies, like action movies and that, they nerf the sound of guns and that. Like people fire huge caliber guns without any earmuffs or any protection, and they're fine. They talk, they can hear. But in the Joker movie, there is like only a few shots ever fired, and they are just as loud in that movie than as they are in real life, and it will shock you. Like every shot terrifies you, and so when you see the gun being about to fire again, you're almost comprehensive. Like you can feel your body tightening. It just makes you realize how scary guns are, and how terrifying it would actually be into a shootout with one.
I've lived that. It's not.
They're kind of loud, depending.
I
on the
don't. I
person.
can't. I want to say it's not that bad, but that's not true.
If you're in an underground enclosed area with a metal one, that will ricochet. That sound will ricochet like you
Reverb.
Reverb,
Yeesh.
sorry.
But another part is most of the time you have either double ear pro, because the NRR, noise reduction rating, stacks to some degree, and you have like earplugs and then an over-ear headset.
I mean, it's also just like how silencers don't actually like make the little pew sound.
And muffles.
They can with the right ammo.
It's just not completely silent. But the other things about the Joker movie that kind of hurt, I wouldn't say hurt me, but as someone who watched it, I enjoyed it, but it would also be a movie I'd never want to see again, if that makes sense. Because
Understandable.
there are certain quotes in that movie that hit home for me and for a number of people, I think. Because it was very real. Like, I think one of his better quotes is just, the worst part of having a mental illness is the fact that everyone expects you to act like you didn't have one. And as someone who never could read and write for most of his life, that's exactly how I was treated. Like, how dare you have this problem? Act like everyone else.
Put your blood in this mask. There you go. Now you're normal.
Just things like that. That movie was a perfect anti-movie. Well, most movies razzle-dazzle things up. They try and make things more awesome or more comedic. Or
I'm
more
doing well.
romantic.
I'm just trying to find my way through here.
Sorry. Yeah, most of the levels in games like that are half of your enemy.
Oh yeah.
People who can speedrun Duke Nukem are insane.
It's reflex. It's all reflex at that point. Muscle memory.
Muscle memory.
But it made me realize just how like
Okay.
glorified. Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna put on the video I was gonna put on now.
Roger that. Do you want us to mute?
If you want to.
Roger that.
Oops.
Okay, I'm gonna stream it to the Discord too, so you guys can watch it in real time.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of him either. I don't think most people are. I think that most of his watches are hate watches, but
Oh. Is it more of this? Is it more of this, dude?
the sky is like, Twitch is champion of the left right now.
See, I think he's just a massive tool. No ifs,
He
ands,
is,
or buts.
but that's half the appeal for people.
Era in the lead up, in the build up to like Obama. A lot of right wing.
This is the video I was talking about from earlier when you guys were talking about this stuff.
Right-wing. Yeah, a lot of right-wing content creators made a lot of money, and they were like, we need to get in on that shtick. We need to get in on that pretty hard. We can't let Sargon of Akkad make all the money. We got to make that money ourselves. But they're just straight up like, they went from hyper liberal to being like, they basically went from being like here's, they went from over the top pandering and being like, every elf needs to be, you know, every elf needs to be trans and a person of color, an elf of color, and disabled, to actually, we realize that diversity is our weakness. It's not a strength. And hit the 14 words so fucking quick, it's crazy. And guess what? You have no commitment, okay? You have no commitment to any sort of cause whatsoever. And also representative politics and diversity in representation only goes so far. But that was the reason why liberals were on board with it. You know what I mean? I'll just say it like this, okay? I do not give a single flying fuck whether there are black elves or not. Okay? It's fake. It's not real. Who cares? Who cares if there are black elves? Why the fuck would you care? Are you out of your mind? As long as the content is good, who gives a shit? Okay? Like, I don't understand.
Do any of you guys care?
See, for me, the only reason, like, for me, I care is that the whole point of, like, the unfortunate whole point of it is that in a lore sense, having one that is African American doesn't make any sense, because there weren't any in any form of the Tolkien novels.
That, and it adds a very weird situation where it's like, all these people existed, and then orcs came. And it's like, okay, where did the orcs come from? Are you saying that all these elves that were different races all became the orcs? Like, what are you implying here?
Well, that's the whole point. That's the whole point of the of like what orcs are supposed to be, is that orcs in the Tolkien universe are corrupted elves. They were elves that I believe that had died and were essentially corrupted by Sauron to come back as a monster.
Half and half, yes. If they're set in the period just after what's his name? My brain's all spaghetti, but basically my thoughts are similar to yours, where it's like, it doesn't make sense, and it's pandering of the clearest variety, and it's worse, it's tokenism, which tokenism is an attack on representation. It's the cheapening of it. It makes it almost like a counterfeit version. I guess is my thoughts.
Right. It's not even like, that's one thing people always say. It's like, oh well, then that's just it's not right for them to have not to have someone of color represent someone. It's like that's not the point. The point is that you have to stay like world accurate. And unfortunately, how the lore goes, elves were fair, white-skinned individuals.
Well, it's because they were a race. Like, that's like saying, hey, you people who live and have been not bred, but born from a certain part of the world, your people are kind of segregated from everyone else. Stop being that. Start being like everyone else. And it's like, if you've never interacted with the rest of the world, how are you supposed to have any connection with them? It would be more crazy if they were everything under the sun, because then it would be like, how did this happen? This is not how genetics work.
Exactly, especially when it comes to elves.
Please don't think we're terrible people. We just, I guess that's the problem. We're all scared that people will be like, you thought different, therefore you're bad. And unfortunately, that's the argument that's always made.
Yeah, the people are now. That's where I think, like, the left goes a little too extreme. Is that they take things way too seriously. That everything needs to have a representation. And it's perfectly
like
fine to have
orcs in
representation if it makes sense in context.
Well, I guess my thought is this. If
Like-
you want it, why not make it? Like, you don't have to take everything that already exists and bend and twist it into something that looks like everything else.
Exactly. Like, if you're wanting to have a dark-skinned elf race, you then call them drow. There's a perfect example. They're
According to D&D and Wizard of the Coast, the Drow are now racist. Along with the orcs, apparently. Orcs, goblins, and Drow, they're all apparent representation of black people, according to Wizard of the Coast.
Ugh.
And thus, they redacted most of their entries.
Well,
My thought is this. You look at an orc and you're like, that's a person of color, isn't it? I'm like, what? Is that what you're seeing? That
see
says
just
more about you than anyone else.
if anything, how I see orcs are just soccer hooligans because of fucking 40K. Cause we the orc and we the best.
Literal fucking mushrooms.
Exactly. They're supposed to be mushroom people.
We live in strange times, but I'm trying to think of the more extreme example of, like, craziness, but we live it now. Oh, I remember now. It was the was it Call of Duty or Battlefield? It was one or the other. I think it was Call of Duty, where it was set back in World War II.
Oh.
And one of the things they revealed was you can be a black
Battlefield.
Battlefield.
Nazi.
Oh
That's
yeah,
Battle-
Black Waffen SS member. That was
That's Battlefield 5.
And their explanation was, we wanted to have more diversity in the ranks or something crazy. Like, they said, like, some batshit things, and everyone was just like, what? What?
You're not.
you are
now
now
you're
a
not,
black
now you're not
female
just,
Waffen SS member.
Now you're not.
Like, I'm just imagining, like, an SS officer of the highest rank walking and says, everyone, I wish to inform you that we have decided to become more inclusive. As of today, we now have Ching-Chan, Karslai, and Margombadagara. Everyone, please welcome our new members. They'll be in charge of the gas tanks from now on. It's like, what? What just happened?
There was a
Also,
similar
sorry to all the
case.
demons I just summoned.
also,
There were-
also, I want to come out since I have a husband named Ludwig. Come, Ludwig.
Oh yes, that's the thing. We were talking about Wolfenstein earlier. You heard there's the New Order, but how many of you have played the new Colossus?
I have not actually played any of the new Wolfenstein games. I hear that the first and second are good. First one's better than the second one.
Is half good, and then the third one is terrible.
Yeah.
The thing about the second one is they become a little bit more similar to this. They're more about representation, I guess is the right word. Like, basically they say that it's okay for you to be racist, homophobic, and sexist as long as you're racist, homophobic, and sexist to the right people. And in the game, all of the trans and gay individuals that you see in the story are all Nazis. Like, that's something that apparently that is only common among the Nazi
Would you like to know
ranks.
something delightfully ironic about that?
Go
Sure.
for it, Nixie.
And a lot of like white identitarian, like white ideologue circles right now. There's actually a decent amount of like, non-white people getting there, and they are actually all very happy with them. They don't seem to treat them any differently, but it seems like as long as you're of the same opinion that they don't care what race you are.
Oh, number gathering.
Which, considering who they are, you would think that wouldn't be a thing. But apparently very racist circles are oddly inclusive.
Yeah, I saw that meme, and it's starting how accurate it is. They don't care what race you are as long as you're being racist.
Exactly.
Well, number pulling is something that's
Yeah.
true for almost every group now. It's why we have the man covered in shit argument happening almost in the streets now. To explain, the man covered in shit argument is this. Imagine me and Nixie are both having a debate. Nixie pulls up a very interesting, very well thought out point that completely blows mine out of the water. However, then comes in, say, Jacob, covered in shit, head to toe, walks up, puts his hand on Nixie's shoulder and says, I believe in her. Because of that situation, all the other people are going to most likely pick my side, because just having the man covered in shit, siding with you, would probably make other people hate you just on reflex, no matter what your point is. And so that's why number pulling is kind of really detrimental in the long term, because yeah, you can build up your numbers, but ultimately, if you open the floodgates to everyone, you can get a lot of really terrible people on your side, and they will ruin you in the long term. That's why you have like violent groups who stand side by side, peaceful protesters, and it doesn't matter how peaceful those protesters are. If there's a violent group that carries the same name, everyone just sees the group as a collective.
Oi, Gewalt.
You saw that with the Black Lives Matter stuff.
Yeah. Up here in Maine, we had a very particularly violent group, and the funny thing is, nobody got to hear about it because they felt it would hurt the group's appeal. Poor Boston.
That happened in a few places.
Yeah. It only takes a few, but that was a very interesting situation. But you're not allowed to talk about it, because if you do,
What I
it's
do?
racist. At least that's what they kept telling us.
Why dang it, Jacob? What I do? I just got back.
Humans are dumb.
Sorry, I just used you as an example in a
You're
such
doing
a
what you do.
hypothetical.
Don't worry about it, Jacob.
Yeah, don't worry. Don't watch this back.
Who's a Neanderthal and clipping their nails into the mic?
That was Natsu.
Not me. What? Me?
You gotta turn Chris back on.
Oh my god.
I'm playing freaking Final Fantasy 14. I don't have the hands to be able to clip my nails.
It's like you have a new fetish every day. Natsu.
What? Nixie! No, not you too!
Oh,
But,
boy, we're breaking
in
into gaslighting now.
Wolfenstein, to finish my complaint, in Wolfenstein, the new Colossus, you make friends with a resistance leader. Who your two resistance leaders that you make friends with is a communist religious Baptist who wants to rebuild America as a religious communist utopia. And if
That's
that sounds
contradictory.
contradictory, It is.
Yes.
But that's the people you team up with is basically people who want to create a religious communist utopia. The other one is far worse. Now, the woman in question is violent, malicious, she's racist, she's homophobic, and everything under the ground, and she's also sexist, but she is the leader of the other resistance group, and
She's the
through
whole
entire
package.
Yeah, she's the whole package. And the entire time, the game tries to put her in a good light, despite the fact that she does nothing to help you, and exists solely to patronize people.
They're
One
not
of the
red
other
flags, silly. They're
individuals-
just fun facts about me.
I'm just
Well,
quirky.
luckily, there is
Hee hee.
one comeuppance for her, and it's the most beautiful moment in the entire story. One of the crew members you recruit is a former, is the daughter of the SS leader who's in charge of America.
The fat lady.
She's fat, she's overweight, and her mother abuses the hell out of her. But she decides, of her own will, without anyone
Pretty American.
forcing her or making her, she decides to betray them and saves you and kind of gets everyone out of the shed hole. And through the rest of the story, the woman in question, the resistance leader, beats her, basically berates her, beats her, calls her a Nazi. She also beats and berates you for being a man. Beats and berates her husband for being white. Beats and berates several Nazi officers because I think one of them was gay or something, or she found out they were gay, and just all this other horrifying stuff. But at some point, the former SS officer, basically who is a short, fat woman,
Doesn't
picks
sound
the
too utopian.
resistant- Yeah. She basically, the former officer, just picks this resistance leader up by the throat and basically tells her, I am not a Nazi. And nobody tries to help her. Nobody tries to help the resistance leader, they just kind of watch. And it's such a beautiful moment. But yeah, the director said that woman's supposed to be likable.
Quote
Wow.
unquote. Big quote unquote.
But anyways, that's the new Colossus. It is a very interesting game with a lot
Well,
of good points.
I'm gonna
and
put this
bad.
video on by this other very likable person that the director would enjoy.
Fair enough. Okay.
More videos. Hooray!
Good thread on diversity on shows and how accurate they are. Tyrion Lannister was specifically described as one green eye, one black eye peered out from under a lank fall of hair so blonde it seemed white. There was no outcry when he showed up in the show looking like this. In the Harry Potter books, Ron is tall as the twins. Harry had green and messy hair. Hermione had noticeably large teeth. All mentioned several times in actors' plot points. Movie, average height Ron. Neat hair, blue eyes Harry. Average teeth Hermione. No one cared. In The Princess Bride, Vizzini is described as having near angelic face. Movie. Yeah, people take liberties with what they decide to do.
Okay, so he's attempted to make a point. How do you feel?
Yes. He's using casting limitations or actor limitations with actual director choice. And those are not the same thing. A director made a conscious choice to change the race of the fantasy race, while he's trying to accumulate it to casting limitations.
Yeah,
Those being the same thing. That's not.
that's not the same thing.
But props to him for trying to skew the point like that, but that's a tactic they'll always choose.
Well, I mean, I'll challenge you with this.
Okay.
Let's take Terry and Lannister for example.
Right.
You could sense the only missing characteristics are the eye color and the hair. Just give him contact lenses and awake.
Well, and also he's supposed to look like he's supposed to look really deformed as well.
Yeah, he's supposed to be horrifically deformed as well.
That's
True,
easily
but-
done too.
Yes.
And heck, he
Well,
wasn't
that-
even supposed to. Like everyone says, like, oh,
If we
Tyrion
look back
Lannister.
to all the movies of the 80s, for example.
Tyrion Lannister is my favorite character. It's like,
I
why?
mean, what was it the show Farscape?
I think most of you are jumping off the.
What was that
points.
old show?
Farscape? What?
Lost.
Firefly?
Was Farscape the show where they had a Muppets and a woman in completely blue makeup? Here, I'll show you.
Farscape.
You do make a good point.
Like, when people say that Tyrion Lannister is their favorite character because of how much of a good guy he is, they Game of Thrones messed that up a lot, because Tyrion Lannister is supposed to be a complete bastard. Like, he doesn't even know the concepts of...
The Muppet Show!
Oh, those guys!
This show.
Oh.
I remember those guys.
I mean, back then, even as campy as it was, they could do all this stuff.
Yes, but
So why can't Tyrion be what he is in the book?
because they wanted to prettify him.
I guess you do make a good point.
Give him a facelift, I guess.
And is that not just as bad?
Oh, it's just as bad.
It's just as bad, but it's
But he's making
forgivable.
the point of backing him up, and bravo, and making a very clear devil's advocate shot there. And I'm actually really trying to think of
Thank
a
you.
good counter argument.
That's my thing, is that, like, I don't think it is forgivable. Like, that's one thing that's not forgivable. Anything that goes against the books,
True,
like,
but the argument here is backing up the main point, which is people supported that change. Why did they not support this change?
Well, Tyrion Lannister is also supposed to have like
because
a
it's
stub.
because he's
Like,
a
he's supposed to walk weird.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
makes
makes the
that.
like, what's it called?
because honestly, the reason why I honestly think is because they are
What makes the diversity casting worse than like Tyrion's casting?
I think it's just as bad.
I guess for me, if I had to put a thumb on it, and I might be wrong because this is a very interesting point, I think it's the objective behind it. With Lannister, the caster and the director in that never came out and rubbed it in people's faces like, haha, we've changed this, get in our face. But with Lord of the Rings and Amazon, they've made it very clear why they're doing it, why this change was made. They made the active change on their own standards, and they are actively begun antagonizing and attacking people who have said otherwise.
Well, I'll play devil's advocate again real quick here.
By all means.
When it came to the Little Mermaid movie, they never came out and used it as an attack on anyone that Ariel was going to be diverse now.
Little Mermaid movie.
The discourse was the same, though.
Like the old one?
No. So there is a new
New one.
there's a new one that's coming out.
Ain't no way.
Yeah,
Yes.
it is, and the person who's playing Ariel is a person of color.
Oh, okay.
But a lot of people are like, no.
Now, the casting people didn't rub it in anyone's face on that. The discourse server is identical.
You can't really quantify as mermaid people as black or white. They're mermaids. They are who they are.
But
They're qualified as fish.
They are fish.
but
But
the thing
she's
is,
also making a point.
the whole thing is, see, here's my thing. My thing is always about the integrity of the actual source that you're pulling from. No matter what it is, if you're not pulling it from the actual source, then you're going to be wrong.
Does that mean she's gonna die in seafoam?
No, most likely not, because this is one of Disney's remakes. So they're probably going to make But honestly, they're probably going to make Ursula like a sympathetic character. If they're going to
Honestly, yeah,
have,
but
and they're probably going to get rid of all the music
well, yeah, because music.
because because I'm guessing the person who'll play Ariel just won't be able to sing, and they don't want to auto tune her.
She's still alive.
No, like the new actress.
Oh.
Like this is talking about the remake.
I guess I'm trying to think of an answer, Nixie, and you do make a very good point. I
Like,
guess
Everyone wants to be a Little
best I can
Mermaid till
put
Launch
is
Publish comes
it's-
out.
like, because another thing about Tyrion Lannister,
I think that the answer, if you want me to at least give you my version of it.
by all means.
And the version that I guarantee you that Hassan is going to say as well.
Okay.
Look at where the discourse is coming from. Not, just the fact that it exists. Like nobody cared about Terry and Lannister, right? Because no one raised alarm bells about him, so no one knew to.
well,
I don't
everyone,
think a lot of people read the books.
yeah, that's the thing, is that people didn't know about Tyrion Lannister until so everyone saw Tyrion Lannister in the show, but not many
Yeah.
people watched the books. But people who read the books are just like, that's not fucking Tyrion. Tyrion is supposed to be he's supposed to be a deformed, hobbit thing. Like,
But it was also an incredible bestseller.
Yeah, but he's also super
Now the Lord of the
smart.
Rings show how many people knew to even read it to pay attention to elven societal structure, like how many people read the Silmarillion.
not many people read the Silmarillion. Yeah, exactly.
On that
Fuck
tangent, where the
that.
fuck is Tom Bombadil?
Tom Bombadil
That is a
was
funny thing.
So why
Quiet
did suddenly
Fox.
people
Tom
everybody jump
Bombadil
on
is a-
top of this?
he was I believe he was a
Where does this
sports
discourse
theorist.
stem from?
We're getting off track, but I'm thinking.
The discourse, I think, comes from people just being because everyone has to believe like everything needs to have a diversity. Then that's what the problem people are having is like everything needs to now have representation.
See, I think you're making a good point,
nobody
but I
can be
think
nobody
how
can be
it
left
works.
out.
Actually, I think I have an answer because I'm looking back at how things escalated, and I think that is the problem. It's escalation. Is there was pushback, and then there was pushback to the pushback, and
Chan.
then pushback leads to pushback. So, following kind of how Star Wars kind of rage happened, I think if we are looking at how
Follow the
Lord of the
receipts.
Rings follows something similar,
I'm
most
still angry
likely
about
there was
that.
pushback originally in small amounts to the massive changes. Then they tried to push back with the crowd of representation and tokenism and all that. And that led to more pushback, and it just escalates from there. At least that's my working theory. I could be wrong. I don't know the situation for the Amazon stuff as well as the Star Wars stuff in terms of like the fan backlash and things like that. So if I had to ask, I'd probably be a case of just escalation might have been a huge fuel to this fire.
An escalation of what?
Fans getting angry and lashing out. Then you have people that jump up and say fans are too entitled and lash back at them. And then the two groups basically keep attacking, and people pick sides eventually.
Okay. I can agree to that.
At least that's my
Dig it.
working theory on this.
Well, I'm going to tell you exactly where he's about to say that this discourse comes from, because he's going to say it's obvious.
Alright.
It's always the liberals.
No, the thing is that he's
It's a right wing. mouthpieces.
Yeah, it's the he himself is a leftist.
You know what? It's kind of sad that we're dealing with someone who is
The
leftist,
best stirring the
but
pot,
he's
give
just as...
everybody whipped up and afraid or mad at something, and then they all march to the drum.
Yep. It's funny that we're dealing with an extreme leftist, and yet his rhetoric and all that he says is so exactly the same as a rightist.
Polarizing.
Yeah, it'll be
That-
identical.
It's polarizing.
What
Yeah,
the
it's polarization.
Why am I all the way out here?
What are you doing all the way out here, Fox?
I don't know. I just caught a fish and now I'm on the other side of the map of where I was.
Get over here. Little shit.
Now I have to run cross country carrying a fish.
But,
They say that there was never a black person on Lord of the Rings. No, I know. I understand that. No, I get that, like, Tolkien intended for it to be mostly an Anglo-Saxon experience devoid of any sort of black person. But ultimately, here's my counter to that, okay?
Okay.
Who cares?
Yep. That's the argument I was expecting.
I'm sold.
Did somebody let air out of a balloon?
Oh, I
I mean,
think
actually, who cares?
May as well have.
Ultimately, though, you can't do just like pandering diversity shit and
Oh,
not actually
God.
make the content good. Especially when we're in a goddamn content drought. You know?
the problem is with that
So,
argument, there
you
are
know.
people that care. And that's the people they're dealing with.
It's an adaptation
Obviously,
anyway. You can
people
change
care,
things.
or
It's
else
supposed to be one-to-one. I know.
no one would
I
talk
just-
about it.
I thought we had these conversations so many times. And it's wild that it's coming back again. I'm not racist. I just care about historical accuracy. I say about a TV show that includes hobbits and elves. Above my desk hangs a painting of Jesus who looks like Bradley Cooper. Yeah.
This guy
Also
is
completely
just
not
like
true.
every
There are
coworker I've
POC
ever...
all throughout the Lord of the Rings universe. I don't know enough.
That's magical.
I don't know enough about the actual
Sometimes they can be
legitimate, Tolkien.
Well, even then,
fan,
that's not something he said. It
fiction
sounds
or
like
the
it was someone
facts
who
of the
added
matter.
him and talked about it.
But the
Yeah.
Harfoots, the most numerous of Hobbit strains, were also the smallest. They had nut brown skin and hair, nut brown. They loved hill lands and often enjoy the company of dwarves. These Harfoots were the first of the Hobbit to cross over to the Misty Mountains and enter Eriador. Yeah, okay, so here's another thing, okay? In a lot of instances, these people are just upset. These people are just upset that, like, the black and brown representation is not on the evil side. Let's be real. There's gonna be a lot of fucking shit in this. There's gonna be a lot of stuff here that, from people with the genuine underlying resentment towards people of color, as a consequence of white supremacist constructs that they were born into, that they were raised in, that environment that they were raised in, where they ultimately have these kinds of resentments, and they're trying to express it in this way, where they're like, wow, I can't believe they made, positive black and brown characters. You know?
Well, I mean,
It's just such a weird fucking thing to get mad at, brother. You're crazy. And I think people were mad that, like, there was a female elf too.
No.
Like, the main
I would
character
say
is, like,
so.
now a
I would say
woman.
pause real fast
Of course, unacceptable.
for this. He's taking this completely wrong. Like,
That's the point. He's trying to mislead the argument actively.
yeah,
for
Yeah,
anything
trying to
like
stir
that.
people into a frenzy.
Yes,
Like,
like Nixie said, if you can
is
get people
obfuscating.
angry, they stop thinking.
Yeah, it's-
Obfuscating is the right word.
it's obvious. It's obvious that he's not, like, he's sowing disinformation essentially.
Yeah.
That's the objective.
Like,
It's actually kind of funny.
because it's like, it's not that, like, no one, the reason why people don't, like, people care is because it's going against the lore of the established universe. It's
It's
like
also a pretty shitty show if you've watched it.
I have not.
I have not, so I can't say for
Production
self.
value is super trashy. They use like cloth as scale armor.
But as for the whole like
Mm.
female elf, no, female elves in elf society are considered very important people. Like the woman in question he's quoting, the reason people don't like her is she is almost the antithesis of everything that the character she's sharing the name with is. The person they portray her as is a short-tempered, extremely emotionally vulnerable swordswoman who tries to violently and maliciously get her way out of everything and basically almost enslaves someone. She basically forces someone to do her dirty work as almost like a manservant. The person she is based on is a powerful elven sorceress who, even before she got a ring of power, was powerful enough that she saw through all of Sauron's magical disguises and led a secret war against his many tricks when he was still the Lord of Gifts, and managed to puncture a lot of his schemes and sink.
Passive.
Like, she was an incredibly intelligent, wise individual who didn't raise the alarm and tried to rally secret forces to try and combat the Lord of Gifts, because she knew if she called out his bluff too early, it would start the war too early, and nobody was ready for it except for Sauron, who had enough power to start the war if he really needed to. He might have not won, but it would have been more than enough to end the Elves.
Lord of Gifts or Gifts?
Gifts.
Lord of Gifts. That
Sau-
was what
That's
Sauron's
gift?
original name was.
Yeah,
the Lord of Gifts.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
because Sauron was supposed. Because and so it's just that whole thing where like him trying
Yeah,
to.
he was like this elven blacksmith making stuff for people.
That's what he portrayed himself as. There's more to it, but yeah, he was an incredibly smooth-talking individual who would show up and be like, "Hey, here's a ring of power. I don't trust anyone else to have one, but I trust you, and you've earned my trust. So here, take this." And he would do that to all the humans and elves. Not all of them, but like the Lord, you know the story. It's in the start of every Lord of the Rings.
Guess
But
what,
he
Sandwich?
basically-
You're gonna learn today.
He's the one who gifted all the races the
The
rings.
3 elven lords, the 7
7 Dwarven Kings.
Yep, and the 13 leader of men.
But
Or is
then
it
he
12?
kept the strongest ring of all.
The
Which
one.
allowed him to control everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And go invisible.
Well, that's a thing. That's a perk
No,
of when you're not Sauron, is that you turn
that's
invisible.
just how the power manifested in certain weaker individuals. It was a power amplification ring.
So, seeing as hobbits were
So
always
weaker creatures would go invisible.
and they were deemed because hobbits were always deemed to be inconsequential, something that you don't really need to look at.
But
So-
yes, sorry for that, but that's the lore drop about the character in question he's trying to portray as, oh, they hate her because she's a woman. No, it's because she's a very emotionally taxed individual who basically tries to sword and board her way through problems rather than being the smart, intellectual individual who literally fought a secret war against Sauron and nearly pinned him to the wall multiple times. She was not weak.
Right.
Sorry. You can continue, Nixie. Yeah. Didn't mean to take that.
You're fine. Just make sure you guys are including chat when you're doing this.
Yes, sorry, I just realized that. Thank you. Should I have it? It would be nice. Yeah. Gadriel is a Bloodblade hunter. Her original lore was so great. Yes, that was her name, Gadriel. At her strongest, she actually was more powerful than Sauron. Like, when he was at his strongest during the time he was the Lord of Gifts, and she was at her best, which is the same time,
Wait,
she was flat out more powerful than him.
that woman is supposed to be Galadriel?
Yes, that woman who's using the sword and shield and basically enslaved a man against his will by using magic and basically emotionally cries every episode. That's Gadriel.
Okay.
What's a twist?
So
If it
wait.
I feel like
and,
you're allowed to bitch about Lord of the
and
Rings
she's
casting.
and they have her playing as a person of color, or is that a different character?
That's a different character.
That's a
They made the dwarves kind of weird.
Okay.
Instead
As
of
long as
actual
you
dwarves
bitch
who
about-
actually have beards. So they wanted to be diverse, but they didn't want to be diverse like they were written.
Okay, because like
ATLA movie casting, which tons of people did.
because if they if you're telling me that the person
Yeah,
that was
Sin is
supposed to
right.
be the person who's the elf who is a person of color was supposed to be Galadriel, that would have gotten under my skin so heavily because of how messed up that is, and that completely undermines even the freaking movies. And how that actually is
Sin,
how that would actually like that could cause discourse of like, oh, back then she was a person of color, but now in the movies she's white. That's not how that works.
glad I'm newly.
They just get
upset.
wider with age, apparently.
No!
Technicolor elves.
That would be very hilarious if they did.
That
roll
would be so fucked up.
Just Technicolor elves. One's blue, one's green.
They're just like
One's yellow.
vampires, though. They can't stand in the sun anymore.
Actually, this leads me to an interesting topic very quickly, so let me just very quickly put it. I don't like the strong woman trope, not because I don't like strong women, but because they have to make the women incredibly weak in order to make them strong. So they take away the strengths they originally had and made them basically a different character. Ray, not Ray, sorry, but like Galadriel. She was incredibly intelligent, well-mannered sorceress who used magic and intrigue. So in order to make her a strong female character, they just made her a sword-wielding war criminal.
Yeah,
And
Stagger.
that's the same thing they do with, like, Captain Marvel's a great example. They just made her Captain America.
Me Jaundice, Manticore.
Sorry. But that's my kind of problem with their interpretation of a strong female. Because they also sometimes say, well, the strong women didn't exist until a certain age. I'm sitting there like, what about aliens with, like, Ridley and all the others who are, like, people who went through horrible trauma? And they're like, no, they're not strong. They lost.
Ripley.
Strength isn't about winning. It's about surviving. Ridley survived shit that an entire battalion of Marines couldn't endure.
Like Leia Organa.
Yes, Organa. But that's my problem with their interpretation of strong. Strength is subjective. Power is a weak person's crutch. Oh, gee, Gadriel.
Strength is, to me, strength is more or less is knowing that you can still go on even if things are bad.
Oh yes, thank you for pausing for a moment for us, Nixie, and you can continue the video. Sorry.
Then I am tough as nails.
Of course.
And some Hunger Games fans are upset that the character of Rue is black. Racist Hunger Games fans are very disappointed in a blog just about pointing out the Tumblr site called Games Tweets.
Alright, so.
While some of the comments were mere surprise, others are more opinionated. Why does Rue have to be black? Not gonna lie, kind of ruined the movie. Both of those accounts appear to have been deleted from Twitter since Jezebel called out the posts. Rue's skin color should have hardly been a secret. In addition to being spelled out in the book, Stenberg and Kravitz were among those pictures as individual character posters. So she's black in the book and people were still mad? I don't understand.
Is he saying that Galadriel was black in the book?
No,
Elon said
Rue
Tolkien
is
is
from
turning
Hunger
his grave.
Games.
Yeah.
Wait,
Somehow
stop.
he's jumping over to Hunger Games.
You mean to tell
Okay,
me that
okay.
South
He's talking
African
about
Elon
Rude
Musk?
now.
Yeah. The
Wait.
girl from District
South
11?
African Elon Musk had a take on this, where he said it's unacceptable that there are positive black characters and brown characters on the Lord of the Rings baby book. Oh no, oh no, this is ruined. Not my favorite book that I read as a kid. No, not my favorite fantasy. No, it's like, dude, chill the fuck out. Calm down.
I like how he says, "Who cares?" And then when he's faced with all the people that care, his response is, "Chill the fuck out."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Or was it a debate where he says almost every male character so far is a coward, a jerk, or both? Only
Yes.
Galadriel is brave, smart, and nice.
She is not nice. She enslaved
not
someone
nice.
using magic.
That's a nice debate.
Well, and it's also in in the book
he's like, it's
or
not
in the
because of
movie,
black
she was
characters,
also shown to be
it's because of the
terrifying
woman
when
character.
when Frodo when she said,
Everyone
"Oh,
needs to chill. They
Frodo, you
literally
can give
raised
me the
James
ring."
L. Ron
Well,
Hubbard and no one
wait,
is complaining.
did she
Yeah, it's
enslave them
L.
for
Ron
sex?
Hoyabembe.
No, it was
she
for my, it was
used
like
him as
labor
a
work.
pack mule, and in several instances, basically gave him
Missed
orders
opportunity.
that would have.
Of course you would say
Yes.
that, Nixie.
Listen,
Walker
not
say, "Oh, my
everybody's
science,
for
I'm about
breeding
to lose
stock,
my
okay?
rockers. Lord of the Rings universe is too advanced for you to understand."
Says you.
People
Yeah,
say
says
that
me.
about
I mean-
dragons have
I
black
mean,
people
I-
too. Yeah, I mean,
wait,
dude.
Nixie, does
hey,
that make me breeding
newsflash,
stock?
Guys, black people exist in
Yes.
society.
Yeah, you're breeding. Yeah, you're
That's
breeding
crazy.
If
stock.
you're brave enough.
So like,
I'm brave
maybe,
enough,
newer
I think.
versions of
Again, the whole-
older works
Yeah,
of art are probably going to
Eep.
reflect that, because especially when your work of art.
Remember,
I mean,
the
I'm not saying
password is
George R. R. Martin's
pineapple.
work of art is that old, but like,
Yes.
sometimes
Yes, she
people
is. She is Storm.
decide to go a certain way with their representation. It's not
Better make it
fucking,
like the password in Euro Trip.
Oh,
not the end of the world.
what's the password in
Especially when
Euro
it comes
Trip?
down to a book.
Pineapple.
Don't
Like
ask.
oftentimes
Oh,
written
pineapple?
by a much tighter group of individuals, like a much smaller group of individuals, which does not open itself up to a fuckload of different points of view on how that content should be created, which actually makes it really good, in my opinion.
So,
Writing a book can be writing a book can be a very selfish, singular, private matter. You know what I mean?
Manticore says, at this point, I want to punch this
when you do
man
that-
hard in his anus.
You're not going to get a lot of feedback necessarily. It's like almost entirely up
welcome
to
to.
the individual. And for that reason, it can be beautiful. It can be, it can really give you a
Welcome to this guy's content.
peek into the mind of someone who's truly brilliant, truly creative.
Cinesaur says, at this point, he's just trying to stir a shitstorm.
But it can also,
I mean, yeah.
it can also lead to shortcomings, like making all the fucking bad characters black and brown. You know what I mean? Like,
All right.
because your individual blind spots are also going to be represented and reflected in the material.
So he's
Now-
arguing death of the author.
When another
In the most extreme
creative
manner.
person and a much larger creative
But he's already
group
dead.
of individuals get to work and recreate this work of art, they're going to put
He's
their
talking
own
about
seasoning on it,
character
and it's
assassinations.
normal.
Yes.
So
Remember, I take things
that's how it
literally.
works.
I can't help it.
That's fine.
You're fine.
I was just gonna say his point that he's probably gonna go for, at least from the way he seems. He's
So
trying to
basically, like he's
champion-
saying that because Token didn't write black characters in that the content is racist.
Right.
Yeah,
It's
which
total.
a lot of people,
Well,
which a lot of them are trying to do, is make Token out to be racist.
when
Aye.
that's not the case at all. Also, wish me luck, guys. I'm now starting my relic grind. So
Good luck.
Godspeed.
level
Oh, Godspeed.
29 more level 70 dungeons to go. Hooray!
I am a level 80 mechanist, so, you know, that's where I'm sitting at right now.
I'm kind of sad that we kind of skipped out on the Stormblood retrospective. I mean, I
I'm
understand.
not.
I understand it because Stormblood's story only at certain points is good. But
We could
5%
go back
of it
to
is
New
good.
Game. We
Anytime
can
the
go.
villains are on screen, it's
That's
good.
why I like
The
to
other
call it
95?
Stormbland.
No.
yeah,
We can
exactly.
go
Like,
to New Game Plus and go through the fun parts
Ha-
if we really wanted to.
have everyone's played Stormblood at the current moment? Oh, should we discuss about this? Because, like,
I have made it through
Continue with the
Stormblood.
video because we're confusing chat.
that's true.
This is pissing me off. I might have to go. Yeah, Manticore. This.
Yeah,
comment, but,
Hassan gets under people's skin, and it's best not to take him seriously.
Well, my thought is this. Nixie is showing us this not to make us angry. She's showing us this so we can have a greater understanding of the opposition, so we can look at the situation and pick what points are actually truth and what are not.
And become
Even in
aware.
the most horrendous arguments, you can find sometimes nuggets of actual truth. A great example is the debaters that Nixie showed, where one of the kit people in question had a very horrible stance, but he also mixed
Women
in
should be
genuine
property.
truth and information in his argument, as fake as much of it was.
I think that was the one.
I think so. There are black races. That's the thing. They could have done. They shouldn't even call it Lord of the Rings because the rings don't exist yet. This is before that.
It's year 2000
They could have just called
years.
it Middle Earth, but then they wouldn't have the brand recognition. They could have set that in the Southland, where the two blue mage wizards are, and just had it down there if they wanted to. There was a ton of shit happening down there. You just don't hear about it until like after.
I would have enjoyed hearing about the blue wizards.
Yeah.
I want
Blue mages.
to learn. I want there to be a series all about just about the wizards in general, and about how like they're essentially like angelic beings that were sent down to make sure the world was okay.
Yeah, there were the three main beings, and then the birds, and then the wizards.
Yep. And the wizards aren't. I guess it's hard to explain. They're kind of weird. Like their entire ethos is weird, but that was because many of them were either started as human or mortal, I should say, and became transcendent. Some were transcendent beings that became mortal, and everything in between. That's why there are different colored mages. They're literally from different origins. They just all kind of had a convergence evolution.
Well, from what I know from the Silmarillion is that they're essentially angels.
Kind of. They follow the
Kinda.
position. That's a really good interpretation, though. I will say that. Anyways,
They are and they aren't, but yeah. What were we talking about?
this guy, and the argument he's going for is assassination of Token. But he's
Oh,
using examples from different positions, so he's trying to obfuscate again.
Yeah, essentially,
Kinda.
like
It's
whenever
not right.
whenever he says something and like people have huge backlash against it, he feeds off of that and goes, "Ha ha, no, I'm totally just you guys are like completely overreacting." Ha ha ha. When he knows that his opinion is very unpopular. That's what I know is what he does. Is that he makes some good points, and then when he says one really bad point and people call him out for it, he goes, no, silly.
chill out, bro.
Chill out.
Come
Chill
on.
out. You're overreacting.
Cinesaurus
man,
is
actually,
very
this is
true.
speak to
Problem
it.
is, no one remembers the races
Well,
that were a part of the overarching lore if it doesn't show up in the movies because they never read the books.
Yep, and Manticore has also stated, this man's never talked to a real black person.
They got other shit to worry about than having a guy in a movie.
yeah, this guy is like one of the furthest left that you can go.
That's, like I said, I would almost have thought he was right, but then again, it is that whole situation. You have two people that have come from such different lengths that they kind of meet in a different middle. It's like a circle.
Exactly. Like he's so left that he's starting to think right.
And that's kind of the scary part, isn't it? What do you do when everything gets to that point of such extremes that they kind of conjoin? Just
Except-
on a really different level.
Except the thing is that, like, the...
Enjoy their idiocy.
Ow.
Yeah.
I wish I could, but the problem is those people are generally dangerous most of the time. For the same reason Trump is, you pointed out. People who accelerate the danger
Oh, yeah.
rather than stop it. So are they individually dangerous? Probably not,
Oh.
but they add to that ecosystem, and they add
Storm.
to the echo chamber.
What's Storm doing?
No, just a comment he had on my freaking on my chat. I don't want to
But
say
like
it
the
because
main thing that I talked about, if you're associated to that I don't know, is the people that are figureheads of ideologies. So like, not example, this wouldn't be an unpopular thing. This would be a popular opinion. He's just a figurehead of it, capitalizing on it.
True. It actually made me go back, since I actually read a lot of history in that. Because of the argument you put forward, it actually made me go back and
Hey,
reread
welcome.
about Hitler
Thank you for
and
the
stuff
follow.
like that. And made me wonder, did Hitler actually design the ideology and thus improved it? Or I'd say, when I say improved, I meant improvised.
Absolutely not.
Or did he just capitalize on it and he was just the man who rode the tidal wave?
yes.
Yes.
He capitalized on it. There was a lot of resentment about Jewish people in Germany at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
There was a lot of resentment in Germany, just in general. World War I and all. But yeah, that's another thing that actually you've kind of helped me grow a little bit wiser and look at things that I already knew, but through a different lens, and give me better insight. And with that, more madness.
More
Oh, God.
madness.
I'm glad.
Official Manticore?
Standing
I
in line to buy.
don't know. Sorry, Macy, go ahead.
Oh no, he believes it. He does.
I didn't burp. What do you
You and
mean?
you and I, we've been represented fairly well. Really hot guys. We've been represented fairly well in media. I don't really get it, you know? I don't really get what these people are complaining about, you know what I'm saying?
Of course you don't. You're a cisgendered white male.
Anyway, so yeah, that's my take. White people always fucking up any non-Caucasian names at the moment they start talking about Lord of the Rings. They're rolling their R's and nailing names with accents, umlauts, and hyphens in them like their lives dependent on it. The take from Tamor, friend of the show. Plumber. W.
Us.
There's a GMA clip about racism facing a black actor in House of Dragon 2.
House of the Dragon, days after the record-breaking premiere of the Game of Thrones prequel. One of the
Okay,
stars
while this plays, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second.
Racist comments made by some viewers about his casting. Chris Connolly has more. Chris, good morning to you.
And good morning to you. You know, it's far from the first time this has happened, but it's still shocking to learn about. Racist comments aimed at a black performer. And he's
God,
speaking out
I am
about
to the
this
hospital.
news, and it's
It was all
affecting
just Fox News on every TV.
Oh no!
The funny thing is, we don't really watch national
Normies
news. We
crave
watch
that shit.
local news. But yeah, this is
Those shipping lanes should fall. It
terrible.
will beggar our ports.
New, like Corliss Valerian, a lead character played by Steve Toussaint, whose casting has put a micro-slice of the audience on tilt.
So this is adding to the obfuscation because he's using actual official, and I use that in quotes, channels to try and mimic a similar point about a different subject in order to try and marry the two subjects and murky the water.
The British acting standout, speaking out about the invective that's targeted him. Telling the Hollywood Reporter he didn't feel like his being cast was a bigger deal until I was racially abused on social media. And then I thought, okay, this means a lot to some people, but I can't allow that to bother me. I swear.
Just porn.
Earlier this year, more of the same kind of racist claptrap aimed at actress Moses Ingram. As she was featured in the Disney Plus Star Wars series Obi-Wan Kenobi. Ewan McGregor, who played the show's title character, posting support for his co-star.
We stand with Moses. We love Moses. And if you're sending her a bullying
Well, my problem with her character was that she was just a poorly written character.
That
Star
too.
Wars feature film principals like John Boyega and Kelly Marie Tran also found themselves on the receiving end of
You
this
can't
charge.
say that
But then
anymore.
House of the Dragon's two sons
What
underscoring
about
the
poor
message
character
of those
representation?
objectives.
When are we gonna representate poor written
With a
characters?
dragon flying, and a rich black guy, that's beyond the pale.
I don't understand. Like, I think the thing I can't comprehend. The thing I can't comprehend often. This is like low-key a more complicated subject to broach than just like, oh, this is racist and let's move on, or oh, diversity is good across the board and let's move on. Obviously, diverse representation is a good thing, right? But the issue is, oftentimes companies will do female Ghostbusters, right? And what do I mean by female Ghostbusters? Most of you immediately picked up on what I was saying, which is, let's take Ghostbusters and just put women in it. Like, let's not do anything. Like, let's not do anything different or new. It's such a hacky and easy way to try to reshape the content.
It's a video.
Okay.
Nixie has
It's such a
on in the
hacky.
background.
It's so performative. Everyone understands what's going on there, and you're just not doing anything. You're recycling IP.
Here. There we go. This guy just gets under my skin. Because his opinions, like, they start making sense, and then like he just goes completely off, and it completely takes you out of it.
Can we pause this a second? When you think of Top Bayfon, what do you think of?
I think just
I don't even know the name.
I think of just the blind earth, one of the greatest blind earthbenders.
You only think of her just being blind, not just a really strong earthbender.
Well, she's blind. That's one. Like, the whole point is that she's blind.
Well,
Oh, tough.
Yeah, Toph from Avatar.
one thing I also wanted to point out real quick before we continue, there is a huge difference between Avatar and Lord of the Rings. That's setting. Setting has a huge part of it, and that adds to context. And a lot of groups, especially people who do things like this, don't believe in the concept of context. Last Airbender literally traveled the world. They traveled massive continents and got to many different places. So of course they're going to interact with people of many different breeds. But in Lord of the Rings, you're in, like, what? Less than England, around the same size as maybe France and Germany at best.
Yeah.
So of course you're going to meet people that are mostly all the same. You're in a tiny snippet of the world.
Yeah.
So the setting is entirely different, but he's trying to marry the concept of the two in order to muddy the waters.
Exactly. Like Avatar: The Last Airbender takes it. Also, it takes place over the course of just 1 year,
Yes.
which is hilarious. I think that.
But sorry, Nixie. You can continue whenever you were.
Uh-oh. Oh yeah, totally. I completely agree, Stagger.
The problem is Avatar wasn't based on something and stealing from it.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was based off the animated show.
I thought it was based about the movie, the guy that turns blue.
Disabled people aren't real. They can't hurt you.
It's just a myth. They can't hurt you.
Nixie
Right.
with a gun be like,
You see me just roll in on like a wheelchair. I heard you talking shit.
Nixie with the war crime stick and E EDF.
Okay, that is one dungeon out of. So 28 more dungeons. Hooray!
You mentioned dungeon, now I want to go off on a tangent.
Finally park in those spots with the cool blue square. No, that Snort, that's a bad idea.
The problem is that's like saying you have two. That's like saying they're gonna show a picture, and then it shows his mom and dad, and they're both white, and it's like, okay, explain this. Can you explain the genetics of this?
Exactly. Get out of there, you hooligans. Well, it's not so much every place is built like a jungle gym, just that people make jungle gyms out of the Final Fantasy towns. I mean, and who hasn't heard of parkour, you know?
Hey.
What a great idea. I'll go back in time to success the Neil Gaiman in 1988 right now. I love that the guy who made the fucking art, the guy who made the actual work, people are yelling at him. He's not even fucking dead. He's there. He's tweeting through it. He's tweeting in this bit. Whatever the fuck he wrote, what the hell? That's insane.
Just need a healer.
There is the argument.
All right, let's see how he jumps this hoop. I'm expecting a three-pointer.
All right, let's hear the judgment from the Russians.
I can't wait to see the mental gymnastics here.
Right?
Come on. You were just given an argument. How did you come?
How did you fuck that up?
Wow, he skipped that entire point. It's
You
like he got
just-
tricked into reading it and then realized he couldn't leave
That's
it.
what
so
he does.
Yep.
He got tricked into reading it, ignored it, and then kept going.
That is amazing.
That's
liked
why I
that
think
you
Just
he's
could
like,
keep
see
going
his-
and his fans will still respect him.
Yep, you could see it, you could hear it in his voice, and you could see it on his face when he realized he got tricked into reading a very well put together argument. So he immediately continued reading into another argument in order to try and break off from it. Like he
Oh,
needed a
no.
wall to shield himself.
Anyway,
which it
pretty
should,
much.
There you go.
which it should, like, honestly, like, I think it would give him more points for him to be like, huh. You know, that's
Maybe
actually a
that's
really
the
good,
problem.
that's a really good, that's a really good, like, that's a really good question. I don't have an answer to it. Like,
Well, that's the thing with debaters.
Doesn't
and
align
people
with the
like this.
ideology.
You can't admit defeat, I guess is the right word. Like, you can't admit weakness. There's a, especially here in America, for politicians have even admitted this, Formula One.
Yeah.
You can never back down or change your mind on things. Like, you can never be like, huh, that's interesting, because people behind you will tear you apart. Everyone's waiting for their 15 minutes of fame. That's true for politicians just as much as celebrities. There are other people that want your power, and they are waiting in the winds for you to fall.
It is a Shark
Yeah.
Tank. If there's a sign of blood, they will go for it.
So, I do admit, though, Nixie, that was very entertaining to watch. Just how his emotions as he realized the situation, and how he escaped it by literally running on to someone else's argument in order to cover himself.
Yeah.
Coward.
why do you have to break some teen's knees, this, Storm?
But that also means, scary enough, this guy is actually smarter
Moo?
than what we might give him credit for.
Moo?
He may be a bit strange,
Oh no,
but that also
he's
means
incredibly
smart.
intelligent.
Yeah. And that makes him terrifying.
He just knows exactly what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
The ideology he professes might sound dumb, but like,
He's a salesman.
yeah, if you eat pandas to it, he makes a lot of money.
And I do believe you're right. I think there's a lot of hate watchers, and I think that's part of it.
Yep. Which,
Yeah.
to me,
Song has
like
hate
that
watchers.
makes, to me that personally makes no
Absolutely.
sense. Like when I don't like something, I don't watch it.
Unfortunately,
same.
there's a lot of people who hate watching as part of it. Anger is an addictive thing. Like, you'd be surprised at how much people can power themselves through sheer anger and vitriol. It's true in video games, it's true in movies, it's true in...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But thank you for... we can continue.
Ooh.
I just thought that was very fun to watch.
I'm very sorry to hear about that. About that storm. Oof.
Someone called him out!
Yes. Yes.
Wow. You.
What is he saying? Sorry, I have it low volume.
I loved someone called him out and he had to take a double take as he had to think and buy
So
time.
again, he defaulted to its racism.
Yeah.
The fourth time we would have to do this.
I love it when his chat rebels against him.
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Well, because he knows because he's now just stuck. Like he may quote unquote thrive at the hate, but now
He still has to survive it.
Yeah.
Exactly, Sandwich. You're being called out, mate. Except the BS is too strong.
Or for free with a Twitch Prime. Right? That's the
I
default
have to see
position.
this.
Okay, Ted Cruz's tonsil stones. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. That's disgusting. That you reminded me of that. You can also get gifted a sub if you want to avoid the ads if you're lucky. Here's the 1 minute ad break now.
He's gone back to just talking about
I
like
feel like
his
it's more forced exclusively use white people.
Yeah,
Other
he's
people
trying
use
to buy
reality, so
time while
I want him
people are
involved too.
questioning him lose.
Yeah, I just like I
momentum.
said, it does
It's a
not matter
stall
to me.
tactic.
just calling out different random gifts and stuff.
It does not matter to me
Yeah,
at
he's-
all.
he's giving up.
It is exclusively.
He's not giving
I
up.
want the
He's just buying
artwork to
time.
be good. Oh, this is on the paywalled stuff.
God.
Do I hear that fucking song?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
The fucking sad trumpets, I swear to God.
Womp womp.
Whamp,
Yeah,
whamp,
we're
whamp,
stool
whamp,
humping.
whamp.
Could you just go back real fast about the like his like double take.
Oh, when someone called him out, or
Yeah.
the one where
Where like he had to take a double take of being like them.
yeah, his
calling
double
him-
take was him basically like what tweet, as he had to buy time. He was basically filling the air.
The vibes for me when I saw a black person lose my mind, never-ending bitching and whining and attempts to force their racist, misogynistic, and transphobic politics of our entertainment down our throats. If you really want us to believe you just care about the author's vision, then maybe don't get all upset when a black actress is cast to play a canonically black character, or a non-binary actor is cast to play a canonically non-binary character. If you're pathetic piss baby losers, well, they'll turn around and say, oh, well, you want to have it one way, but you can't have it the other. You know what I mean? Which, again, in a world where 99.9% of the actors are sexy white men and women that are cis and het, what's the problem with having a little bit more diversity?
Is this
I
after it?
just don't understand.
No, this is before it.
Why? Why
So
are
it
you
should be
so
right
bent
after
is the
this.
real question, you know?
Because I think it's right after this he tries to go into another tangent, and then the person calls him out, and he's just like
We have this discourse
flabbergasted.
every week. I'm going to lose my mind. Are you going to address what the tweet said? What tweet?
Right there.
I just did.
See?
No, you did it.
No, you didn't.
Bro, it's been too much. It's not little diversity. It's forced in every creative art. What do you mean forced? What do you mean forced? Why is it forced? It's only forced if you find it to be an eyesore or an aberration. You get that, right? That's more of a self-report on your behalf. I've never watched a show and been like, man, it really ruined the vibes for me when I saw a black person on screen. Like, what the fuck is that? Jews have made less diversity, haven't they? What the fuck?
What? What?
I don't understand what is happening in this.
Yeah. And
What's going
while some
on
people say
right
playing
now?
dumb is not a good tactic, you can
Yeah,
absolutely
that's
just
like a
run.
common thing on the right. Right now is
What's
they're
happening in my
still,
chat right
they're like
now is a real
reverting back
question.
to the old Nazi positions.
Uh-huh. He's
Like, you can get out of a lot of trouble.
A
by
lot of the
playing
world's
dumb.
problems are due to the Jews. Again, according to the law of the right.
This is, it's just like it's a wild thing. Ultimately, we all want fucking good content, okay? I don't give a shit if every character is black or every character is white or whatever the fuck. Obviously, I say that because I do have that. I guess maybe it's because like I just, you know, I'm the default character regardless, right? I just want to make sure that the top of the hour ad break is served on time. And at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, doesn't matter what your background is, you're going to have to subscribe for $5
He has to
or for
dance
free.
for Daddy
with the
Bezos.
Prime. Right? That's the default position.
I don't have all ground.
Okay, Pick Cruises, Tonsil Stones. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. That's
Yep,
disgusting.
there we go.
Reminded
Now
me of
he-
that.
yeah,
you
he's
can also get
buying
gifted a
time.
sub. If you wanna
Harrison
avoid
buying
the ads, if
time.
you're lucky. Here's the woman ad break now. I feel like
Sin.
it's more.
I
forced
personally
to
just
be-
find it hilarious.
Yeah, on
Like,
one hand,
let me explain something to you
Okay.
geese real quick.
Go for it, Nixie.
I know that it can be difficult for some people to listen to content like this or talk about difficult things.
I think so, Storm.
But we have a very level-headed community here.
thank God for
So-
that.
Yeah, it's rare. So like in this community, even though we're all very level-headed, There are some variations, right?
True. Everyone
Variations
has
of
their
what?
sore spot.
Some of us are
Oh.
more sensitive than others.
Yeah.
As proven what I just about
And
earlier.
that's where, like, when I go over this stuff, the view count will be like down where it is right now. But what I enjoy about this is that we can actually talk about it instead of being afraid of it.
Yeah.
And in that setting, which is rare,
Yeah.
we can understand these things better together. Because, like, if you go into certain circles, or most of the circles out there, I think,
Don't talk about it. Don't look at it. Don't think about it.
They're more than
Well,
likely to be ostracized.
It's like the
and like, let's say we talk about Second Amendment or like Hassan or Trump.
Okay.
You're gonna get all the people that like they have. You know I don't want to use the word, but you guys feel it too when you hear it, like the NPC talking points.
NPC talking points.
The fluoride stare.
Oh.
And you will. You'll wind up ostracized super quick if you try to, like, actually think of things like fundamentally.
Or debate it.
Shoo! Excuse
Bless.
If you look at like the foundations of things, like why they aren't, try to understand it. Why they are or are not, I mean. Bless you.
Thank you.
Oh, I say bless you, and I don't get a thank you.
I thanked you.
Nope.
I think the best example I could give, probably to Jacob and even you, especially to you, Nixie, and to Jacob and a few others who've been here to welcome me into this little madhouse.
Right.
When I first started talking to everyone, I always prefaced everything with, please understand this is not my technical position, because I always end up devil's advocate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was definitely afraid of being ostracized, because that was normally the first reaction I get whenever I argued against the common consensus, is immediate hatred and removal.
Wait, someone doesn't have the same opinion I do? Get rid of them.
Yeah, that's generally what happens.
Indeed.
Just fall into a trash can?
No.
He just fell into a trash can.
Shut up.
Because, like, right now, you know, there's a lot of polarization, especially a lot more than before. And we need a space where we can discuss these things without those biases. We can check out the song a little later. We're not done yet.
We're almost done.
White people or other people exist in reality, so I want them involved too.
Yeah, almost
I just,
done.
like I said, it does not matter to me.
Oh, let me see what Monster said. No, Stagger being afraid of discourse should not be natural. That's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, Monster, I can't blame you. especially when like most of those sources are, you know, naturally highly biased.
Political exhaustion is a real thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
And honestly, with that in mind, I honestly
But
think
I'm
that's
hoping that
kind
I
of-
can at least make it something that's less exhausting and more constructive over here.
You do. Very much so. But with political exhaustion in mind, it makes me wonder if that's the game plan of both sides at this point in the government, is just to exhaust the other side
Apathy.
through just attrition.
Space Ether,
that's it.
thank you for the follow.
I mean, Zig, we've been at this for a couple of years. Like, America is still new. So things
I
can
know.
still change.
I'm the one that said that, or try to remind people.
I mean, I just know. I'm a history buff, so I just know things.
Yeah,
Anything before
Hey, Luigi.
1776 was a mistake.
Like, I just know things. Like, one day I'll just go into, like, a learning phase. It's like, why would this be a thing? Why is this a thing?
because it is. That's just how things can be sometimes.
Exactly. And I learned.
Yeah, sandwich political nihilism is very real.
Yep.
I'm glad, see night dry.
So if everyone in chat, if any of this angers you, frustrates you, just remember that at the end of the day,
I
this
try my
is
best to be like a mix of Dr. K and Destiny, but like minus Destinous like.
insanity.
What's the word
Therapy.
for it?
There we go.
Your own slice of life.
Edgy internet boyness.
Ah.
You know, as long as they don't live like it's 2012 like he does.
Yeah.
It would be really easy for everyone to just love that guy, but he makes himself unlikable to most.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That's the funniest thing. Official Manticore that I found out. On the internet, at least in America and other places, especially the news, they make it sound like Britain and Scotland and all that is in the midst of a massive like rebellion or something. Like everyone's trying to destroy the entirety of it. But I
They're
talked to
not.
several friends of who actually live in the UK, and they said that no, most of the people are really just depressed and down. The only people that are actively trying to cause a ruckus is apparently a group called the Scottish Nationalist Party, and that's just what they do. It's just normally they don't get any attention because Britain's best way of dealing with them is to just not let them have attention. But the US basically locked onto them and basically said, look,
Yeah.
see, they're trying to destroy everything. No, that's
Right.
literally what the Scottish Nationalist Party has been doing for decades.
Right now, the nations that are kind of celebrating right now is Africa, Canada, America, some of America, and another place I can't remember.
But yeah, that was something that took me a moment to realize that the news was completely full of shit. And I was because the way they described it, I was actually worried about my friends over and like I contacted them because I was terrified. Like, are you gonna have power or fresh water? Like, what's happening? And they're like, no, people are just kind of mourning in the streets.
Yep. It's. I mean, people are sad that the queen died. That's what really got me about this dude.
Yeah.
Is that he was making fun of people who are crying about it. Yes, technically, like she is the last monarch of England, and people are like, oh, we're all against the monarchy and all that. But the problem is that people were not sad because of the monarchy dying. They were sad because someone who has lived for 96 years and is a very well-known person where a lot of people liked, died. And calling people who, like, are sad
Well,
because of
no.
it?
British folk do like the monarchy, though.
Yeah, British folk do like the monarchy.
Right. But, like, calling people, like, dumb or stupid and, like, how...
You have to understand the like it worked for them, so they like it.
It's also a symbol that they hold on to, and if they can make it work, it's not also it's not a pure monarchy. That's kind of the difference. We kind of assume that it's a pure monarchy. It is not. It is a
Right.
extreme representation system with a monarchy at the top. The queen, I think, had enough judicial power that she could technically make
Yeah.
extreme decisions, but only in cases in which
she was needed.
Yeah, if she was generally needed. Or B, the House of Lords folded.
He was the oh shit button.
Yeah, she was the oh shit button. She had the power to literally step in and basically dissolve the House of Lords and the House of Commons if she had to. But that was like a last resort in case of like total, utter failure on every conceivable level. And shockingly, she never used it.
So, yeah, like, the fact that, like, that this dude, I don't remember, I don't know his name, I don't remember his name, because
it's not important.
Yeah, because he's not important to me to where I should remember his name. But I think that, like, him calling people who are crying and, like, being remorseful and mourning her death, like, dumb and idiotic.
Or Hussein.
But probably Hassan.
Like, it just makes me, like, you're just heartless at that point. Let's say, like, it's almost, like, I would, if I could tell him, I would say, like, dude, think about this. You're, like, one of your favorite people died. They just passed away, and you're really fucking bummed about it. And then someone comes by, like, trouncing up and goes, haha, you're dumb for being sad.
The funny thing is, that actually happens in my daily life. That's neither here nor there. But let's continue with this
Monster rule.
video.
It is dumb and idiotic because a lot of the people the queen treated everybody in that country like their children, and the fact that her passing made everyone cry because they all loved and respected her. They all were like a second mother.
Exactly. Right. Like, she was, like, she herself was a sweet old lady who had, like, was it, like, 13 corgis?
Well, she also made some decisions that people didn't like, but I would say that you can respect someone and still not necessarily agree with everything. And that's kind of my thoughts.
The people that dislike her are calling her very, very racist, and I have no idea about any of it.
The trans slave route.
No, her biggest thing that most people hold against her is the Irish. England and Scotland have had a long and turbulent, but that's nothing compared to Ireland. Ireland and England have had horrible blood feuds for decades, and the Queen was kind of one of the biggest things that held the British to basically have the British hold a knife to Ireland. When she did finally conceive the northern part of Ireland back to the Irish, that was still kind of like a small concession, because after that point there had been so much blood. Look up the Irish resistance force and the horrifying tactics they performed. Then look up the British's tactics against them, and you can see, like, blood feud really is the right word for what happened. So the
why
Irish
is Africa celebrating then?
Well, South Africa is a colony. All the colonies kind of have a very mixed relationship with Britain.
Right, like
with the exception of only one. One colony loved her. It's the only colony that England didn't want.
Oh, and Canada. I forgot about Canada.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
That's because we were insane Puritans.
I want talk about Canada just real fast. Canada and Denmark are actually interconnecting. Like, they can, like, you can actually go across the waters if you're in the northeastern part of Canada, and you go across the water, you'll actually be in Dutch waters.
Yeah.
there's just this tiny little island in the middle where they've sliced down the middle, to where one side is Canadian, one side is Dutch. But before, what they used to do was that they would have random explorers go to the island, and stick a bunch of like their country's like stuff to like say, this is ours now, and then the other country would counteract by having another group of explorers go to that same island,
Wait, I remember this.
take down that stuff, and put in their stuff.
Yep.
This is our land now.
And it was exactly like that. It was like, no, it's ours. No, it's ours. No, it's ours. And then they finally decided, like, well, why don't we just split it down the middle? You take one side, I take and we'll take the other. Like, okay.
Because that would make too damn much sense.
No, they actually agreed.
Sharing?
They agreed, and it was the perfect example of two countries being in quote-unquote conflict with each other and not resorting to violence. Also, the burn. It's such good music. Ah!
But before we continue the video, one thing I wanted to say, and it's something I think Nixie has kind of shown in its purest form, is never be afraid of hearing your enemies argue, because if they're wrong, they'll just embarrass themselves. And the worst that can happen is they might have a point here and there, and then you can kind of improve your argument and improve as a person. However, most people don't subscribe to that. Most people are afraid of hearing the opposition. That's why you have anger and rage as kind of their first response.
Wait,
and I never
am I
understood
wrong?
why, until Nixie kind of explained how people have a borrowed thought process from other things. Instead of having their own thoughts, they have a checklist. And I think that's kind of really helped me put a lot of my own thoughts into order. Sorry. Are we ready to continue?
Yeah, it's very true that they do.
We are ready to continue.
Okay.
I can only. You continue the video.
It does not matter to me at all. It is exclusively. I want the artwork to be good. Oh, this is on the paywall stuff.
Son is like, he throws his back into it. The hell?
Huh?
Who
Peter Griffin?
the hell
The only
cares?
valid take when people
Oh
cry
my
about
god,
forced diversity.
who the hell cares?
True.
I need to ask the sound.
Yeah, that
bite.
is the only acceptable take when people fucking freak out about forced diversity or whatever.
Honestly, I think Peter would actually smack the fucking shit out of you for that, but either him
What?
or him,
I wanted the sound bite. Why can't I have it
no,
in the
not
sound
you,
bite?
him.
Yeah.
Diversity in media is
Oh.
the easiest to focus, easiest to consume when it's not the main focus. Like, so here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. As far as like diversity in media goes, like, I think people like entertainment for the sake of entertainment. They want it as a means of escape. They want to fucking use this as an opportunity to forget about like how horrible their lives are or whatever. So nobody wants like a lesson. Nobody wants to be like educated. Nobody wants a lecture when they're getting when they're actually consuming content. So you just have to move away from the lecture side and make it fun, and that's it.
He just contradicted himself in like
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
three
That's the
times
point.
over.
That's the whole thing.
Yep.
The thing is, you can have
Um,
entertainment in many different forms. Educational is one of them.
I already ran the
Sometimes
top of the
people
hour
wanna
ad
walk
break.
away.
Literally, why you get so much shit on the daily. I mean, I get shit on the daily because, yeah, no one wants to fucking be lectured and feel like they're wrong. Yes, that is true.
Well, so,
but
hi, Pot. Welcome. Can you meet my friend Kettle?
But ultimately, you know, what are you gonna do? I think that this is fun content. There's an educational spin on it. I bill it as exactly what it is. You know what I mean? It's not like what I'm doing is not openly political commentary. You know? Okay, but having black people in your cast is not a lecture? No. That's not what I'm saying at all. You're misunderstanding. But sometimes people literally will make it, like, sometimes well-intentioned liberals, okay, will turn around and try to turn a normal casting decision into one that is, like, somehow a much larger point about, like, racial dynamics or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? And then they exclusively rely on that, thinking that is going to be standalone. That is going to carry the content as a standalone. And that's not. It usually fails.
I'm sorry, what the fuck just happened?
And I'm a fan of good content. I know, controversial take.
I feel as though I was
Art doesn't
flashbanged
need
by
politics.
words.
What do you mean? Art always is political, but there is no art that is. Art is never devoid of politics.
Art
Art's
is a
created
response
by
to limitation,
human beings,
not
and human
politics.
beings are political animals. You just don't understand context and subtext. You just have to. You lack the analytical tools if you think that art is not supposed to be
Mona
political,
Lisa
right?
is all
Like,
about
my point is
the policies
the boys,
of the
at least like season
church,
1 and 2.
the church back
great
in
example of like
the
a
Renaissance
very
era.
political show, a very political piece of art
Of
that
course.
actually doesn't fully go along with the main body of work either. That is otherwise very fun to watch. You feel me? It's a fun watch.
Thing is, art
Right?
is
And even the fucking
viewed by
chuds
the
like
viewer.
it. And one of the best parts about the boys is like constantly talking.
What is a
and
chat
ripping
supposed to
into
be, by the way?
the pandering that like liberal
what?
media and the marketing machine engages in. Like they do that all the time.
I think he was trying to say people are using the
chud.
diversity as the entire selling point of the show.
But
Oh, that's a
chud.
good point. That's
And
kind
I love
of
that.
a good
the Chuds
point.
Review bombed season
Storm.
3 on some episodes. I just didn't like season 3
Well, that's the
as
thing.
much.
He made a
I
huge
thought it was
double
mid.
take, and then he said something actually
Anyway, let's
closer
watch.
to the truth.
Let's
and
get
then
to
immediately
attorney
used that to
explaining judge's
platform
comments on
into a
Trump's
deeper
special master
point.
ruling.
Bombshell. Granting a request.
And that was like
There's a jet lane.
crazy.
Huh? Oh, you killed someone.
Yeah, so he just does that shit all the time.
Yeah, that threw me for a loop. I was like, what the fuck did he? Did
He
just
he
change
verbally
people?
flashbangs people. Where like he'll be on the back foot, say something completely
That's why somebody in the chat called it flashbang politics.
Yeah.
because he'll be in the wrong, and he'll be on the back foot, and he doesn't know what to do. So then they just go like he then says something completely different, catching everyone off guard.
A lot of like very extreme things, and then he says something. Yeah, I guess you're right. Like it's just holy fuck.
It's a manipulation tactic. That's what all debaters and master debaters, do, is that they will like say their point, and everyone be like, what? How can you say this? And then they'll say something completely different and due to the whiplash, forget about the first point. Because they know that, oh shit, that what I just said was not in my favor.
Or they leave and quickly concede it, but then just move on so fast and pretend that what just happened was never said.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? I wish I could find the clip, but do you remember the old
We saw that on
host
the
of-
Fresh and Fit podcast when they explained that like,
Oh, go ahead, sorry.
evolutionary psychology is like a highly subjective and interpretive field, and that the way they were using it was like mostly like bullshit. And then they like immediately after acknowledging like, oh yeah, it's highly subjective field. Yeah. We went back to like, spewing it as, like, fact. And then when the other side was brought up, like, oh yeah, highly subjective.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it reminds me of, do you remember the old host of The Tonight Show? I cannot
Which
remember his
one?
name for the life of the old guy. The one that would always just, the one that got parodied almost. Should say his replacement got parried. I cannot remember him
I don't
for the life of me.
recall.
But he was a very, not serious, he was somewhat serious, but most of the time he was jokey, but sometimes he got plain down mean and ruthless, because sometimes his guests were not exactly the nicest. One of the best examples of a situation had to do with eugenics. And the person in question was arguing something very close to eugenics without using the name, but he basically was saying, like, shouldn't, you know, keep cripples or people with health defects living because they'll just dilute the pool and lower the health quality of everyone else. And then tried to use a bunch of pseudoscience to back it up. Which I had a lot of people kind of, you know, nodding along, and the host of The Tonight Show just kept sitting at his desk, just kind of waiting. Just kind of poured himself some coffee, continued to listen as the man continued through most of the show, unfaded. And then finally the man raised his glass, finished it, kind of put it down, and finally looked at the man and said, "So, are you done spewing shit, or did you need a toilet for the rest of it?" And the man was kind of like, what? Because he had most of the people, like, agreeing with him, because most of his science seemed like it was sound on paper. And then finally the man, the host stood up and kind of dusted himself off and finally said, I can't remember how he said it, but he basically said it in a very straight and very no shits given attitude, and explained why eugenics doesn't work. Because eugenics is an artificial form of evolution. And his example was dogs. Mankind has bred dogs through selective breeding. And while it has allowed dogs to do very specific roles, it has ruined them on an evolutionary point. If mankind was to disappear, the vast majority of human-bred dogs would not survive.
Look at fucking pugs.
Health problems. Yeah, like
I just
health
said that.
problems. Chihuahuas, like
bulldogs.
The sheer myriad of issues that they have gotten because of selective breeding.
British short-hair cats are the same.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
They're so specialized through selective breeding, and he explained that eugenics is that very policy. You're selectively breeding people for a purpose that isn't indicative of their environment. Evolution does not have a pinnacle. There is no perfect evolution because evolution is a response to your environment. It's why we don't have giant, huge cavemen walking around. It's because evolution was a response to the world around them. We found that people who work together are more likely to survive than those that struggle apart. That's why eugenics on paper seems like a great idea, but it doesn't work. And dogs and cats are a great example.
Mm-hmm.
You can't force evolution. You can't make it happen in a lab or a test tube. Because the wider world is different. The environment will change, mankind will change, and animals will change, whether it's socially, politically, or mentally. And he explained it very not quickly, but he explained it pretty much that way in a very dry tone and just obliterated his guest's argument so thoroughly that the man couldn't do anything for the last 5 minutes of the show, but just kind of sit there. And that's, that's kind of this situation too. I think this man would have a lot of good time by himself, but if you put him up against anyone who actually could, I guess you could say, like, hit him.
Well, that's the thing, is that he himself has like, that's why he's by himself in his room, because no one can technically talk back to him, so to say.
Right. That's the dangers of meeting someone face to face, because you can't just yell at them.
You really
and turn
won't
off the
debate
screen.
people either anymore.
Yep.
Because he knows he would lose, because he's, when he doesn't have his when he's not like completely masked by the anonymity of the internet, then he knows he's going to lose, because he knows he can't win against debaters who are actually better than him.
Master debaters, if you will.
Exactly.
I would almost say you don't have to be better than him. You just have to have a stronger stance than him. Because if you, like we saw with when a
Which most
person
people
called him
lack.
out.
Welcome, normal robot.
No, that's it.
Oh, yeah. Most people lack. Fuck, I do it too. You've seen me do it.
Do what?
And you saw him do it too. Backpedaling, or not just backpedaling. Second.
Guessing.
Double taking. That's the word I'm looking for. In
Yeah.
debates, double taking is almost. It's very bad. And most of the time, when you do a double take, people will take the forward march, and you can lose a lot of ground if you double take. There are some people who have sheer force, and those people are dangerous. I think I talked about the different ways people debate. There are fencers, there are bulls, and I forget the others, but there's like 5 types of debaters, and each one has pros and cons. And one of them is basically just charisma addicts, or people who have such a force of personality that they can simply walk through arguments. And they can use them for good or for evil. I would almost argue Trump is kind of one of those people. And then there are showrunners who also have this
Absolutely.
power of personality.
Yeah.
And it's you can sync them, but you have to, like, it's just not easy. But
It's
people
just
with
that,
sheer
like,
force.
nowadays he can't really escape from his from what he did now, because what he's done is kind
But
of
I was just
unforgivable.
using Trump as an example, but this person right here has a lot of strong points, and he is very smart, and he is very clever. I just think that if you put him up against anyone who is at least maybe even slightly below his level, I think he would lose a lot of ground every time he does it. If you give him someone who is even half as charismatic, thank you, as
Charismatic.
him, I think he would lose so much ground.
Prismatic orb.
Because he double takes constantly. He just has a good way of avoiding it. Through chat and a few others, where he just kind of avoids the issue and runs.
Yeah, he pretends to not see the tweet or the comment that people highlighted.
But thank you, Nixie, for showing us this, because even if a lot of people in chat
It's pretty
were
common
angry,
for people like him and Wash to do that.
Yep. Watching this was definitely entertaining on a interesting level. Because you should never be afraid to meet your
Yeah,
opponent in
I
battle.
always have fun with it.
And I am thankful for you putting together the community, because most communities have a silence policy.
On debates and such things.
Well, yeah, because most people are afraid.
Yes.
Because most people don't know how to do this.
Never
So
be
emotional
afraid.
whiplash is, like the first thing.
No idea how to deal with something, so you just get angry. Because that's
Yeah.
easier. I think you talked about that with your
Yeah, They lash out and then it like breaks apart families and shit.
With the whole like checklist problem, where they go down a checklist of what they people around them will think, their work will think, and people in their group will think, and if they can't find an answer that easily fits within the criteria, they get angry.
What's the
Yeah,
jumping
most
around right
people
now?
don't have a robust internal thought process.
We have. That's the video that I. That's the video I edited.
Nice.
Yeah, we were talking about that while Nixie was playing. Playing Cult of the Lamb. Which did you see version 3 yet, Nixie?
I haven't, it's just fine.
Okay.
A fellow editor? Hello, Natsu.
Yes.
Yes, Natsu is your competition. I'm sorry.
And now I understand what Nixie wants. Now that I've done one of her videos, I now understand what she
No,
wants. From...
Natsu was trying to do his own thing.
I understand. I'm just joking. I was trying to see what I can get for a rise out of Jacob.
It takes a lot to get a rise out of me.
He has a lot of editing to do for himself right now.
Oh yeah, I do. I've been doing this behind the scenes.
Yep, I know. But yes, for those of you who are interested and have joined us because of this Real Talk, please check out Nixie's channels on YouTube. There's 2 of them. I think there's more. Because I think you disowned one of them. I mean,
she has a shorts. She has
There
her.
isn't 3 yet.
There's going to be a 3rd. Right now, she has her shorts.
There was her original channel, which was all about
Yeah.
But that one got demonetized because of Calbooba.
No, 2 of hers have been basically.
Now that's the main channel.
That was the main one.
Oh, so are there 3? Or are there 2?
There are currently...
Her VR, her shorts, and her main.
There is technically 3.
There is 3, but the VR one I don't count anymore.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm speaking technicality-wise, but there's actually 2 live ones.
Ah.
Right. I mean, you guys can watch the VR one if you want boobs and butts and stuff.
Grumpus
is... So I watch it.
Grumpus is so goofy.
I think that's the joy of him. He is the only person that will walk up to you, say, clap my ass, then complain about it, and then immediately do a something.
That is Crumpus's MO.
Yeah. Taru.
Tawoo.
Don't go ooh-wooing at me. I know where you...
Well,
where?
No, I'm sorry, but apparently from what
I
people
don't
have
watch
say,
this thing yet.
from what people have told me, I am
new one?
the good uwu type furry.
Are you good at woo?
That's what
Isn't
people
that
have told me.
Oh yeah, the whole furry community.
Most
kind of
people
being
will say
split
there is
in
no
half.
such thing as a good version of that.
I guess Natsu, have you seen the drama on that front?
What front? What?
Is
what
there a new
about
furry drama?
Furry drama? What?
I was gonna say, is there a new
No,
one?
about furries being racist, apparently, because in New York, I believe they put out an essay on it.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
That's just people being. I honestly,
Wow.
I think that's just people
It's
being.
on Twitter and it's in full.
That's just people being like
Ziggs?
dumb and wanting to be
Don't-
like.
Ziggs, what I say is very important. Do not believe everything you read on the
I
internet.
know, but I'm just saying if he's... I thought it was... Wow, how... I understand it's a slow news week, but really, dude? It's just hilarious to me.
You think people will just go on the internet and lie?
It's hilarious, honestly, because it's just like, these are racist. They want you to cover race by pretending you're just one of an all...
Sure thing, Manticore. Have a good one.
Oh, have a good night, Manticore. Thank you for joining
Night,
us.
Manticore.
But
Good
yeah,
night,
that's-
Manticore.
that was more or less what they put forward. Was just you furries seek to erase individuality, so you become part of an all-fight horde, some shit like that. It was just hilarious.
Real
Yes.
Legion for Rare Medic.
Me, the marshmallow Samoid that has a massive freaking badonk. am
Yes,
racist.
you're erasing individuality, people's rights.
I thought Ziggs was supposed to be the racist.
It's not like I'm totally. It's not like being a furry is completely about creating your own species and being an individual. That like that.
Before Manticore goes, let me play your song.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh goodness. Wait, Twitch VOD! Don't know if I can actually... Can't have that playing. For me. Twitch VOD. I don't want to get mod muted. Or VOD muted. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna go start on a different PvP server away from those people and see if I can run the gauntlet pretty quick, learn magic and just hop around and blow bases up.
You're not going PvE?
Nixie wants blood. She wants to see
That's
if it's
exactly what
possible to
I'm
just
doing.
obliterate.
Oh. Before you said PvP, not PvE.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I thought that's what he said.
Yeah, that's a PvP.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do.
By going back to our old base to see if it's still there.
Different server.
Oh, it's
Yeah, that's right.
our base probably got completely... if we got Stone Age, then most likely our base is completely nuked. Yeah.
The only living thing left in that base.
That's right. Your body was the only thing that survived. Like in the middle of just
amongst
sat
all the
still
rubble, your living body is just hovering there.
Cold and alone in the snow.
I'm good. Just imagine my character way. Okay, it's time. Oh no, I overslept. Did I miss raid time? Where'd everyone go? Why am I naked? Where is everything?
And then you just hear a roar as the dragon comes charging at you.
Oh.
Oh no, I slept too long. It's all gone.
So there was really no point with
And hibernated through the Great War.
Literally.
I don't...
melted within seconds.
Like, what? And was it the Thought Patrol that did that?
No, it was Fear the Rhino.
No.
That was the name of their group. Thought Patrol and
Wasn't it
the other
Degens?
group came in after and cleaned us out.
I think it was the Degens. But I hatched the scorpion named Omni, placed him in front of the dancers to have a little funny ha-ha for everybody to go look at, like, hey, look, Omni finally joined us in spirit. And then our game, and then our base was destroyed.
And then I was killed. Which is the fate.
See, I guess that's supposed to be the fun of, like, Conan Exiles, is that you're supposed to get, like, you're supposed to be, like, super powerful, and then you just get completely nuked. And
the thing is, like Trucy said, best, it's not that we lost everything, it's how we lost everything.
It's how we lost it.
Because if it had been a big siege, like 5 or 10 people came in and they slowly chunked us down, we fought bloody inch by bloody inch, and then they just slowly grinded our base down through bombs and other things, that would have been fine by us. We would have had a great time. We'd be like, that's a great fight. We got knocked out. It's the fact that 2 dudes showed up and they just basically said spagoodle manoodle, and suddenly our base was just evaporated. That's what got us mad.
It melted away. I'm like, oh, well, fuck this. I'm going back to mine.
That sounds like that they hacked.
No,
unfortunately, that's how the game currently is set up. Is that there's
And
a
that
magic
is exactly
ability.
when we were after the Thought Patrol base. I was just like, that's perfectly fine for us to be less than them. It doesn't matter. You just have to get inside and then run around and blow your shit up.
Yeah.
But with magic, you don't have to do that. You can literally just magic yourself above the base and then just call down.
Are you still have to get inside and do it?
You can go above the base and do it.
Yeah, the magic has a bridge ability that's literally level 1. It's the first thing you get, and it allows you to build a bridge, so you can
See you
actually
later,
get on top
Manticore.
of bases.
Yeah.
The
Take care,
moment
man.
you
Dark, good
magic.
to have you. Hopefully, we'll see you next time.
So, how's everyone doing today?
I'm doing slightly
Doing
better.
good.
That's good.
So that's what Trucy was testing, was seeing how far Ice Bridge goes and a few other things, and it turns out you can go pretty damn far with it as long as you have a guild behind you or some help, or just spend some time. You can instantly get enough magic jars and stuff like that, and you just walk up and vaporize a base, because apparently the damage it does to buildings is astronomical.
It really is.
It reminds me of the.
Doing the user-suggested videos for now.
It reminds me of the
Alright.
Pymation animation of, like, I think it's
watching
called
a
Meet
video.
the Medic, where Medic, like, revives the Halloween event sorcerer guy. So when he revives, he goes, "Huzzah! Illuminus Ex Mortis!" And the entire
she's
base
watching
just
a
blows
video.
up.
What the fuck? Even where those?
How old the video games? Like, really old.
That's good old
I love it.
What? I'll make you all glow in the dark.
Oh god, it sounds like what music is sometimes.
Yeah.
Welcome to the old days, kids.
This is
Pain.
This is back in MS DOS.
Don't remind me, Ziggs.
Hey, Echo.
They
I
are now.
remember Dizzy and stuff like that.
Play the shit off me.
Honestly, okay, I don't know what that song was. All I know is that it was a song, and I'm like, Twitch mods! Ah!
I love Code Monkeys.
I do too. And that artist also
Great
made
show.
Manhunter.
Oh.
Oops.
Okay, I'm going to pop out of voice for now, but I'll still be on the stream.
Alrighty.
Sure.
Take care, Fox.
Bye, Fox.
See you later.
Duke Nukem. Yep, that's the one I know. The one where he's in the castle.
I'll be back.
Oh fuck.
Duke Nukem 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Not wrong.
Yep.
I've heard classic.
That's
Holy
still
fuck.
probably nicer than most people would call him.
Greasy bastard.
Wow.
Bazinga.
It is.
What?
Yep. Game scene control used to be a thing you could do in the old days.
Speedrunners want to know your location.
That's the thing. Old games have great speedruns because you can control the game moves.
Oh, third of the way there.
Just then, a white-hot plasmatic blast punched through the hull of his cruiser. Klaxons flared.
Or a sixth of the way there, if I really want to be pedantic. Which is good. This is good content. This is good something to be able to fill up the time.
There are aliens everywhere, and they've mutated the LAPD. Is anyone there? We need help. Great. What's the problem with all these aliens attacking Earth anyway? have to get their asses kicked. I guess one more. I'm gonna get medieval on your asses.
I love it.
Right then, you're dropped into Hollywood Holocaust and straight into one of the greatest
Oh god.
action games ever created. Shadow Warrior was a little more advanced.
Yeah, that's the level name.
But both those games had to stand on the shoulders of Duke Nukem.
Hollywood Holocaust.
It's finally time to pro this shit. Time to kick ass and chew bubblegum at the same time. For this playthrough, we're going to be using the Duke Nukem 3D 20th Anniversary World Tour. Nah, I'm kidding. We're using eDuke. Fuck off, Randy. Before Duke Nukem Punchline, before Duke Nukem Forever was favorite.
Honestly, that's deserved.
Love
Fuck
it.
Randy's pitchfork.
We've never seen anything like this before. We weren't prepared. You were Schwarzenegger. You were Stallone. You were the baddest motherfucker alive. We're playing on Come Get Some. Not Damn I'm Good. Fuck playing on Damn I'm Good because it's just Come Get Some, except you have to blow up enemy corpses to make
Yeah.
sure they don't come back. And that's not fun. That's bullshit and a joke, and we're here to have fun, right?
Right.
What is this fun you speak of?
Play Doom on Nightmare or Blood on Extra Crispy. Hollywood Holocaust tells you everything you need to know about Duke Nukem 3D's gameplay in one concise, badass, explosive level. First thing you do, I mean, you don't.
What does that one look better than the version I was playing?
does.
Because the update changed some things, including art assets.
Mm-hmm.
What update?
You got the Steam version, right?
I have a ROM from the Nintendo 64.
Oh.
That would explain it.
It might be the 64 version, might have different graphics in order to process correctly. I know the Steam version does.
Fuck me sideways. I have to start over.
You don't have to, because you're almost there.
Yes, I fucking do. Oh my god.
Did you not know about the Steam version?
I can't believe I was playing the dumpy version.
Oh, trust me, the Steam version
No.
is more dumpy. Like, it's
dumpy.
Not even a joke.
Not that dumpy.
Why is the dumpier?
Dumpy? Me? Me version?
I teleported. Wait, the bullet is still in my
I'm
esophagus.
gonna have to stop watching Hassan videos like everybody's back now that it's Conan and Duke Nukem instead of Hassan being the bullshit he is.
Anyways, welcome everyone.
Yes, welcome,
Hello.
welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, we're
Nixie is
You know what? I don't blame anyone.
Yeah.
Nixie is now doing her revenge plot. She has decided to become the nuke. She wants to kill everyone.
She's gonna be a heretic.
Yeah, I went back to server 1800.
Ah.
If you decided to become the thing she hated.
Instead of
Okay.
1880.
Did you want any help?
If you wanna join, you're free to.
Well, have fun everyone, I can't do shit.
Don't worry about it, Omni.
Oh, hi, Omni.
Hang on, let me pause this though.
Did you actually didn't realize I was here the whole time?
I'm streaming right now, so I didn't hear you actually come in, and I just realized when looking over onto my Discord.
That's right. Saving the women is
So,
part
Omni,
of your objective.
what's going on today?
The doubt kicked in.
Oh, artist out?
Yep.
Do tell.
So, I was currently working on an antagonist for the Omni comic that I'm currently been posting in your Discord, and every time I've tried drawing her, it's not been working. So the little voice in the back of my head's been saying it's not gonna work, and I should probably stop.
Oh, that voice is always a dick.
The best way you can get over that is just get
Yeah,
second
that
opinions.
voice lies.
Because the ghost of doubt will always doubt. It's not healthy. But like I said, you're an actual good artist. You design your own stuff. You put effort into it. You might think that you're bad, but just remember, there are people like me that look at what you do and just look on and awe and are like, how did you do that? That's magic.
Mm-hmm.
And that's always been my opinion.
I don't even know if a second opinion is needed. The reality is that, like, yeah, you're learning artist.
See it himself.
Yeah, you have a lot to learn. Yeah, if some of the stuff you draw might not work out, you can alleviate that for a few different methods, but the main method will probably still be long-term practice.
But it also helps to just get that, like, that little boost of encouragement. It's like, it just like how, like, for me, I have the doubt of when I stream. Like,
is it because you're overweight?
What? Me?
Only his ass.
The greatest movie I can point to that kind of has that kind of situation is Kung Fu Panda. Not the whole Kung Fu part, but the part where it has a mini storyline about the secret of his dad's recipe for making
Jack
ramen.
Fu.
Yep. And through the entire movie, he keeps saying, like, my ramen is always is not as good as my dad's because I don't have the secret recipe. And when he feeds the ramen to his friends, they're amazed by it, and they tell him, like, this is incredible. But when he eats it, he can't taste how good it is because he's always concentrated on the fact that he doesn't know his dad's secret ingredient. So he can't taste how good it is because he kind of subconsciously doesn't want to. And it's not until his dad comes up and says there is no secret ingredient is he able to finally taste his own food and enjoy it, because he's not constantly comparing himself to his dad.
A very metaphorical story.
And that's what I think Omni you could enjoy, is learn to enjoy your own art. And I like to think you do. I mean, you made a very delicious cow. That's not a bad thing.
Omni,
yeah, the issue that you're running into is that you're not, like, in love with the process here. You're worried about the results.
Do you need a puppy to sit in your lap for a bit?
You have to love the process with art.
I do love the process, and I love the fact that it actually helps.
You have to not care what you make. Looks like Cass.
You sound like Yahtzee Crow Shop.
You have to not care about if that's gonna happen.
He gave similar advice about writing, where he's like, if you want to get better at writing,
Yes.
You need to stop trying to think of the final result and just go with the flow. Just let it all flow out, because at the end of the day, you can go back and fix things. What's important is that you at least try and get it down. And then go
That
back
was the reason that I stopped art, because I could only think of the final result. That's all I cared for.
Yep. Artist fatigue.
And like, it just meant that I wasn't in love with the process. I was just in love with the results.
Same reason I couldn't get into writing.
Yeah. So Omni, you say that you love art. You know you love its process, but like... Could you elaborate on that? Could you? I mean...
Genuinely, the fact that, like, art to me was mostly just, it was a way to kind of express the creativity that I have. Also just show off, like, the thoughts that go in my head. It wasn't really like a aspect of considering it to be the worst thing, I guess. But it's also the thing that I thought was, like, how do I think of this? How to properly word this? It felt good. Like, even if it was like the dumbest comic book story or like the stupidest idea that popped into my head, I wouldn't abandon the concept of the stories that I wrote. I would just have edited them to make them sound at least better, in a way. Like,
What part of it felt good?
genuinely, there was like, usually show these ideas, like the basic ideas, to my friends, and they're like, "That's a really good idea," and so I elaborated on it more. Like, as an example, I created a story where a large number of humanoids lived in an underground facility, and above them was like an area full of monsters, and these monsters were like a hierarchy sort of thing. They would genuinely have gone down only to pick up a few amount of people, like grab them, pull them up with self-hope, and then eat them. At the same time, a larger number of heroes kind of started to brace themselves up, and a majority of them were, yeah, no, we're not doing that. We're gonna fucking take the surface. And I would have just like elaborated more on where these creatures came from, where the people were from, like why these people were doing their things. And by the end of it all, I was like, "This is a great story." Oh god, I can't do it.
When intentions outstrip ability.
Yeah.
It happens to us all, so you don't have to feel ashamed. Everyone goes through that. It's a humbling process. But with it comes learning about where you are at your weakest and improving.
Well, I mean, it just sounds like, though, that you enjoy writing more than drawing at that point, so keep elaborating.
But I also like designing the characters the majority of the time, because, yeah, I could write the characters, but it's usually better when I have a face for them. Like, if to draw the characters, I actually get to, like, think of how they dress, how they look, how they sound. Not how they sound, but, you know, like, their personality through, like, visual things. Like,
They're great, yes.
yeah. Like, if you look at the cowgirl, I decided to, like, mix in certain cow things. I also combined a little bit of Nixie in there.
Yeah.
And I combined it with the drone's colors. And then when I suggested, like, other
bits.
Yeah.
They're not little anymore.
They're fairly large and voluptuous. And quite lovely, if I do say so myself.
And then when I was like, when I drew like the one only fan art that I've ever drawn of the cowgirl, I also decided, hey, well, you know, Nixie has little seal things. What if I just put little radioactive warning symbols on the puppers?
And it came out real well, honestly.
Yeah.
I will not go down, boy.
And that just came to you, right? You didn't, sit and ponder on that?
Yeah, it did come to me. I was, like, I wanted to make the seals just because, you know...
Yeah, so I mean, that's inspiration. Inspiration, though in art is rare and hard to find.
Damn straight. I'm not sure if I'm the best.
Whereas art itself requires consistency on the day-to-day. So Omni, keep going about what you enjoy about it.
Another thing I kind of enjoyed was just genuinely this, like, not, by the way, this would just still be going into storytelling, but majority of it was, like, the ideas that came out of it. The characters I would have drawn usually had, like, own little bits and pieces about them that, if they didn't work for them, I would have actually taken out and put into different characters, just to see what'll fit. If I were to probably say, like, the original design for, Omni, in the comic that I currently am writing, he didn't wear that jacket device. Like, that was from a different character, and I gave it, and he originally wore, like, normal human hoodies and stuff. But after like changing his environment and everything else, the character changed. I decided to change the character's appearance, and I kept doing that for like at least until, like, I think I made him in like 2008 or 2018 or something, and so no wait, not even 420. Like, God, I don't remember how old this character is, but basically I've just kept designing him over and over. And this one felt like the best one out of all of them. So when it comes down to I would say redesigning the character was also fun for me.
So basically concept art stuff.
Yeah. I think, like, when I was in middle school, the one thing that I genuinely liked about drawing was, I think I wanted to be a video game designer? Like, I
A
would
lot
make
of people did.
Ah, yes, being a video game designer. If only it was as glamorous as you think it would be.
Yeah. And then I went to comics.
When you go and draw your comics while you're drawing them, how do you feel?
I mean, at first, it's like when during the sketching area, I'm basically like hard-driven to make them. Like, it's even to the point that if I'm ever in a Discord call with anyone, I will actually blink out, and the only time someone actually talks is like when they say either something that sounds like my name or just something in general that would have gotten my attention. Like, I'm hyper-focused, really.
Sure.
But by the end of it, I kind of feel complete when I do it. Like,
Ah, crap.
it was a success in some way.
So, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like you have 1 foot in, 1 foot out. How much of your time do you dedicate each day to practice?
Since you told me of what I needed to work on, I mostly practice like probably for 30 minutes.
Every day, or?
Like every day. If I needed to like practice for sketch or something that supposed to relies on like heavy.
Even if it's every day, that needs to be up to a few hours. Like 1 or 2 at least. And when you practice, what do you do?
Well, as you said, like anatomy. The majority of it is mostly anatomy.
Okay, so you're like doing the method that I talked about, right?
Yeah. Find a model.
And how do you feel when you're doing it?
I critique myself. If certain things don't appear to fit the model, I just tend to try again.
Well, yeah, it should be a critique-less process because you're not worried about critique. You're worried about repetition.
Yeah.
You have to get the lines on the page for now. So definitely do more of that. But like the greater point being is that we're trying to figure out if you're actually in love with what you're doing or if what you're doing is making you miserable.
I'm not. That's the thing about this, about art to me. It doesn't make me feel bad at all. Like,
Like, if you're being completely honest with yourself, if you're not worried about, like, I've spent so much time on this, but I can't give it up.
I don't want to give it up. Like, I don't want to give it up mostly because it doesn't feel like it's
Okay, let's try it from that angle. If I was to say to you, you have to give this up, what would you say would be a reason for not giving it up? Let's say art will cause you liver failure, just randomly for no reason. And I'm like, you have to give up. Your life depends on it. What would you say?
Then I wouldn't want to give it up. Even if it's like life-threatening, I genuinely enjoy writing my dumb stories. No, well, drawing my dumb stories. I mean, I'm a bad artist, but I want to get
Okay.
better.
Meanwhile, I'm over here poking a bear with a stick from a high wall.
Poke, poke, poke.
I mean, he who fights smartest lives longest, correct?
Big stick beat bear.
Live long, live free.
Now I
live
just have to
smart.
get it out of the house.
Behold the bare necessities of living on the frontier.
The simple bare
Nixie is
necessities.
just barely getting by. She can't bear the neighbors. It's unbearable.
Okay, he's locked out.
Don't quite understand the point of our killing you.
Locked in, I mean.
She's basically saying, "Want to give it up, even if it
Okay,
means."
he's not leaving me alone.
Yeah, NPC bears and stuff like that will hunt you forever. They're assholes.
Trying to get him to, like, quantify his love of it.
They will go through walls, Nixie, be warned. If
I'm sorry, Nixie, but he's after your honeypot.
Well, maybe they fixed it. I just know that sometimes NPC... Nope, they never mind. They will go through walls.
And then...
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, we're continuing video suggestions. I'm just trying to have this conversation a little quick because Omni is sad.
Sad Omni is sad. But Busty Omni is busty.
I will. If I ever become a streamer and this has to be one of my redeems, I'm going to be. I'm going to probably mark it as like 100, like 100,000 or something.
Busty Omni Redeem.
And I don't know how to help you when you're bumped like that.
Atomic titties.
Nixie.
Behold the atomic titties.
Move.
They alone
Move
will
me over.
destroy
Move
your
me over
body.
on top of Omni's model.
What? Oh no.
Okay.
You people
Back.
are so simple.
Back to your throne, pup.
Return to
Well,
your
seeing as
master.
Nixie's chest is currently obfuscated, I gotta find somewhere else soft to sit.
Just know, if anything bad happens, I will admit you are sitting on a pair of nuclear reactors. Not my problem.
Hot.
Whatever health hazard is not my problem.
I mean, you can't get much hotter than splitting atoms. Anyways, while we're splitting hairs.
What was your point that I was trying to make earlier before I was interrupted?
About what?
To the point of our killing him. I didn't understand that.
It's
What was the point you're trying to make?
Oh, it's to figure out what it is
how
that
much it needs
Omni
to
latches on to art. Like, what is it that attracts into art?
And to quantify the impact of it?
Okay. Does it generally make him happy, or is it just like going through the motions of a day?
Exactly. Are you truly in love with
Yeah,
art?
I
or
mean,
is it just
like
a
if an alcoholic has told your liver is gonna, you know, get demolished. If you don't stop, the alcoholic's gonna be like, damn, guess I gotta stop, and then don't stop.
Yep. I don't want to die, but at the same time, I don't want to go
Because
sober.
you know they're completely into it, right? That's their life.
Yep.
Drinking is what makes them happy.
It doesn't make them happy, it makes them numb.
Well, you know what she means. You're splitting hairs at that point.
That's. You know what does it, though?
What?
Being numb lets them be happy.
Oh. Remember, I'm very narrow-minded, simple. I need...
That's fine. It's okay. We're not going to hold it against
It's
you.
okay.
Just know that you won't survive the new world.
I probably won't.
I too am on the brain.
Can't help it.
So yeah,
Brain don't work too good.
it's like a. So would you say that your primary issue is just that you have trouble with your finished products, you have too much doubt, and that you do truly just love the process that you're going to?
Yeah. I can say for a fact it's the doubt of...
When you
people
get past the sketching phase, is that when things feel bad?
It really depends on what is being sketched. If it was a comic, then the only issue I technically would have is just positioning and, like, is the pose right or anything. That doesn't trigger the doubt. It's usually after the phase of lining is just when the doubt starts to slowly creep in. But the doubt could also appear like when it's character sketch, or when it's just like trying to think of what to do next in the story.
Okay. Well, let's see here. I do wonder what the root source of your doubt is. Have you thought about it at all?
I might have a vague idea, but it might be too personal for stream.
Go ahead.
It might be too personal for stream.
Unless it doesn't want you to.
That's why I'm holding back.
Okay.
Say it. Oh.
I'm not saying this to be like an asshole or callous. This is me just theorizing, having like a possible idea. I think it's because your dad and family kind of just left you.
Oh no, that's not. I've been a single parent. Like I've been a single child my whole life. I have not filled any. I was about to say single parent.
Single parent.
I've been a single parent my entire.
I mean, you had all those orb children.
Oh, what?
The orb children.
We don't talk about the pinballs. It's fine.
Okay, so.
Also, comfy back there, Omni.
but yeah, that's what.
Being
that's
abandoned
what
by parents is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, that's what I mainly thought was just being abandoned and not feeling fulfilled, parental-wise.
Oh no, I live with my grandmother. She's a very nice person. But yeah, I didn't really grow up with like an actual like family structure of a mom and a dad. If anything, I just grew up with my
Okay.
grandmother. But I don't really see anything of that being doubtful.
Well, I mean, that's its own sort of trauma.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's related to this. Well. Let's see. This is a very difficult thing because it takes a lot of thinking. On your part, that is. Have you done any of the legwork on yourself? Doubt.
Like the success thing that you told me to do? Or the homework?
No, just yourself down in general.
It's better to be honest than to lie about it.
No, I try to avoid stuff. Like the doubt stuff. I've been trying to avoid it.
You've been actively avoiding it, yeah. Well, that's why you're getting hit so hard right now. You can't do that.
Can't avoid it, you need to deal with it.
I mean, you can, but you're gonna be miserable. I mean, there's not much I can do for you if you haven't thought about it. You really need to think about it. That's all I can tell you. Avoidance only leads to more pain.
Yeah.
Well, you start thinking about it. Also, how did the bear get through the fucking wall?
If the NPC is
Animals
aggroed,
don't
it
care.
will follow you. Yeah, like if
The bear will
human
find a way.
enemies can't do it, I will say that. Luckily,
Yeah.
humanoid enemies can't. But animal enemies can go through walls if they're aggroed.
Which is
So it doesn't
why.
matter if you get on the other side of a wall.
Which is why the
Dragon,
dragon and sabers kept going for Natsu inside the house.
Exactly.
Nixie, why do you keep? Why do those? What did you do to the 3 bears?
She ate Goldilocks.
Apparently war crimes.
War crimes! War crimes,
Crimes
mom!
against bear kind. Slept
That's
and
the
eat
only thing
bed.
that makes sense for why they're being so anal right now.
Wow, I did not expect you to do anything. Anal.
She said
This bear just does not want me here.
she's
This
the
is
one who said
our
first
turf.
one time.
But yes, to everyone in chat,
I'm
I
gonna
hope you're-
fucking kill this bear.
as Nixie loses her mind against the bear.
You gotta get in there.
It's getting real grizzly in there.
Don't you start.
I'm literally
Please
just gonna
start.
lose aggro on and go farm, I guess, because it won't let me be home.
No, this is my house. You cannot have it. It is my house now.
I could get some iron production up so I can kill this damn animal. So will you start?
Remember, it's all on you, Omni. You can do it. I mean, I understand what you're going through, Omni. Not
You
through
have to
art.
realize that when you go around being gloomy and stuff, you take an emotional tax on the people around you. Anyone that you let me close to you feels what you're going to feel. And you don't want to not have people around you. Because that's even worse. You have to be willing to work on yourself. So will you do it?
I'll try. It'll be hard.
It's gonna be hard.
Yeah, it's super
It's
hard
always
to just
hard.
be happy on your own.
I will say, Omni, I do understand, not from art, but at a very similar perspective. For a long time, I avoided brushing teeth because I remember the pain of a certain dentist who believed that the only way to get children to brush their teeth was to, rather torture them. Like with that fucking scalpel. Like
Oh,
he would
you
always
too.
go deep cleaning.
Oh shit.
And he thought that tormenting a person would make them brush their teeth, and thus I avoided it. So every time I went to the dentist, I would lie, feel guilty, and then try to avoid brushing my teeth because I didn't want to remember feeling guilty. And it took a long time to kind of get out of that continuous path. So I can kind of understand what you're feeling on that aspect of trying to avoid the guilt because remembering why I was guilty makes me feel guilty.
I will be right back. I am going to quickly go grab some water.
Sure.
You ain't going nowhere.
Watch me!
Wait, get back here. Go back.
And just like that, he's gone.
Yep, he died of old person.
Oh, there. Well, there went my stress ball.
Don't worry, you still have it. He's just not conscious.
Yes, take advantage of the unconscious.
No.
I'm gonna boop his nose. Boop. Got him.
I do love one thing about this game, Nixie. You can punch someone in the face so hard that they
What?
split in half.
Oh
It
yeah.
is hilarious. I just backhanded a Norm so
Yeah,
hard
that's
that he
great.
fucking exploded.
I love Nixie's what. Every
I
time
do
she
too.
does it,
It
I
has
get
such
a,
a fun-
I get a smile on my face.
That's because
It's
we're
so-
sadistic individuals.
It's
You
so
know that, right?
it's so visceral.
It's almost like the deer in the headlights kind of situation. Like every time she sees a car, what?
What? You did what?
Oh, we're bad.
But anyways, I'm gonna put the video back on now.
Yes, ma'am.
Back from distraction. Go.
Well, it's not exactly realistic. That's not to say that the level interactivity in Duke Nukem 3D wasn't revolutionary. Kill you. This did happen in earlier versions of Duke 3D, but to simulate
No,
it, I just
God.
used Mega
Yeah,
Drive Edition.
still does.
It took me longer to find one in the 1.3 version that I got off the CD from 1996. Blow holes in walls, activate secret switches.
Fucking raw.
It opens a secret with all
Water has been received.
You've been booped so many times by Geek while you were away.
I was what?
Boop.
I was booped. Why was I booped?
I don't know. Ask it. Ask Jacob.
Lol, said the scorpion. Mamau.
Go to the highest point of the level near the exit, blast the turrets, get yourself full jetpack again. Save it by jumping down, and at the last second activate it to not die and save fuel. There's a secret where you can get all of Episode 1's weapons in this apartment. Now remember, this is 1996, and being able to describe anything in a first-person shooter is something that could possibly resemble something in real life. Apartments, movie theaters, strip clubs. Nuh-uh, no way. Go back and look at the city levels.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of references in there.
Tech War. This was completely new. You could hit light switches, you could use toilets, you could drink water from broken toilets and fire hydrants for health, you could crawl through vents to bypass the main route of the level. Seemed like the
Alright.
blow up this entire arcade.
This definitely fills up the time.
Basically. Literally.
Yep.
Yeah. That's how it works.
Yeah. Just gotta. Yeah. Grab
Always a viable method.
people.
How How does the bear see me to get aggro?
You might be standing still, you might be healing or accessing your menu. That your aggro bubble increases dramatically.
Really?
Yes,
Oh
I
my
have
God.
tested it. You can be on the other side of the wall, you could be on top of the wall. If you start healing, accessing your inventory, or looking at the map or something like that, enemies seem to aggro to you much more quickly, or from farther distances.
That's dumb.
Why do I suddenly have flashbacks to the episode of SpongeBob where it's the sea bear?
Pretty much.
You gotta stay in the circle! That's not a circle, that's an oval! Okay!
What I do that time?
I don't know! I think he just doesn't like you!
It's just like my school teacher.
Ah, yes. Education.
I still don't have that gun somehow.
You gotta find the secrets, Cow Mom.
I loved it though.
Yeah.
Oh god, who did we... Oh, wait, did we lose Geek?
Let's see. It's Zigzag, Omni, and myself. So yeah, Idol. From it did. Who's in the chat currently? Yeah, it's only just Omni, you, and myself, and as well as Nixie, of course.
Yes, I am the one true god.
And I'm all out of ass. Oh my God.
Yes, I'm.
Take some of mine, Nixie.
No, these are my stress. No, this is my stress ball.
Ha! I have enough ass to go around with everyone.
Brown bear. He was a big ass overprotective sweetheart.
Me?
References between different games was huge back then. All the games referenced each other.
Yeah.
Well, it's because normally the companies were in the same building.
Yep.
Like Insomniac and Naughty Dog were literally like one floor above/below one another. So that's why Insomniac talked about.
This is back before you get copy struck if you put a reference in your game.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, did you know that a lot of the remakes that come out actually have a lot of reference that, like the remake of Halo had to remove the
Yes.
the marathon symbol
Yep.
because the marathon symbol was still owned by Bungie.
Yep.
And most of you probably don't even know
Like
what
in
the fuck
Duke
the
Nukem,
marathon
there's
symbol
like
is.
Jill Valentine. There's
Oh,
the ship
yes.
from Independence Day. There's Hannibal Lecter.
Yep. Actually, this is a question for chat and
Dead.
to anyone else. Do you know what the marathon symbol
All of that
is?
would have to be removed.
I do.
You are a sad individual. Actually, Nick's... Oh my god, the bear.
I don't know what it is.
I don't either. Do you maybe you have to build your walls thicker? Something about that's fucked.
It's pretty silly.
Well, that was unfortunate.
You forget what it looks like? Actually, that's a question I did want to ask. Nixie, do you know what the marathon symbol is?
No.
How do I explain this? Bungie's original big game was a game series called Marathon. And I could actually link a very in-depth diagnosis of the trilogy.
Hello,
It's
Mandalore
pretty
Gaming.
wacky. Yes.
Sure.
Mandalore. But essentially, the marathon symbol is something that Bungie took and continued to use for a lot of different stuff they did. It's in a lot of their products, both good and bad. And it is also was used as the Reclaimer symbol in the original Halo, and pretty much in a lot of their stuff. It's used for map designs, symbols, choreography. It's everywhere.
It's supposed to be that Marathon and Halo were supposed to be interconnected to one of another.
Yeah, but they went off into their own thing after a bit. But yeah, like, the symbol is really everywhere, to the point that people started seeing it in places it wasn't. But when Microsoft released the remake of Halo 1, 2, and 3, they had to scrub the Marathon symbol, and they alternate to a new design, which is more shitty and really convoluted looking. Oh my god, Nixie.
Oh, wow.
What the fuck?
That bear really doesn't like you.
Did that bear just spawn in the desert to hunt her down again?
No, she killed herself.
It did not, thankfully.
The bear wanted... Again, the bear wanted Nixie's honeypot.
They shall have endless titty meat.
Rigor mortis. You can't harvest it.
Nixie's tits just become diamonds.
So that's how they stop it.
If that bear shows up again, I'm literally calling it that you have pissed off some deity somewhere.
At this point, I almost think you need to build thicker walls or something, because something's clearly bugged.
My money's on the bear just being an asshole.
Wait, that level's of secret?
What?
I didn't know that was a secret level. Yeah, that level fucking sucked.
Welcome back, everyone who's slowly joining back in. Slowly but surely. It's prime doggo time. Well, it's prime puppy time.
Oh, look, a stress ball.
Ha! Watch it.
No. I will touch it.
Actually, that's a question for all you kids out there. Do you know what a hit scan weapon is?
Hit scan.
Door thing, sandwich.
Good night, sandwich.
Night, sandwich.
Yeah, and then that thing becomes a regular monster.
Yep. Yes, he does. But yes, there is projectile weapons and then there's hit scan weapon. And one is easy, the other is basically death.
And he is, because they're after the women. Pretty dark and fucked up, but it's not like in DNF where they actually show it. No, that's...
Yeah.
Wait, Civvy, what about Faces of Death? If I'm gonna talk about episode 1, I have to talk about
Nixie, will you be able to like show anything on YouTube that it shows Conan Exiles? Because I know Twitch is okay.
YouTube, I don't
Yeah.
think you can. Oh, can you?
No, you can.
Really?
I think it's only like a thing
Yeah.
to it. Like, as long as the title doesn't have nudity.
Just the thumbnail can't.
Really?
And you can't... isn't it also you
Yeah.
can't talk about anything in the title as well?
I do not. I'm sorry, Shio. I kind of wanted to go 24 hours again.
Are you?
Why would
no-
you doing it to yourself?
Are you sure you want to do that, Nixie? You just
It's
did it.
fun.
She's got addicted. She's addicted to the insanity.
Nixie, no, please. Think of the little children. The orphanage needs you.
Cow Mom needs to be cognizant.
Well, they're gonna need a new orphanage, Mommy.
Not it.
Nixie just starts stealing all the children. Collects them all like Pokemon.
Yeah, I've kidnapped children for the orphanage. You can't stop. I mean, I've borrowed children. I mean, you know.
I collect children. For what? For my war museum.
Literally raised by wolves.
How depressing.
Raised by me? Barb?
You're not a wolf, you're a glorified pooch.
I'm a Samoyed. I'm a closer representation of a wolf than anything.
Oh, video.
I was bred to be a snuggle buddy.
Oh, I remember this video.
Oh yes, the Gears of War video.
Good old Flash gets.
No. Oh my god. He showed weakness.
Oh, I forgot there was a Gears of War that sucked ass.
It's the ones after. It's all the ones after 3.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
There's been like I think 3 other Gears of War games.
Yeah, wasn't there like an entire like batch of them that was all like, "Hey, the Locusts are back," but not really?
Yeah,
Well,
essentially.
Well, no, because there was 3, then there was the prequel series involving what's his face, Barrett or whatever.
Barrett, yeah.
Without the goggles, yeah. And then there was 4, which was Dom's son, and then there was 5, which was the other lady. Not Dom's son. What am I saying?
Marcus's.
Marcus's son. Yeah.
I was like,
which I thought was pretty good.
Like, I just remember them being terrible because the story was so out of the world. And I was just like, what is going on?
Well, essentially, like it doesn't make much sense because with the destruction of the emulsion or whatever it's called.
Yeah, the emulsion.
The all of the hive just up and just died. They just went bleh, and they're just gone. But
sorry, video.
Also, by canonical standard, the locusts were manufactured. They couldn't have been naturally created.
What is happening?
Oh,
Transcendent food. Oh my god, that animation.
Why is it the thing from Undertale?
You'll see.
Explosive Voyager.
That's a happy customer right there.
Oh no.
We have the meats.
I don't understand what happened.
Because the whole joke is that he took a video idea from mostly voted or categorized, mostly voted tagged on things on his Patreon.
Oh, okay.
So
why
it was
is there pink eye?
So it was space theory, all about all our foods blowing up, legendary Pokemon, and Gardevoir. So it was about Gardevoir at a food place trying to get rid of legendary animals. All about getting rid of legendary animals by blowing up food, and Dialga and Palkia used a space rift to throw their food away, and it blew up Flowey.
You know what? I don't know what drugs are, but I'm pretty sure this would all make more sense.
All right.
Oh no, this dude, NHC Productions, he creates, like, they're really good animations, but they're on borderline horny at points.
Have you not seen the Monster Hunter one with the bomb lady?
with Valstrax? Yes, I've seen that, and I was just like,
this is the Pokemon push-up sky.
Yeah, this is NHC Productions.
I thought NHC Productions was a girl.
Yeah, very horny.
Uh-huh.
Alright, next video. Let's continue this gravy train.
Oh,
Somebody say gravy.
They sure are fixed.
Gravy! Also, welcome back, Jacob.
Get back into the basement
Oh,
of shame.
Back to Baki.
Back to the basement with you.
Spoilers. No.
This is King Ganashra, not Baki. What are you on about? Never mind, it is Baki.
It's still Baki, but there's gonna be King and Ashura.
Oh, that old man. Still a great thing.
That reminds me, we still need to watch Baki.
The only other old man I can think of who did something similar was Hunter x Hunter. The old man who fights the prince.
Netter? No, is it Netter or is it...
You mean the old man who fights Hell?
The prince of the, what are they
Chimera
called?
Ants.
The Chimera Ants.
Yeah, so.
Yes.
Hell.
Wait, Nixie, I just watched, I'm playing on the Burn, that dungeon, right?
Right.
And I just watched the healer. The healer was in one of the lanes of the giant boulders. And one of the boulders fell on top of the healer, and they just died.
And then we fucking wiped.
That sounds about right.
Oh, it was hilarious, because it was literally just
That does sound about right.
them just healing me, rocks fall, and they just died, and I'm just like, oh.
There's a reason why there's a phrase, rocks falls, and then
Oh, this.
This?
Yes.
Holy shit, they use whole movies music. Oh, I see this.
Oh my god, his wrist is just broke.
A Homestuck reference. What the fuck?
Homestuck reference.
Somebody, please!
No.
Whatever's there.
Wow.
And then they
Oh
fucking use
god,
Gek
he's
the whole
Star
time.
Foxing.
No,
Don't they make
he's
a bunch of terminal montage jokes with him?
he's Gexing. Because Trico is
Gecko.
is a gecko, so he's using quotes from Gex.
Right, isn't Gex from up?
No, Gex
No,
is
Gex is his own thing.
yeah.
Oh.
Gex is a very old PS1 game.
It's tail time. Oh yeah, it's tail time. Also, I want to thank you. I want to thank you guys for being with me on this a never-ending torment that is the Relic grind. With you guys helping me talk, I'm already halfway through, a little over halfway through, getting one of my weapons.
Pay no attention to the professor's screen if you go back to it. Pay no attention to it.
I'm winning.
Probably. Holy fuck.
I forget how old this is.
It's back in.
I swear so much of this screams terminal montage.
It's not.
No, this is a completely different.
I think, like,
what the fuck?
His most recent one is just
Yeah.
a pizza girl. Or something.
Yeah, it's about girls driving fast cars.
Correct it is.
Eustace?
Good old Norman, aka Pokemon's quote-unquote best dad.
Technically, he's the first dad to ever show up in a Pokemon game, so you can't really fault him.
And he's, well,
And he's the only dad you ever find?
No, well, there are other
Yeah.
dads, but he's the canonical dad of your character. And in the manga that he's represented in, he's a complete and utter dick. Like,
Well,
they
yeah.
actually take inspiration from the manga with how he acts. Is
Time
that
for revenge on the bear.
Good luck, Nixie.
Kill him.
that bear.
Nixie has
Who the
unlocked
fuck?
iron weaponry.
Oh, every hit doesn't apply bleed with this, just the specials. Oh my god.
What?
Oh, please don't.
What the fuck?
Your ass spent 15 to 30 minutes. Did he say
I love the
Digimon?
whole movie sounds.
Yes. I want a Monster Rancher reference. Markiplier.
Oh my god.
Bye. Pokemon. Pokemon.
Did he pull his pocketbook out of his ass?
Yes.
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 What the fuck? Did he just evolve?
Yes.
Playback for that body. It would appear.
Ba-da-da-da.
Oh god, she's a redditor.
God, there's so much terminal module in this, holy shit.
Oh yeah, Terminal. This was kind of the inspiration of Terminal Montage.
Really? This is that
Yeah.
old?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that makes a ton of sense. You can't get into the server 1800 protein.
Yeah, the server next to you and everyone that first started on is super crowded. And I think
Yeah.
it's because we kind of helped the server kind of grow strength.
It wasn't maxed up when I logged in just like an hour ago.
Might be rating time.
Eventually, I just can't keep my mic on because this horrible machine is sounding like a, a fax machine with Tourette's.
Okay.
It's awful.
Okay, good.
Oh no.
Oh yeah.
Don't look into the back of it. The lore of Pokemon is
fuck.
insane. Like, some of the things is just, like, horrifying.
Yeah, I don't know how anyone exists in that universal life.
I don't know.
I think it's just they
Can
procreate
never
a
live in
lot.
this
That's why
world.
they
Too
send
many
children.
giants.
Actually, I think I figured it out, Nixie. Natural first, or I should say best. That's why they send 10-year-olds
Oh.
out into the world without any parental guidance.
Oh no.
Every single adult is a child that survived the
Thanks,
world.
hold up.
The only way to
No,
survive is to be the
this.
very best that no one ever was.
Oh,
Except
are they human
everyone
feet?
was. Every single adult is a child that
No,
survived the
hang it.
training.
Just watch.
Oh.
Horrible. Oh no.
Too many giants.
Oh fuck.
Oh,
No! Cheapest.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Oh no!
They just all die.
No!
Yep, and the perverts. It's all the perverts.
Feet fetishists. Ruining everything.
Yeah.
Looks in Zig's direction.
I am not a foot fetishist.
Oh, no.
I think they're terrifying.
I like big fucking thing like that.
I'm a bean advocate, thank you.
I like boobs. I like boobs and boobs accessory.
Meh.
I'm a
Power.
simple being.
I like spiders and friendship.
I'm in the Joe Cat school.
Oh shit, drunk oak.
Hey,
Oh,
Pog, let's go.
junk oak.
Uh-oh.
Wait, what's this?
What's the
It's
horny
drunk
this
oak.
time?
He's trying to
I
figure
don't
out
know.
what makes shops successful because he failed.
Uh-oh.
Must be brought to heel.
My boy!
Can you tell him that I'm doing well?
Yes, sir. That's it.
Thank you.
Oh my.
I don't know that they make shops do well.
Oh. It's
Now
it's
that one does.
It's that kind of cafe. Okay.
Oh! Ho ho!
Yeah, that one definitely makes cafes do well.
Yep, he figured it out. Pretty waifus sell.
Titties.
Yeah.
You always gotta have the booba.
Why does he keep saying band?
Ooh.
What? 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 Oh, wait, hold the fuck up. Where the fuck is band? I don't get it.
In chat.
Is someone spamming band? I don't see that. I'm checking right now.
I'll be in it.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Oh.
What?
I know this video.
So fucking.
Oh
Hey,
boy.
Doggo.
Most of them. Oh. Or giant square.
Bar.
Very important individual.
I'm super serial, guys. Super
I'm super
serial.
ethereal.
I love this guy. He's funny.
He's pretty silly. Oh my god. He just keeps going.
I
Yep, he
wish
keeps
I had his
adding
level
names
of
every
drive.
single.
Ooh.
Server 1800.
Server 1800 PvP. Don't ask about location because we don't. Even I don't know. Actually, hold on. I'll actually post this in the actual general chat.
Okay, so it's special. Attack and then hit. Hit gives believe.
Oh.
Was it the right thing to do to slay these foul beasts? Did they have as much right to live as he did?
No.
You need to lay them, not slay them.
Why not both? You can lay and slay.
Yeah,
Like your own
exactly.
town.
You must sexually dominate them in battle until they become your sub, and then ride them into battle.
You know what I think I'm gonna do?
What's up?
When I get my new model,
Are you having a new bit? Are you gonna make a debut?
I'm gonna set up a bed in this room for myself.
How?
And I'm just gonna
lay in it.
How's the progress on your model, by the way, Nixie?
I'm just gonna go to bed on the stream, but I'm gonna do it on Chatterbait so I can be naked.
Oh. Not expecting that.
Modern problems require modern solutions, after all.
Correct.
What is happening? Everything is breaking apart. The universe is
Yeah, what is
failing.
happening to the video?
Everything's falling apart.
Roman Nixie mentioned Chatterbait.
They keep adding to the name.
Hang on, I have to restart the Discord stream.
Hot God, destroyer of Bismarck, defeater of Ismark, killer of Doggo, and wife of Harold.
Let's see.
What's up?
You're streaming the game.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go. How about now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bob.
Oh, Mom.
PvP.
PvP. Chat. I put it in the Discord chat.
I also put it in
General.
the Twitch.
Always PvP for me. I don't do PvP.
PvE.
PvE is experimental. PvP is the way to fight.
Yeah. What is this dub?
It's the BBC dub.
Yes, basically an alien girl comes down to try
My God.
and seduce him, and he has nothing. He just thinks she's weird and thinks aliens are gross, so he wants only to have human women because be with a human because he thinks that's the normal way of life. And so he believes
Okay,
that
then.
each race should stay in their own.
Wow. Sounding just a smidge racist there, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
That was
This
his
was
entire
BBC
shtick.
in
He was supposed to be a cautionary character.
He's
for
literally
Japanese
just
men
like
to
a human nationalist.
Yeah, that was the point of the show originally, at least the show's interpretation was for Japanese
So
men to
silly.
know that they should stay with Japanese women and not be with foreigners. Because foreigners are loose and lewd, different, and need to be stopped. That's why all of the foreigners are portrayed as these ugly, ogreish people, mostly. Just lewd women who are all loose and loosey.
But later it does
The main
become a
woman
love
is
story.
good looking, though.
I think later on he actually discovers that he actually likes her.
Oh my god.
I think that's after the original creator finally died.
Yep.
Yeah, it might.
Yep. Okay, so that was right. When the original creator died, that's when they changed the nature of the show.
Oh, that's fucked. Oh, hey, it's Twitter. Oh no, it's Twitter.
Oh, a Twitter post.
We mean a Twitter post.
It's not loading
boy.
either.
Oh.
Here we go.
Ducks
Oh,
dancing.
wow.
Duck rave.
You could say it's the duck step. That's what this is, you know it.
That joke was just foul.
That joke is what it was, and it is foul.
Out. Out of this
Up
voice
this!
chat.
I love
Away.
it. Give this respect.
Found another vault. As you may know, the opening of the first vault 5 years ago triggered a chain reaction that revealed more from Pandora.
I love this.
Where is Macho Man Randy Savage here?
Macho Man. Macho Man.
Reasons.
Or I
This
should say
is
Mr.
for-
Satan.
Mr. Torg.
Mr. Torg is a
the
one.
best character.
Yeah, I love Mr. Torg.
He literally built his company from explosions and nothing else.
Apologize!
Yes, his vault, they literally installed a thing to stop him from
Cursing.
swearing.
And that is, it's the best thing.
It's fucking awesome! Badassitude!
Yeah, the Hercule voice actor is great.
Oh, he said
Torg
he
was a stand-up gray.
and I love how like they actually make him a like he's very much like this all the time, but he's also very sympathetic.
He's a he loves his mom. He loves helping others. He often sticks out his neck for others.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Like
Oh my god. Which Borderlands is this? Because I don't
Borderlands.
remember this being in 2.
this is in 2.
No, this
is
wasn't new. This is the DLC.
This is
This is the
Torg's
DLC.
tournament. This is Torg's Tournament
Oh.
of Carnage, I think is what it's called.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's also smart. That's the other thing. He is
Oh,
shocking.
okay.
I remember
he already got a
Borderlands
company.
2.
He's a
He may look-
he was a genius. Torg is
Yeah.
actually a certified genius. He just likes explosion. He likes explosions so much that people just think, oh, he's just some dumb jock. Also, he's a massive nerd
And a feminist.
and a feminist. Yes.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
He's great so far.
They didn't.
I would
They
like
don't even
to
like
thank
destroy
the
his
person who
character.
suggested this.
Oh god, if my computer could actually handle playing Borderlands, I would buy the fuck out of it. I would actually do commissions just to buy it.
You have a commission to continue your subscription.
Yes, I finished your commissions though.
No, you need to do it for to continue your subscription.
Yes.
I mean, commissions?
Wait, Nixie, is this home?
It will be awesome!
Is this
Why
a
is
real
this
thing?
moving?
Don't worry about it.
Oh, the movie Ice Block? Yeah,
I am
that's
slightly
enemy.
worried.
It's just shifting ice. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's
Do
a
I kill
powerful
it with a
enemy.
pickaxe
you need,
or
like,
something?
endgame gear to even touch it.
If you touch it, I think you'll die.
Yep.
Wow.
Alright, this makes run number 10. That makes me officially 1/3 of the way there. Out of the 30 I need.
Because reasons.
Yes, that is Torque. He is excited.
He is extremely excited.
Later, he does blow up the ocean.
He does, which is awesome.
He uses
Blows
a
up the
magical
ocean.
banjo to summon
Yeah.
nukes in order to nuke the ocean out of existence.
No, it's a lute. He uses a lute, not a magical banjo.
Ah, yeah, sorry.
I thought it was a banjo.
magic lute.
No, he's a barbarian.
Bard.
Yes.
He's a barbarian. That's right.
See,
Pathfinder,
the concepts
Barbarian.
of Tiny Tina's.
We'll explain it later. Let's watch the video.
Also, not you. Are you in Shadowbringers, by the way?
I'm in endgame. Like
Oh.
I've been in endgame.
The ones that are currently in Shadowbringers are currently me, Ziggs, and Yugi. 'Cause
Six
I
is
think-
not in Shadowbringers.
Wait, he's not?
No.
But
Ziggs, what are you stuck on?
Oh my god.
I guess the one thing that I wish that they didn't do in Shadowbringers or in Stormblood was them. Well, I guess we can talk about this after the video.
I don't know. Ziggs ain't done all the way.
Oh, Ziggs, how far are you in Stormblood?
I think I got to Domo Castle, and then I just chunked out really hard, and I haven't been able to bring myself to go back. I'm gonna have, but it's so hard.
Oh no, you are very
The
far
story
behind.
keeps
You are very-
starting, and I get excited, and then it just stops dead. And
It
goes
does.
cold again.
That's the problem. That's honestly the problem. Is that Stormblood just like the dungeons are so much fun. They're some of the funnest dungeons, I would say, because they start doing unique mechanics and like the boss fights are interesting. But
And apparently they get the quick time events later on.
But the story just takes a fucking face dive.
Would it be better if me and Omni were there with you? And even Natsu, especially Natsu?
Maybe, but it's just this painful situation where the story gets interesting every time the villains are on screen. When the villains get involved, it's fun because it's interesting, and then it just as soon as you leave the screen, it's over.
So you just finished reclaiming Doman Castle?
No, I think I was just outside of it or close to unlocking
Just
it.
outside of it. Okay, so you're at them infiltrating Doman Castle, so you finished the step. The Asm step.
Yes.
Which I think is, again, I think is
The
a
dungeons
really...
in that are fun. Everything else leading to them is like 9,000 steps. Anyways,
We just talked to Black Label.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it after the video.
I've just been only hearing her fuel just yelling this whole time. I haven't heard anything you guys were saying.
That's fair.
Literally didn't hear a single word. I just heard Mr. Hercule yelling.
That's fair.
That's right. His last name is Flexington.
Yes, Mr. Torg Flexington. Yeah.
His grandmother is Grandma Flexington, and I actually found out she used to be a pro wrestler, and she actually retired because she killed all of her competition.
Yep. Yeah, because that's in the story that she does, that the Waddle Gobbler story.
Yep. She
Because if you
brutally murdered all her competition in a 60-on-1 match.
Tiny Tina.
See, the thing is about... I think the Asm Step, it's very interesting seeing kind of the culture of the Asm Step. And that's what I honestly kind of wish that they did with the Alamegans, where the people of the Asm Step were just like, you seem like a nice guy, but we don't trust you. Do you know anything about our culture and our caste
The thing
system?
is, I would have liked to see their culture, but their missions were so fucking blackout boring. I could not. I fell asleep through most of it and just sleepwalked through it after a while.
Oh no, the moment I entered the Asm Step, I was enthralled.
Yeah, that's because you're an Aru.
Yeah, the Aura culture's fucking interesting.
How, like, they use, like, a tournament, essentially, to determine, okay, which tribe is going to lead us these several years.
And the funny thing is, every step of that way, I hated it, a lot of it, because Aya was with. She sucks the life out of every single situation. But the moment she was out of shot, and I was actually able to spend time with the samurai dude, and he made a connection with the blue people.
Oh,
and, like,
Gosetsu or
yeah, the big samurai.
Okay, Gosetsu. Yeah, Gosetsu's awesome.
He had like a moment where he kind of connected with the concepts of the blue people, and was like, I hated them, but now I kind of understand what they value. That was all interesting. And then Aya comes back, and she just sucks the life out of everything again.
Aya? Who the fuck is Aya?
I can't pronounce her fucking stupid name. She's the one who jumps in the front of every conversation, is like, me, why aren't you fighting the Empire? You should die because you're not fighting.
Oh, are you talking about Lise?
It was pretty long, monster.
Are you talking about Lise?
I don't remember her name. It's the one who pretended to be her sister, and then she started becoming
that's
annoying.
Lise.
Yeah, Liz. Well, I don't consider her boring. I just consider like she's character.
She's Yamcha. She's Final Fantasy version of Yamcha.
I hate her.
Don't worry, guys. I got this. No, you don't. You're gonna just sit in the back and be just like, oh no, big strong enemy. You go.
Well, my problem is she always goes back to the same argument that I've seen in real life, and it is one of the most vile arguments, which is, if you're not fighting, why aren't you fighting? You should die because you're not fighting. That the concept of every man, woman, and child has to stand up and start fighting. Which is the argument she had towards the villagers.
Okay, monster, I will slap them on the tushes and tell them to hush.
Oh. Apologies.
Hold on, let me just quickly.
They want to hear the videos.
Sorry.
Tupper, but I need to do this. Open pump.
Okay.
Okay then.
I'll mute myself in the Discord.
But yes, Lisa is very lame.
Does she get better?
No.
No.
No, take it from two people who know
He's
that.
a politician, not a fighter. I mean, she technically does get better, but like the things that she does is political.
Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna mute myself so then you guys can watch videos. There we go. Alright, but you guys aren't gonna be muted.
What is he doing?
Oh, wait. No! How can I mute myself but also keep streaming? Explosions.
What is happening?
I don't know.
What the fuck is this?
The clan is just me.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that was a little confusing. Is he Swedish? Is that the joke?
I think so.
I think so.
That's pretty silly.
It's very. This is sounding very familiar to me.
Oh no. Very silly.
Incredibly silly. Hello, Jackie. Welcome, welcome.
What? What the fuck? How did that hit me? Oh my god, it's the Doomslayer.
Yeah.
Doomslayer.
Yeah. He thought.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he washed that nigga in like 5 minutes. Cat. I seen the icon and said, ain't no way he beat me 5 minutes. I kid you not. It was like watching Mike Tyson.
All right.
Cool.
Oh my god.
So don't he get tired? Nah. Nah, it don't work like that. He's the embodiment of he's not trying to deal with us, we're trying to deal with him.
Yes. Right. It is not safe.
You are no longer safe.
No one is no longer safe from the Doom player.
These are great. I'm gonna let a few play there first.
Ah, dang it.
Oh, they're talking about Kratos.
Yeah.
The title says all gods after fighting Kratos.
Oh.
Damn.
I mean, he ain't wrong though.
Nope, not wrong at all.
Damn. Oh fuck. Uh-oh, no. Damn.
Oh wait, wasn't it just beating on the side of the actual, just repeatedly spamming the one button?
There we go.
How did you die? You know, I don't even want to talk about it. You know. No, I get it. It's hard to talk about it.
Damn.
So 1/3.
First off, I barely touched him. All right, to this day, I don't even know how I killed him. Second, maybe if you guys brought me the right child, we wouldn't be in this situation. And you know what? I take full responsibility.
Oh, no.
Because I sent a dumbass to do the job. Sorry, please just take the kid with the red mark.
Stretchy Poppy.
I also told you to make sure his name was Kratos. Where? No, Perseus. He's not.
Oh, that's right, Perseus. Oh.
Oh no!
Who said that dumbass shit? Gaia?
This is great.
Alright? First off, besides Zeus, I'm the strongest god here. So when I was taking care of, I knew it was up for y'all. Hercules, put your fucking hand down. Motherfucker. My name has been disrespected for far too long. Do you know that niggas are comparing me to Aquaman? Aquaman. I mean, like, that is so disrespectful. Go on YouTube right now and search up Kratos versus. Guess who names in the top 3, if not number 1? Me.
Oh, no.
You wanna know why? Because I don't know what I did, but what he did to me had to be racist.
What did? Wait, who is that? Who
His
is?
flight was so badass, though. At the start of 3,
It was
That
so
was
cool.
Poseidon. He was against Poseidon. That
Oh.
was Poseidon who currently got.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
in
yeah.
the actual game.
it was so fucking cool. Yeah, he's like the most badass of the gods there.
Sadly, he died in the most brutal way.
Thank you everyone for your support over the last 5 years. What have happened, but I made it this far thanks to the support of all you. I continue to do my best. So I hope you will support me.
She's cute.
Okay? Thank you. Okay. 5 more years. Yeah. Next. After 5 years, 10 anniversary ですね。Next, 10 anniversary.
Okay.
10th anniversary.
Keep going. Keep this train going.
My building, I forget.
So Ruin's the
I need
best.
something, but I can't remember what.
What you looking for?
I don't know.
Are you
Is
trying to
it-
make a weapon? Armor?
No,
What are you specifically looking for?
I don't know.
Did you know that Picora, that a VTuber bought a monkey?
I completely forgot in the middle of it, so I don't know.
I think this would go into music suggestions, not video suggestions, would it?
Yeah, it's a music video.
Yeah, this is definitely a music suggestion. Yeah, but if it's music-centric, it goes in suggestions for music.
What am I looking at?
Music video.
Yeah, it's. Which also, bot muted. No.
It's only gonna be that portion.
I know, but it's still.
Wait, you put it in video suggestions so it would be heard? What?
Well, that's not where it's supposed to go, Monster.
Yeah, monster. That's technically not where it's supposed to go. Just like how technically this wouldn't technically shouldn't be in it either because it's music centered.
It's another one.
Yeah, it's another.
Yeah.
Like, it's appreciated that you guys want to show Nixie music, but right now it's video time, not music time. Yes, chicken nugget! My spirit,
Oh, hey,
one of my
Tim.
spirit animals.
No, just sniffing.
We got another one.
Oh, I wanted to pickaxe.
Oh,
That
Monster
was
Roll.
adorable.
Monster Roll
It's
left,
me.
I think.
No, just sniffing.
We got another one.
How did you get arrested? Sniffing candles. I see.
Oh yeah, I put in a long one because this was during the long session. So this
Oh,
is a
I
long
needed
video.
it for a torch.
Oh, whoops. I love whoops.
I do love whoops.
How long is this video?
21 minutes.
Oh,
Not
okay.
sure.
It's a longin'.
We'll watch it for a little bit and see what it's about.
It's them playing Elden Ring on four-player co-op, and the chaos that
Now-
that brings.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah,
important
they're pretty
question: are they
funny.
using the exact same mod as Crumpus and Nixie?
Exact same.
Oh no!
I don't think Monster is very happy that we skipped over their video.
No. We'll get over it though.
Kind of that thing of like, it's that kind of thing of like, it's appreciative, but at the same time, not the time or place, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I
You'll
get
have to
that.
follow the rules.
Like, I have lots of music videos I want to show that I think are really cool, but their
But now's
music,
not the time.
right?
This is a big box.
Big box. But
It got wiped out.
Oh
Nix-
shit!
Nixie, are you talking about your big box?
Bad dog.
My big box didn't get wiped out.
But didn't it?
Wait, is our stuff still there?
It did not.
Oh.
Is
Different
Natsu?
server.
Oh. I was gonna say, is Natsu still there?
Wasn't like
Maybe.
one server? They're both in the 1800s. Just one's a different thing.
Oh.
The one upside, I've officially started lining the character, and I'm happy.
Also, I need to upgrade my gear. There we go. Hey.
This could have just been the video all on its own and it would have been fine.
There's a lot of funny stuff in between.
I feel that this also just represents me and Geek as a friendship.
What do you mean?
You know exactly what I mean, motherfucker.
Welcome back to Car.
Oh god, the video player.
What about it?
It's all laggy and like It sounds kind of bit crunched.
Oh.
I hope you die. After we do randomizer, we need to do a run where we put on the gay sex mod.
I'm so glad we're finally coming. Yeah. Harder. All right. I'll be right back to grab your orders. Great. Thank you. Thanks, man.
Oh, this is where we left off on the videos. Okay, so we're all caught up.
Oh, sweet. Huzzah.
Since we're all caught up, I'm going to do this.
Uh-oh.
40K.
More 40K
Lord.
stuff. Oh no.
Yes.
Nixie's doing another 24-hour stream. Run for your lives.
Nixie, are you going to be doing another 24-hour stream?
No.
I'm debating on it.
Nix.
Make it a subathon. Oh wait, no, terrible idea.
Going to continue where we left off yesterday.
Okay.
Oh, we're going to learn about the lore of
the Emperor.
Of the Emperor, Keanu Reeves. Did I run it dry? Draw. Go back. Oh no. Okay. Let's go. Inlet Dark. This one. Swallow's Compass.
We would know who was raised to become the Emperor of Man. He was first conquer and then rebuild humanity, leading it into the light, saving it from itself, and form his autocracy, known as the Imperium of Mankind. Unlike so many before him, though, he had power not only as an unstoppable warrior, but in many other traits such as rational thinking, tactics, philosophy, economics, compassion, foresight, and
Madness.
everything and more that would be required for a supreme leader. The Emperor, though, fought not for selfish personal gain, bloodlust, and war, like all the other scattered remnants of humanity left on Earth. He had selfless, higher goals to restore humanity spiritually, intellectually, and physically, to revert us to a time of strength and prosperity. These were the years of the Unification Wars. The Emperor had long held a facility deep in a range of mountains previously known as the Himalayas.
Is this where we get our Thunder Warriors?
Stronghold and would later become the
Thunder Warriors.
Here he experimented
Yeah, Thunder Warriors come up in this.
Yeah, let's go.
The predecessors to the Astartes, correct?
But no, to the Space Marines.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, the Astartes.
Yeah, the Astartes.
that's their name.
Oh.
They are both the same thing.
Yeah, the.
Well,
you
Thunder Warriors are more primitive, aren't they?
They just said it.
Yes, the Thunder Warriors were essentially like prototype Astartes because they were just a bunch of.
Listen to the video. It will tell you.
Yeah.
In order to unify Earth and bring humanity back on the path of advancement and strength, the Emperor had found it necessary to in part cleanse the savagery that had grown on the war-torn planet. This sadly meant the death of many arguable innocents during the Unification Wars, as well as the eradication of the last remaining religious church on Earth, known as the Church of the Lightning Stone. The Emperor is known to have personally spoken to the last remaining priest before bringing in his new age of enforced secular rationalism and the ideology known as...
There's a whole video about that conversation.
This essentially tells...
Yep, there's an animated video. Last Church.
There's also like, what the fuck's it called? A TTS thing where they talked about it. the TPS had a podcast or something.
the scattered worlds of humanity in the long crusade that was yet to come. Now, the official version of things tells how the last battle of the Unification Wars takes place on Mount Ararat. This siege to cleanse the last of the techno-barbarians from the ruined wake on Earth and finally bring it back to a time of peace and growth was said to be so brutal that waves of Thunder Warriors fell against the rocks of resistance were slain to a single man, the legendary warrior Arik Taranis, the Lightning Bearer. He would raise the banner of lightning to mark the end of the Unification Wars, setting in place the rule of the Emperor of Man, before he too would fall to fatal wounds suffered in this battle of legend. As with many things, the official version is not the end of the story. The actuality of the event was darker and far more sinister. The Emperor knew that in order to restore peace, growth, and a sense of civilization to his new and expanding empire, he would require a more stable and balanced force than the Thunder Warriors, who were essentially just adept brutes recruited from the wasteland, albeit clad in the earliest Imperial armor. In a necessary betrayal, the Emperor realized that in order to safeguard what he had achieved, his army of barbaric fighters could not exist past this time. It is believed that he actually ordered the many Thunder Warriors who had survived the final battle to be slaughtered by his elite guard, and possibly even some of the early proto-Astartes, who were at this time far advanced beyond most of his standard force. This terrible secret has been concealed from the people of the Imperium for more than 10,000 years, and were it ever to be revealed, the consequences could be unimaginably disastrous. The Emperor, though, saw this necessary evil had to come to pass for the greater good, the sacrifice of the few to save the many who would come. The Thunder Warriors were built for war alone, and would not be able to adapt to a time of peace, and could even have turned a vital tool into a dangerous, unstable threat that could unbalance all that he had achieved.
True.
In order for the next stage of his plans, he also required that humanity rally behind him as the sole and most powerful force. The slaughter of the Thunder Warriors was not the last act of betrayal by the Emperor. He would then take the necessary glory that he had near single-handedly reunified Terra. This distortion of the truth, while hugely distasteful, does appear large.
Oh man.
To reunite the whole of humanity and create the most powerful civilization in the galaxy. Nonetheless, should the truth ever arise, it would at best split apart the Imperium and at worst destroy it. These choices by the Emperor are important to remember in the context of his character, as it can lead to certain logical speculations regarding future events.
Yeah.
Some Thunder Warriors, though, will find fate on their side and escape this mass killing and live on as homeless unknowns, seeking out a miserable existence at the bottom of society. Honours forgotten, their deeds meaningless, all the while fearing constant discovery from the Imperium and certain death. This heartless betrayal actually one of the darkest periods.
Why don't the obsidian gone?
They were never treated, though, in any significant way. The Emperor believed them all dead, and besides, they were far more important tasks at hand. The Emperor now gathered a team of gene relics salvaged from the few remaining humans on Earth. These were men with practical knowledge of genetics to aid in his development of interest in his project. Those Thunder Warriors who did escape were not the Astartes of the 41st millennium. They were genetically unstable, and most significantly, they only had a minimally extended mortality beyond that of a human, unlike the Space Marines who can live on for thousands of years. The Emperor had been working for decades on his Astartes project, deep within his mountain facility. Here he would create the vital foundations that would springboard humanity into a new age. His experiments would create the 20 Space Marine legions known as the Legiones Astartes, as well as 20 pioneers to lead each legion. These 20 supreme leaders, who were soon to become Space Marine legions, were crafted by the Emperor using samples of his own arcane genetic code as the base. It is obviously unknown the depth of which the Emperor used his own DNA to create the products, but later findings in ancient Imperial records do hint that he spliced
Who's playing Smash?
DNA types together, even going so far as
That was my phone going off.
into primates. And this would explain why some, such as Lehman
Okay, so this is the second interpretation of the lore. The third and fourth interpretation has him working with the mommy.
Well, this is just older information. 90% of it still holds true though.
What happened to the
Right,
happened
I
to the
understand.
Primarch mom?
In creating the Primarchs and even taking small elements of the Emperor's DNA, it imbued them with these demi-godlike characteristics. It also explains why at this time the barely known forces of chaos would seek out and scatter the developing Primarchs before the Emperor's plans could come into fruition. Little is known of this Primarch scattering event, but it has been suggested that the dawning forces of chaos felt this expanding power from humanity to threaten them, and in an effort to slow or negate it, they reached out into the mortal world to seize and scatter the fetal Primarchs across the galaxy.
Yeah, that server 1800, the first one I was on.
They were far from normal, often finding themselves as a natural leader in command of the systems that would become mankind. Later the Emperor would one by one discover and reunite the Primarchs with their leaders, establishing one of the most powerful military forces the galaxy had ever seen. The Thunder Warriors, though, were undoubtedly the early prototypes for the Astartes project, which subsequently makes their untimely end all the more tragic, as their sacrifice was so great, yet the memory of them was totally obliterated. The Astartes project would continue in a pragmatic manner. Each of the early legions at this time contained barely a few hundred marines. Their equipment was lightweight and somewhat improvised by comparison.
I would have just gone back to 1880, but Tracy did too much talking in general chat. There would be too much of a target on our backs at all times.
Time would pass and their numbers grew. Each legion was divided not only for organizational reasons, but also for practical reasons. Because of their adapted genetics that were drawn from the Primarchs, some carried traits and psychological behaviors which would not have been found comfortable comparison with their sibling legions. This segregation also allowed them to focus their bonds to their brothers in their own legion, creating a near unbreakable kinship between Astartes. If the newly created Astartes would be the Emperor's scalpel, his gleaming pinnacle of human achievement, then the Thunder Warriors were certainly a mace used to bludgeon the remnants of humanity back into submission. The Thunder Warriors were genetically stronger though, tougher, and could even be stronger in battle than the newly created Astartes, which is something people often forget. They were a rough, brutal instrument, but ultimately a temporary solution to a violent problem. The Space Marines would serve not only as a weapon, but as beacons to mankind, a glimmer of what humanity could hope to be. The dark times to come, however, would show that this was a misplaced belief, that while the Space Marines were created to represent the pinnacle of human development, they ultimately proved as susceptible to the basic flaws of mankind as any other mortal. The Emperor's campaign on Earth would now come to a close. He began establishing the
Well, that was like the point though.
modernized society in government administration, economy, and infrastructure. An important
What?
figure in this process was a man named Malkador, the Sigillite.
Ah, beans. I think I've run dry in terms of people who are wanting to run dungeons.
In order to govern regular humans, you have to be able to understand them.
Shame that changed after
You can't
the
be like a
Emperor.
Thunder Warrior.
Yeah, you don't need a massive hammer. You need a scalpel.
I mean the plan with sound. The plan was sound.
The more I think about it, the Thunder
You
Warriors.
had plans for everything, it seems.
Did he have plans upon plans in case those plans didn't work?
Pretty much.
Huh.
Except for towards the end.
Yeah, no one expected the Horus Heresy, let's be honest here.
Oh, he did.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
He knew what
He
his,
just didn't expect it from Wholeness.
He knew one of the Primarchs was going to, because
From Horus.
Because Horus was one of the most faithful of the Emperor.
Wasn't it more of Chaos influence on Horus that caused him to defect? Like the Demon Sword with
It was.
Fulgrim? Or Fulgrim?
Yeah.
And also Magnus, unfortunately destroying the wall of the warp, completely destroying the human version of the webway. Because Zeech tricked Magnus into being like, "Hi, I bet you can't destroy this wall." It's...
Magnus! Oh, okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you remember that part?
Yep.
No, everyone isn't gathering here. I'm here on my own.
Yep, I'm just here drawing and listening in conversation.
And I'm streaming. Which my viewer count has dropped off. It was at
Does not
10
say that people can't join me, but like I'm not inviting anybody formally because of after what just happened, you know?
After the Moomarines got wiped out.
I think Stagger asked to join it.
Yeah, if you want to join servers PvP 1800.
But I don't know about inviting people who are inexperienced right now.
Although the more I think about it, so the Emperor technically made the Thunder Warriors as a hammer to clear out any of the savage tribes that threatened Terra.
Yep.
So he made the Astartes.
Now there's anything that's stopping from unifying it.
Yeah. So now, after that, he decided to make a scalpel, so he could actually make it a lot more precise.
Yeah.
The Astartes are essentially the refined edge of...
Dagger, do you have experience on the PvP servers?
Do you have any experience with magic in this game?
Like how to build, how to play on PvP?
Stagger does they do. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm only inviting experienced people for this.
What, in Warhammer 40k?
Because the last time did not go well.
Oh, no, it's for Conan Exiles.
Ah, fair enough. I thought you were going to play 80 games of Warhammer 40k. I was thinking, God, no.
If I had any knowledge on how to play any variants of Warhammer games for D&D reasons, maybe.
I mean, there was at one point I was actually planning a D&D at one point based in the Warhammer 40k
Believe me when I say
universe.
that what we're doing here doesn't require game knowledge. It's mostly psychological stuff you have to look out for.
Oh, I'm brilliant at psychological warfare.
Are there?
Joke's on you.
That's Daniel.
Yes,
Oh,
hi.
where's Daniel's thing on the screen?
I don't know. If I had to guess, my thing would be Mr. Popo, because that was the last thing that was set up for me for any kind of talk thing.
Oh.
Mr.
Hi.
Popo.
Yes. Hi. What's up, maggot?
Well, if you read the announcement.
A couple hours ago.
You do need a reactive image to be in here during stream.
I did have one at one point. Oh well, whatever. So you guys have fun then. I will bounce
Sure.
out then.
Alright, see you, homie.
Bye.
Later.
You could always go set one up.
Oh, he's
They're gone.
But yes, one thing for anyone who's interested in Warhammer lore, do know that even in universe, their lore is contradictory because there's many different interpretations and misinformation active, both in universe and out. And so
Everything is canon, but not
Yeah,
everything
everything.
is true.
Yes.
Remember the
Looks
story
over at the Inquisition. Yes. People totally won't play with people's minds to make ulterior motives. Definitely not.
But as things have gone on, we have been let more of the truth, so to speak, through certain individuals, mostly Gilliman and a few others. Gotten to see a little bit behind the curtain of much of the madness. And through them, we have been able to finally see some contradictory information that has given us a
Yeah.
chance to kind of put things together ourselves. Like, one of the more interesting pieces of information is the fact that before the Thunder Warriors had been wiped out, the Custodes had been invented. But they were in frightening... I think actually no, the Custodes were the first thing invented because they were the perfect product. But the Emperor could not mass produce them in any meaningful amount because one of the Custodes captains was there before the commented on the fact that he was there before the Thunder Warriors and got to see them made and was disgusted by them. Not because they themselves were horrifying creatures, but because he was disgusted by
Zigzag,
the
do you
fact.
want to tell Stagger about what defense does and doesn't do in this game?
Defense?
Read what he said.
Reactive ping, yeah, this is, defense does not work in this game, unfortunately. There are multiple avenues in which they can simply destroy you. You cannot
Like
be
magic.
defensive in this game. You cannot turtle. You have to get out there and fight the enemy, because if they get to your doorstep, you more or less already lost.
Zigzag was there with us a couple days ago. He learned the hard way.
I went out and worked with you. I was with except for, I tried very hard to be offensive. It's just we didn't realize the kind of offense that our opponents could wield.
Well, that's more to the point that I mean.
If you have any knowledge in magic, do not be afraid to share
No,
it.
like you guys
with
didn't realize and then you learned real fast.
Yeah, it's just that we were afraid that not being offensive in half measure was our fear, and it turns out we were partly true. We were, offense in half measures was not good. We just didn't realize what full measure was. If we had an idea that magic was as powerful as it was, we wouldn't have wasted time on bombs. We
Yeah.
would have all been going around the map collecting wizard pages and training up. And then we would have lost our base, because there's no way we could have defended
Speaking of bombs,
Whoa.
literally just got bombed by an NPC of all things.
Oh dear.
Absurd.
That is
But yes.
bullshit.
Part of the reason why defense doesn't work in this is because of the resource problem. If your enemy is at your, they are forcing you to give up resources to defend yourself, and they are using them to destroy. And the amount of resources that you will be able to gain through defense is zilch. But they can gain resources while they're attacking you, and thus they're slowly grinding you down.
So like I said, it's just an extremely different game, and that's the only reason I'm not really inviting a whole bunch of people for this run.
Mix your own survivor mode.
because simple mistakes like talking too much in general chat will be the end of everything.
I still am very proud of what we accomplished. When we really stuck our nose to the ground, if it
Yeah,
hadn't been for the
we did
magic,
great.
I think we would have still been able to obliterate them. If we had leveled up on bombs, I think we could have run straight through and gone to their base, even after we lost ours. It was just, there was nothing we could have done at that point.
Well, that and also it seems that magic, not only magic, but what's it called? But agility is also very powerful in that game.
Yeah.
What's Boston in this game right now?
Even with agility as powerful it is, I think we could have won if we had fought a true battle. Because we went out, like, as soon as we started rolling, I think we were doing great. We just kind of got
Stagger.
smashed.
It's not about antagonizing, it's about talking at all.
Yeah, as
the
soon
enemy
as
want information, and if you talk to them, you're giving them your name, you're giving them your objective. You'd be surprised on how much people can learn just through. And we saw very quickly with Jacob.
Even just letting them know that you exist as too much.
Like, just with Jacob, we got fucked. Not that Jacob did bad, but it's just he talked in chat, he antagonized one person.
Exactly. Stinky.
And other people began pulling information in general about us. And then suddenly the entire server knew where we were, who was with us, and what we were doing.
Yeah.
Just because multiple people had seen us.
The problem is they learned about Nixie's cup size. They had to stop it.
So with just one communication in chat, half of the server knew where we were and how big our group was, and that gave them a lot of information. That's why the people who wiped us off the face of the map knew exactly where we were and knew exactly what our name was, and so when we
And that's why they came as armed as they did.
Yep.
As prepared.
Or hell, one of the players that that they were trying to make, Chris was trying to make allies with, probably told them information as well. We don't know.
We don't know.
Maybe.
But they came in after everything, and they seemed just as terrified by the situation. Trucy did talk to Thought Patrol, and they were just as flabbergasted by magic. Like, they knew of our base, they had seen it, and to know that we literally lost everything in the 3 minutes, I think generally seemed like
Like
from
2
the way she
spells.
talked it. Yeah. From the way
Yeah.
Trucy said about their reaction, they didn't believe it until they showed up, and even then they were just like, what?
And that seemed like, again, like they
Yeah, it's
they
a little
got to
bug
your,
right now.
They got to your base by using the water, by the ice bridge.
Water Walker, yep, which is the first spell you can possibly get.
What else did they do that caused, like, what was the nuke spell that just destroyed everything?
Lightning storm.
Lightning.
It is, turns out Lightning Storm does way more damage than it's supposed to, and it...
Oh, so it's supposed to do less damage than what people thought, but actually it does more damage. So it's literally...
According to what Trucy has researched, it does
Which is
nearly
weird,
8 times.
because when Trucy took it into her single-player thing and she casted it on her sandstone hut, the lightning strikes could not kill the building parts.
I think it's sandstone, but it might be just it. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
So is that 8 times just to black ice?
Probably.
Maybe. It's hard to tell,
Or
but
the PvP server has special modifiers which makes things...
well, it's an official server.
Supposedly it doesn't.
It's weird.
You can see all the modifiers in the server settings.
It still feels weird to know that, like, just because of the elemental update, people might probably use this to their advantage or something. Eh.
Or they already are. But I would say, if we ever
Yeah.
give it another try and Magic is still busted, we probably would go the all mage route, and instead of building up one grand base, we would build up like a small
Well, that's what I'm doing right now.
That would be the one heretic who decides to use fist weapons.
Well, there's
Well,
like
that's the
only
thing. When
one.
you're a Magic, you don't need it.
Yeah.
But I'll fist my enemies to death. You can't stop me.
But I would just imagine, like, we would build a small outpost just to do the Magic research and, you know, basic food and
Now we are
stuff.
talking about why we got wiped out and why I'm not just inviting anybody to this run.
Yeah. I would
Which
join
is
her,
funny.
but I'm also not a good PvPer, and I would be afraid that I would actually cause her more grief than not. That's why I'm spending time in other servers fighting players, and I've successfully killed
You
3
and Doggo
people.
and Tracy are fine to join.
Okay. I did manage to get 3 kills so far.
I would love to join, but
Because
my
you guys
internet...
learned your lesson. That's like a trial by fire thing.
This
You
Nixie
learned.
sitting on down. Huh?
Just you had to learn like I had to learn.
I guess
Okay,
we
it's
were
what
trying
did
to
you
think
learn
too-
today?
Stinky, I didn't think you'd want to. But if you want to, sure.
Here lies Stinky. He died the way he lived, in a porta potty.
How did he die?
That's his other nickname.
Yeah,
Oh.
I've seen it.
Died in himself to himself.
I died. Oh my god, and he just made the Alfarius meme. Died to himself.
Yeah.
Everyone always asks, who is Alfarius? Everyone asks, where is Alfarius? Nobody asks, how is Alfarius?
Never how?
Yes.
I'll make... Oh, y'all froze? Oh, me gone.
I think, what was it, like only 2 years ago, the writer, one of the major elite writers for Warhammer 40k came out, and after Iron basically said that there was basically no concrete lore about the Alpha Legion, and nobody actually had any idea what was going on with them, so they tried to keep it vague because they just couldn't figure out what to do with them.
Oh, that's sad. That's
Well,
potential, like...
There is a
It's an
little lore on them right now.
There
Oh.
is lore on them, but it's just funny that 2 years ago the writer came out and said, yeah, we have no fucking clue.
That was pretty good.
Or to break your immersion, but we don't know what the fuck to do with the Alpha Legion.
Okay, I'm gonna put the video back on.
Roger.
Priest. He was appointed to run the courts and palaces of the new empire, the right-hand man of the emperor. Earth would turn from a place of desolation and horror
Okay,
to an active
back to it.
process of rebuilding and planning. Some might call it coincidentally convenient, but at this time a vast shockwave would travel from the galaxy, the birth of Slaanesh. Humanity would have no idea of the significance of this, only that it cleared the storms from the water that had isolated and ruined humanity's gloriously technologically advanced empire. Again though, you could speculate that the empire had foreseen these events and necessity of preparing Earth for this terror. On Mars, the humans of the cult Mechanicus, that is those who worship machines, will become aware of this unification of Earth. As information through distant communication and physical
I don't see any special settings about like building damage so far.
Maybe it's just a bug from the actual game.
Maybe.
gigantic bipedal war machines whose very presence could end conflicts before they began.
are there like special substances that you can take that will increase like certain things? Like,
No.
Not that we know of.
because it could be that where they took like a magic boosting potion and like chugged a bunch of those, so they had multiple stacks and they just nuked. And at the same time, they were also like juddering around and like doing all that stuff, right? Like they were jumping, glitching. Because it could also be that they also had a lag switch.
We don't have evidence of it, though. That's the thing.
It's just a theory, because I remember you guys saying like they were like jumping and jittering around. So.
Well, it also was an official server, so it'd also be a lag and other things.
See, the thing is, lag switches, even on official servers, can go past like the anti-cheat software, because it's technically not a program.
Sometimes.
It's a physical switch that you put on that you flip on.
Leave this to me.
Okay.
What the fuck?
You okay, Nixie?
Since
Oh,
when
I
did
thought-
these guys throw poison, bombs and slow?
It looks like he was a unique Hosh the Venomous. I forgot that the second interpretation
Absurd.
of the lore has all Space Marines being cloned.
Incredibly silly. So they had space psychiatrists.
If I remember correctly, these guys end up being replaced by the Commissars.
Maybe.
You will learn the might of the Imperium. So says the Commissar.
Well, the Horus Heresy buggered a lot, and when the Emperor was out of the picture, a lot of things
True.
changed. So even non-combat
That's okay,
jobs.
Wolf. Oh yeah, he just
there it
said
is.
it. Who has a longer lifespan? Is it a Star Dies or is it the Doctors? The Time Lords, I mean.
Well, that's if you're counting reincarnation single life. Or...
Yes.
Well, then the Time Lord technically, because he has
Each
infinite
lifetimes I think
reincarnation.
it's 7 or something.
But an Astartes, as proven
No,
with...
they're not infinite.
Oh. Well, if, crap, I can't forget his name.
You can't be given more though.
What's the name of the
You can,
chapter
I mean-
master, who's in charge of the Blood Angels?
Sanguinius.
No,
Oh,
that's the
I
Time
thought you were gonna mention Sigmund.
Sigmund is another good example. But some Space Marines live so
He
long.
lives for a
they
few
literally-
1,000 years.
They literally start decaying. Like, I forget it's the chapter master of the Blood Angels who, it's revealed that he's literally rot. Like, his body is starting to actually rot like he was a corpse. But he's still active and alive at full strength.
Dante.
Space Marines can actually, like, reach such an age that their bodies start to rot as if they're a corpse. But it's super slow.
I think it's Dante.
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, Sanguinius is the Primarch.
Primarch.
Oh. Hello. Hello, Stagger.
Hi.
Sorry.
I thought I set up a reactive. Did it not go through?
It may have not, but yes. Space Marines can
If
live
you did,
insane
you have to direct message me.
Alright.
You have to send me a message with the image link.
All right.
So honestly, I would say probably a space could outlive the Doctor, but it would still be a give and take because Dante and Sigmund are kind of exceptions, not the
Well,
rules.
what's the number of years?
I think Dante's older than Sigmund. I'm not sure.
I've always learned that
Because Dante is an
that,
original. Right? No,
I always
he's
thought
not.
that
He's
the Astartes were like basically immortal.
That is the belief because none of them have
It's
ever
kind
lived.
of, but no.
Because
yeah, none of them have lived to live to die of old age.
Right, they've
That has
always
never happened.
They've always
Yeah.
just died of battle.
So out of all of them, Dante and Sigmund, I think Dante's older than Sigmund because was Sigmund an original? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he's not. But Dante's not an original either. So that's still kind of up in the air because their recruitment days could be similar. No,
By the way, Nixie,
Sigmund
I
has
sent
to be
you
an
the link.
original. Yeah. Never mind. Sigmund was an original because he was an
Yeah,
original
he is.
alongside the word bearer, Yagatal and Korn. So yeah, Sigmund was an original. So no, Sigmund would be older. Yeah, Sigmund would have lived to be older than Dante is current because he lived long enough to fight Abaddon.
Abaddon the Despoiler.
Yep, I believe.
I
it
think
was-
Segment was a few 1,000 years old, but he wasn't rotting. He was just old.
Yes. Then again, we don't have current lore on him, I guess, is the problem. Then again, Dante has the gene seed problem, so it might be connected to
Yeah.
the curse of Sigwinium, him not feeding on blood and all. For those of you who are confused, sit and why we're talking about a guy named
I didn't think that eating blood made them live longer like they were vampires.
That's the thing with Blood Angels, that they have to eat blood. They have to consume blood to be able to keep living.
It's
The only
not
reason
that they keep
I-
living. Oops, sorry.
I forget why the Empyrean doesn't find them heretical for that.
Because they're kind of most of them are awesome people.
Yeah,
What the blood drinking does is it's not that they need it; it's that it keeps them strong. It's like a buff,
And
it makes them happy and healthy.
Yeah, it actually allows them to. Oh no, I remember. Because if they don't drink blood, they go crazy and start killing everyone indiscriminately.
That's the blood rage. That happens if they're under high stress.
So it's like
what happens?
So I just imagine they just have like, they just have like Capri Suns of blood pouches.
Oh my god.
Oh, real patron, thank you. Town Lord
That would be incredibly
sorry.
silly.
Dysfunction, no garrison received.
Every single chapter master is just like, have you had your juice box? Yes, yes, chapter master.
Literally.
Good.
Okay, so Dante is the current oldest living space marine. So we can't really compare him directly to
Right.
Sigmund yet.
And the only reason why the Emperor is still alive is because the orcs still believe he's alive.
Possibly.
I still 100% believe that that's the fact why the Emperor is not actually dead. Is because the group consciousness of all orcs still believe that golden git is still kicking and needs a right crumpin'.
Yeah, one thing. I'll let you.
That
first.
would be hilarious.
I was just going to explain. The blood rage that Space Marine Blood Angels get is because of when Sanguinius died, his death kind of affected all those who shared his blood. So what happens with the blood rage is if they're under super high stress, they will basically snap, and they will believe that they are Sanguinius right during the battle of the Golden Palace. And they will see all of their brothers as, you know, their fellow
No,
space.
they were getting it before that.
Were they? They may have changed things. Sorry, my knowledge may be out of date. I will.
They were, and Sanguinius confided in Horus in it.
Oh, that was the thirst. Sorry, that's different. The thirst is what came first, because the Sanguinius goes to try and was tempted by Horus to go to a demon for an answer, and ended up fighting him and winning.
Who's the?
Wait, are they separate things?
Yes, the thirst is the first thing. That's the thirst is the blood drinking, where drinking human blood buffs them up and even rejuvenates their body. And that's why many of them became addicted to drinking blood, and Sanguinius had to...
Because he was talking about it like it was the thing driving them insane.
No, they're separate, though it's easy to mix them together. The blood rage is what
Because
they
the
get
scene.
after Sanguinius. Because it's connected to it. When they go into the blood rage, they believe they are Sanguinius, and they actually gain his skill in battle and his not
The
his
scene
abilities.
recalled. Like Sanguinius, like there was a room, there was one of the blood angels going crazy in it, and they say, when he's had to put him down.
Yep, that's the thirst. Not all of the blood angels are able to cut themselves
So-
off from drinking. Because the more they drink, the more they crave it.
What's the real difference between the first and the blood rage then?
One is a gene scene flaw, the other is something that came about due to Sanguinius' death. And
Yeah.
it's believed that Sanguinius' death echoed like a psionic pulse through all of his children, echoing his rage and anger into them.
So because they were
The
essentially.
scene makes them seem functionally the same.
Well, the best way I can describe it is one is a hunger. It's the gene seed flaw they were originally created with. The blood rage, when they go into it, they believe they're Sanguinius, and they will kill any space marine that isn't one of their own because they can't recognize them. Because all they know is enemies at the gates of the palace.
Is it by chance two versions of the same thing?
That just sounds like a gene seed defect.
No,
Yeah, but
The red
functionally I
thirst,
mean...
there it is. The desire to drink blood. The black rage is the mental curse. Thank you.
Okay, Black Rage.
right, because of Horus and his black armor. Didn't there's one thing that actually like really interested me. Was there was a story about how during the Battle of the Golden Palace, there was a lone guardsman who fired who were firing rounds from their las gun at Horus, and Horus.
I know who you know. That's actually an important
Yeah.
person. That is one of the few people the Emperor made immortal.
Because
functionally immortal.
Because he believed in the Emperor so much, and Horus actually got intimidated by him because he was like, "You should be like running away from me. Why are you still fighting me?"
What's his name? Logatal. It's not Logatal. I forget his name, but he is also
Logar?
the only person that the Emperor allowed to keep religious Wakukuri. He was an actual religious man who has a cross on him. And he was one of the few soldiers that the Emperor actually admired because they got into an argument. It's never told what they argued about, but whatever it was, he actually managed to poke a hole through the Emperor's argument. And the Emperor was so impressed that he made him functionally immortal. And they became good friends, along with the Sigilite.
Was it
He ended up
Conrad?
dying. No, not Conrad. I'll have to look. It's the legendary guardsman, because all the guardsmen of the Imperial Guard kind of hailed him for standing by the Emperor at the end.
I feel like I should know that name.
Then again, I will also preface that my lore is based on the second and third incarnation of it. So be warned, my information could be out of date at any point. 40k. Loan. What's his name? But yes, the Black Rage, that is the thing where they become uncontrollable. And because of that, they get all of his
Yeah,
Sigma.
we're up to 2 bunnies.
It's getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
Nixie, move me over on top of Stagger's chest now.
You have to ask permission.
I accept. I give permission.
Okay.
Oh,
Because
okay.
consent matters.
Consent does matter.
I need the squish.
I don't mind.
Let's see. But yes, there are many legendary situations. But yeah, that's the Black Rage and the Red Thirst. It is
Bioki.
easy to confuse them because, well, it's the same chapter. They're just fucked twice. But one thing they do is they create black companies. And what black companies is they take all their crazy berserked people, because once you give into the Black Rage, it's very rare to come out of it. There are only, I think,
Right.
less
handful.
than 10 that have ever got out. And so they take all
Yeah,
these crazy
they're called the
berserkers.
Flesh Terrors.
Yep, that's an entire group that did it very
Flesh
well.
Terror.
The Black Company is a little
Yeah.
bit its own thing, but it's the Flesh Terrors is ones that dwelled into it and made it a weapon. The leader of the Flesh Terrors is the guy who is one of the few that has ever gotten out of it multiple times successfully, which is why he was so powerful.
They kind of just they kind of talk about that in Battle Sector. Because Battle Sector
That
is
was
all
the plot twist.
When I think of Flesh Terror, I think of the Flesh Raiders from KOTOR.
But in Battle Sector, the big plot twist is the Sisters of Battle discovering the gene flaw of the Blood Ravens. And she basically points out that it would be her job to basically report this to the Inquisition, that the Blood Angels are completely mutated, or at least have a horrible gene flaw.
Oh, no.
And the guy basically says, it is your duty, but I won't stop you. And she says, well, you're using it for the good of the Imperium, and if the Emperor himself had basically was around when this started, then who would know better than the Emperor, or more or less to the effect. And made sure the report never made it to the Inquisition.
Well, that's fun.
Very much good on her.
It was the canoness of... What's the ones with the bright white hair? The ones that always get center stage?
Sisters
I
of
forgot
Battle.
their group.
The Sisters of Battle?
Well, there's different chapters, or like different chapters. There's the fancy ones.
This is
But-
getting ridiculous.
Oh no, Nixie.
So, Nixie, did you plan on doing that 24 hours?
I just want to mine obsidian. I don't think I'm gonna do it today.
Malfiani? Might be. But there's a lot of weird, interesting facts on the banana people.
Banana people? You mean the
But yeah, black companies
custodies?
are basically like the suicide berserkers, and they're sent in solely to kill anything. Like, they
I'm
don't
sorry.
recognize allies.
Ziggs,
so
I'm
they're
sorry,
sent
this
in.
is... Ziggs, I'm sorry, this is important. Did you mean the custodies? Because my brains will not calm down until it's corrected.
Yes, that's what they're referred to, the banana people.
Thank you. Because my brain will be like, what does he mean? Banana people?
The black,
What does he
the Flesh
mean?
Terrors are the only ones that willingly go into Black Rage because they see it as a gift. And so the Executor, I forget his name, who's like the right hand of Dante, his entire job is to be in charge of the black companies and put them down if they succeed their mission, because they're not supposed to survive, they're sent to die. And he executed a
Right.
bunch of the Flesh Terrors because they were clearly affected. And the chapter master of the group basically tried to fight the Executor. I'm sorry if I can't remember his name. And it wasn't even a contest. The Executor literally wiped the floor with the chapter master. But even after
Yeah.
losing, he basically stood up and said, I'll fight you again if you ever execute any more of my men. And the Executor let him off because he generally felt sorry. Like, he took no joy in his job. It was just something he had to do.
It was something necessary to be done.
I'm sorry, Battle Brother, but you must go down.
That's the thing. That's the duality of Sanguinius's children. They are honorable people cursed with barbaric nature.
Yep.
Cough, cough. The Lamenters, cough, cough.
Honestly,
I thought you were going to say the wolves.
all of Sanguinius's whole deal after the Horus Heresy is just depressing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and Dante just
yeah.
wants to die, and he can't because every time he's like, "Finally, I die." Somebody comes
Finally.
up and says, "No, you will
Inner
live.
peace.
Here's more duties you have to attend to."
No.
To a warlord that was about to kill him, and Sanguinius just said, "Not this time."
Yep.
The car's
Not today,
going.
shit. Let's get back up.
I think the most interesting thing I know about
He was so
Sanguinius
happy
is there's
to-
like a shard of his soul that still like flies about the universe.
His soul is in two halves from what I forget who's the grand
First
wizard.
of all, Gabe,
And I don't mean wizard, I mean psyker. But there's a great
Rest
powerful
well.
psyker for the Blood Angels, and at some point he had to help Dante with something. I forget what. But because of his power and the fact he was working with Dante, he was able to see into the warp and found that there were two angels, one of dark and one of light, that were basically ripping each other apart and trying to devour each other. And they believe it's the interpretation of Sanguinius and Black Rage.
Who's the Primarch that got seduced by Slaanesh?
Oh, the poor fool. Fulgrim.
That's Vulgrim.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And he's the leader of the Emperor's Chosen, correct?
Emperor's Children. But yeah.
And he's not their leader. I don't think he's even in charge of the Emperor's Children anymore. I think he's just kind of in it for himself.
Yeah, he kind of gave the Emperor's Children
Yeah,
to Slaanesh
he
and
peaced
said,
out.
be done with it. Do what you want with them. I have no care for my children anymore.
I'm to fuck
Is it
this
because
shit.
is it because he just feels bad about getting corrupted by chaos?
No.
No, he feels the opposite, mainly because of the
No.
fact that he is just completely corrupted by the sword.
No, actually, surprisingly
my
enough, here's the
fuck
funny thing.
He is
got
an
rid of the
artist from
sword
Warcraft
halfway.
3.
Yeah, he got rid of the sword at some point and
He is
was finally
Arthesis.
freed of it. And by that point, he decided he liked
Arthritis?
Arthas.
Oh my god. I can't do it.
But
I understand who you're talking about, Nixie.
But he was corrupted and possessed by the sword. But by the time he got to the Horus Heresy and successfully captured the chapter master of the Salamanders, I can't remember his name. But basically,
Yeah,
they
we have a
both,
follow group.
He was torturing the crap out of his brother, and his brother was kept trying to talk him out of being possessed. And at some point, he realized.
You mean
before
Vulcan?
Conrad- Vulcan,
The
yes.
Primarch of the...
Salamanders.
You're talking about the Primarch of the Salamanders?
Yes.
That's
he was
Vulcan.
torturing
Yes.
Vulcan, and Vulcan kept regenerating, and he was working alongside Conrad. And at some point, Conrad, along with Vulcan, pretty much around the same time, realized Fulgrim wasn't possessed anymore. He was so twisted and vile that he had successfully devoured the demon within him and made it part of him, and had learned to love the twisted things he did. He had become corrupted to the very
Then the
core.
ink appeared and
Damn.
blew him up.
But I like the clone of Fulgrim because that was the version of him that was never. And he was disgusted by the memories he lost.
Whatever happened to Fulgrim's clone?
The writers got rid of him when they realized that there was a potential for a loyalist Primarch before Gilliman came back. Honestly, I would love to see loyalist Grim
They put him in. What's his face is collection.
Transit the Infinite.
Yeah.
Honestly, if there was
My
ever to be,
favorite
if there was ever to be a fun thing that I wish would happen because it would open so many gates, is Trans the Infinite basically making a trade with Gilliman, being like, hey, I got a perfect clone of your brother. He has his soul and everything. I'll give you this. In return, I want an audience with the Emperor.
That would be so cool.
That would be.
the Emperor coming face to face with Trans the Infinite would be amazing, because the conversation they would have would be memes.
I have a quick.
Hey, do you want to be a part of my
hold on.
collection?
I have a quick question about Twitch, Nixie.
Oh.
What's up?
Why is Twitch so weird in terms of viewer count? Like, I have more than a couple of people watching me.
Oh.
But then it
don't
only
know.
says, like, 2 viewers. It's weird. Does
We
it just
don't
not
know.
count?
There's a bunch of reasons that could be.
Because, like, I look over into the chat and there's like, 15.
Fallen.
There are 15 people in my
Right.
chat, but like it only says like there are like 2 viewers, so it's weird.
Yes,
Yeah, we don't know. It's just something.
like in mine it says there's like 50 or 60,
Those are good.
but I'm at like
numbers.
32.
That's so weird.
Oh, hello, Axis. We're just talking Warhammer because we're all.
Hey, Axel.
But yes, Fulgrim transformed into a snake, and he was basically untouchable until.
So like
he
if you
got
have viewers that are watching like multiple streams at once, that can make the view knockout.
Oh, that sucks.
Yep.
Or like,
Speaking of viewers, we're at 35.
if you have. Let me think. Maybe if people left your tab open and they got error codes?
Yep.
Maybe. I don't know.
Because for people who aren't partnered, there are encoding errors.
Oh. That really does. Twitch, why do you do this?
Yeah.
Make me start having self-confidence issues about my viewer count.
Oh yeah.
That's what Twitch does. But yeah.
Put your
they-
socks with the viewer count thing, unless you're a partner.
Yeah.
Twitch sucks.
It's great interactivity, but it is not a good growing platform.
It is not. There are other streaming platforms.
Yeah, YouTube is for growth. This is just garbage for it.
Well, I still like it for the interactivity we all. I hope all of you in Twitch are, chat are doing
We could still have it on YouTube too.
true.
Just this one is a better funnel.
Yeah, there are also other interesting streaming
This one
platforms.
allows for proper monetization.
Yeah. One that I've heard of recently.
And it gives the
is-
streamer the biggest splits.
So it's kind of that like you gotta go through
You're
the
welcome, Kiki.
you gotta go through the doldrums.
Yeah.
And so I do have more people watching me. It's just they're
not counting.
They're just not counting.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Because I did just check in my stream, in like my chat stream, and it shows like 15 people.
That's alright.
Yeah, but like, go ahead and ask them who all's there.
Yep, that might be the telling.
See if they'll sound off.
But very quickly wrap it up.
Because it could be a bunch of things.
Oh, there's the. All right. Well, you heard him, chat. I need a sound off. Say.
First one to say here gets 500 Roblox.
What the fuck just cleaved my health off?
Oh no.
Maybe you got
God
hit from
damn.
behind.
Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think the little guy there on the ridge did it.
But to finish up, Fulgrim
Apparently the NPCs are actually active on this server.
Interesting. They weren't active on the other servers.
Yeah, they're very active here.
Interesting.
Vicious little fuckers.
Yep. But yeah, basically Fulgrim gave up his soul to Slanesh, became a giant rape demon, and basically
Yeah.
had his own pleasure planet where he basically did whatever the hell he wanted. Until
Oh,
one
yeah.
fateful day he was
Right.
called away by a certain dreadnought.
Oh yeah, that. Oh, that story
I remember
is so
that.
fucking great.
Yep, he was in. His body was destroyed, which is fine
Blows
for
himself
demons.
up to try and kill him.
Somebody actually did like a whole like musical deal
Yep, that's
of
the
that
thing.
story.
A whole-
Everyone watched.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, after his defeat, losing his not losing his body permanently, because you can't kill a demon primarch like that, he was generally wounded in the one thing that he actually valued, which was pride. And ever since then, he's been more active, but he's also, I forget who it is that points it out. It might have been Clavicus Vile, who is also a very important person. Emperor's Children.
Yeah.
So he is a lot. Fulgrim the demon is much weaker. Like, he is actually weaker. Like, he's, according to Clavicus Vile, he's half as strong as he
Yeah.
used to be. Because with his broken pride, he just isn't all there anymore.
Right.
Because of that, he is now
Loser.
reliant.
So one
and
man
because of
he
that,
couldn't
he's now
defeat, and he
reliant on
can't
his
even get him.
Emperor's Children to pull them back together, because he needs them now as a crutch.
Yeah.
So, is it that, like, because I know that there are multiple people, so is it just Fulgrim that was, like, corrupted by Slanesh, or were there others?
Yeah, each demon there's one demon primarch basically for each god, and then there's Chaos Undivided. Basically, everyone who kind of worships everyone, but no one god has a claim on their soul.
Right. Because
there's
I know
Fulgrim
this
for
from...
Motorabo!
I know this from fantasy, from Total War Warhammer.
Right,
Like,
or the Ancient, yep. Sorry.
So, because Total War Warhammer, they introduced, finally, the Champions of Chaos, which is...
That's fantasy, but
right.
yes. There's one champion for each Chaos God.
Which I actually really like how the Chaos champion of Khorne is a female. Like, that's something.
Khorne doesn't care about your gender. He just cares about if you kill people.
We're right, but no, she's like the someone actually.
He cares about if your gender is murder.
I don't have a gender! My gender is murder!
That's when you get like a blip on your phone and it says
Sure
Khorne
thing,
would like
Duck
to know your
R.
location.
Go ahead and rest well. Thank you for hanging out.
Good night, Decker.
Ford is just sitting in a
night,
tiny
Dakar.
little desk chamber.
Good night.
But yeah, for the Primarchs, there's one demon Primarch for each god. Slanesh gets
Fulgrim.
Angar. I cannot pronounce his name.
Korn gets Angron.
Angron, thank you.
Angron, which is the one we just talked about, which is the gladiator slave person that was a healer, correct?
Yes, he was
Angron,
originally
he's supposed
a
to
healer.
be a combat medic, not a medic that gives...
Yeah, it's Raban.
The next person is Nurgle got Morley. I always call him Morley. It's fuck.
It's on the tip of my tongue. Mortarion, yeah.
Yes, thank you. Mortarion. And
Think of
finally,
Mortician.
Tichnitz has
Magnets.
the
Cool
poor,
thing.
poor
Magnus the Red.
You rest well
Magnus the
too.
Red. Yeah.
Yep. And for Undivided, you have
Night, Dakar.
the
Thanks
word
for the
bearer,
text.
Petarabo!
Petarabo, and Lorgon.
All my homies hate Portarabo.
Lorga.
Portarabo
Logar.
was basically the backbone of the Chaos Forces. There's no if, and, or buts. By the time all the other people had gotten to Siege of the Palace, they were all so fucking warped in the head that even Horus was basically all gone by that point. Petrarca
Yeah.
was literally waging the war on him by himself. Which
And
is
then-
why a lot of people were shocked when he, in the lore, gave his soul to Chaos, because out of all the people, he was the one who had no love of Chaos. Like, he had no
Yeah.
intentions of ever being a Chaos servant. He was just in it for himself.
He just hated his life.
And of course,
He's
there's
just pointing
also the demons of chaos.
He was
which
racked with
is,
so much doubt and guilt that he gave in.
Scarbrand, Kairos, Kugath, and Slanesh. It starts with a Nasim? No.
Nazim.
Chandra?
The Keeper of Secrets. Because I know that Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k, they may be two different universes, but the Chaos factions and their demons are always the same.
Oh.
Zinch, you're talking
You're
about.
talking about the Keeper of Secrets, the two-headed one?
No, that's Kairos. That's Kairos Fate
Okay.
Weaver. The Keeper of Secrets is the Slanesh one.
The Laughing God?
No.
No, Laughing God is Eldar.
That's Eldar.
Laughing God is Eldar.
It's alright. We'll figure it out in a moment. When someone figures out.
Nakari, that's it.
I actually like... There's a lot of funny lore. I think I talked about this. The ancient stories of Warhammer interpretations of the lore. There's the kid and
Yeah.
Titsnitz's story, which I'll tell again for those of you who are new here. In the first interpretation of lore, Titsnitz has his own realm, which is an infinite moving labyrinth in the form of a cube, and in it there is a guardian, and he'll ask you 100 questions, and if you answer any of them wrong, he basically severs your soul, and you're fucked. There's also death traps and everything else under the sun. At some point, when Titsnitz is staring into the well of the future, basically fishing for Kairos Fate Weaver, he finds out someone's been into his realm, and then they had left. And he's like, what? And he finds basically information that a tiny little girl holding a puppy had entered his realm, found her way through the entire shiftiness of the cube, answered somehow all
What?
100 impossible questions of the Guardian, and left. And Titsnitz is just like, what? And so he has to ask and interview the Guardian, what happened? And the Guardian turns out to be deaf, so it doesn't matter what answer you give him, it's always wrong, because he's deaf. But his answer was that he believed she cheated, but he can't prove it.
I love.
You've told the
See,
story
that's
before.
what I love about Zeech's
Oh my God.
Chaos Realm. That because it's like it's always that like they're both logical and illogical at the exact same time.
But yeah, that
I
was
need you to
simply
answer
one
these
of the
questions.
funniest
What?
stories for a Zinch. Sorry.
Sorry.
Damn, cheating little girl with a puppy.
Me?
Yeah.
Puppy?
I mean, that's the funniest thing. Just imagine a god who can literally see the future and past, has infinite plans, and somehow a tiny little girl had outsmarted his infinitely changing puzzle.
Good God.
How did you let them fall for that?
That's
Oh,
the
they
funny
cheated.
thing is, Titsnitz is probably one of the most interesting gods in the weirdest way, because if he had found that little girl, I don't think he would have punished her. I think he would have fucking rewarded her.
He probably would have given her fucking chaos
Demon
powers.
godhood.
Yeah. Made her
Like, I'll
made her a
elevate you to
demon
chaos
prince.
step.
Oh, you like that? Oh, look,
Probably.
that puppy is very cool. You know what we're making it? I made it to read.
Well, that's the thing about
Oh, you
Titsnitz.
can't
He
read now, you
actually
can
hurts
read.
people that go against him because he likes schemers and he hates loyalty. So people who are actively loyal to him, he punishes lots of times, or he throws them away when they outlive their usefulness. But people that actively plot
Yeah.
and scheme, even against him, he actively rewards. It's why he loves Magnus the Red, despite the fact Magnus probably has no real genuine loyalty to him.
Magnus! Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. And also, it's okay. Is it true that in TTS that it was Lehman Russ that put him in the box? Him and the Space Wolves?
I believe
that was
so.
The Ultramarines.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No, it was the Ultramarines.
It was the Ultramarines? Then why does...
I think
it
it
was
was
the Blue
literally
Boys.
just Kanga.
So is it just a joke that Magnus hates the Space Wolves because of just
No, it's because he got his back broken.
Oh, okay.
Lehman Russ literally snapped his back in half.
Fucking...
No, the Space Wolves did the burning of Prospero.
Fucking... Did someone say Space Wolves?
The
Oh,
Space
you did it.
Wolves, I mean, did the burning of Prospero.
Yep, it was all because Horus just like smooshed his way into Lehman Russ's. No, what the Emperor actually meant is this. And Lehman, like the idiot, was like, yes.
Bring Magnus back, yeah?
Fucking
Yeah, that was
furries!
it. The Emperor had no intentions of punishing
The Emperor
Magnus.
said bring him back, Horus said.
Yes.
The Emperor said kill him.
Yep.
So he was lied when tricked.
Yep, and that led to Magnus finally joining Chaos because he, or at least he wasn't much of a choice. At least not from his perspective.
Yeah.
Let's see, some of the other funny stories. There's the legendary captain of Angron's flagship, which is the only active trader flagship left after the Horus Heresy. A woman so badass that she literally had an argument with a captain of the World Eaters. Her response upon him returning back to the captain's deck was to shoot him in the face with a las pistol, which is basically like a burn. The man pulled out a gun and tried to shoot her, only to be blocked by several psychers of the group, and they basically pulled him away. And he was like, "Why are you protecting her?" And the psychers were like, "Dude, we were trying to protect you from her." She literally slapped Angron in the face for daring to call it the flagship his ship, and then corrected him for telling him that it was her ship, and then she just walks right out. And Angron, instead of so flabbergasted, could do nothing but just stand there and stare into space afterwards.
I think one of my favorite Primarchs would have to be Corvus Corax.
There are some moments that even demigods get flabbergasted by.
Yeah, there's just some humans that have that big of a ball.
Just gets slapped across the face. Just like, did she really just slap me? What's going on? I thought I was a god.
What is a god to a woman spited?
But to give the final part to that crazy story, once Angron had become a demon prince and had been successfully boxed and put back on the ship to be transported, despite breaking out of the box, he did not ravage the ship. And they believed the only reason he did was that even in his crazed demon form, on some level, he either feared or still respected the captain and did not wish to damage the ship and to incur wrath. She was one of the few things that he still remembered, even in his baked mind. And now it's believed she's either fused
That's
with the
pretty
ship
funny.
or became a demon as part of it.
Scarbrand hate doors!
Scarbrand doesn't appreciate rudeness.
There's a lot of interesting stories because the funny thing is they could be true, they could be fake, or it could be everything in between. That's the funniness of 40k.
Everything is canon
Yeah.
and yet not canon at the exact same time.
Out of all the brothers,
Everything is
there's
true, but not everything is canon. Sorry, reverse that.
Right, everything's canon, but not everything is true. Like, Lorgar and Angron were very... Angron never had good connection with any of his brothers, but he eventually had good connection with Lorgar people, because they went and burned
Bye, Storm.
Ultramar together. And at some point, Angron got blasted by a Titan, and Lorgar used all his might to defend Lorgar.
Hope you
so he
enjoyed
didn't
your
get
time here.
eviscerated. And as Lorgar is weakened, laying on the ground, exhausted from basically taking a shot to stop Angron from getting a second bolt straight to the face,
Yeah.
the Warhound tried to step on Lorgar, and Angron jumped up and basically held the Titan's foot up to save Lorgar.
No.
Wow.
So out of all of them, that was the only two brothers that, there's been brother pairings, of course, but out of all the traders, that's kind of the closest brotherhood that they had ever gotten.
Yeah.
They kind of had their lives on the planets, and then the Emperor just brought them all together and said, "Okay, now you're brothers."
Yeah,
Which-
very few of them got to be brothers.
You know what
Well, they could also feel it, though.
Yes, they all knew that they were family. They just... There's a difference
They weren't
between
able to make those
I
true
want
emotional
spaghetti.
connections.
Talking about Warhammer 40K, Nixie, have you played I think it's called
Dawn of War?
No. Necromunda Blood Money?
The Undergang.
I have it, but I haven't played it.
Might be worth a try.
I heard it is like a really fun shooter. Like it's a fun people
I
say
watched it, and it was okay.
people say it's like it's a Doom clone, but I mean I enjoy it. I don't think that's a bad thing.
Not really.
It's a movement shooter, without a doubt. But it's more like Titanfall than Doom, in terms of movement.
All I know is that is because you get a pupper.
Tom, is that his name?
So you can.
You do, yeah.
So it's like, oh, you can. I'm here. I can assist you.
Pius. Okay, that was his fucking name. I had to remember. Pius was his the lone guardsman who stood next to the stood in front
Hey,
of the Emperor.
Paladin. Welcome
Face,
back. I'm glad you're
Horus.
feeling better. The man's
yeah.
name was Pius.
Yep, Oleus. I can't pronounce his name. I'll just copy and put in chat and hope one of you can pronounce the name. But he's
holy
basically
shit.
a person who had a conversation with the Emperor. They had an argument, and at the end of it, the Emperor, instead of killing him, let him continue to bear a cross in the form of a necklace, and allowed him to stand by him for basically up until that point. So he was a person who predates the
Damn.
Unification War.
This talking about chaos makes me want to watch the DTS Emperor had to text each device card game.
I love
would love to see it.
how they just emulated Yu-Gi-Oh at that point.
It's just such a funny game.
Yeah. I honestly wish that we could play cards.
We can.
Oh, I thought the server got shut down.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro.
Oh.
Or EDO Pro.
Oh, that's awesome. Deku.
But yes, Agnes Pius is considered the saint of the Imperial Guard.
So, wait, one of us actually fought a Primarch? Yeah. And scared him? Yeah. What happened? He died.
What?
He died standing for the Emperor, and that sense of
As they
loyalty
do.
in the face of the enemy of the Empire was basically the rallying cry for the new version of the Imperial Guard that came about after the Horus Heresy. When commissars and stuff like that became standardized.
Well, wasn't?
Yeah.
I thought their war cry was for Cadia.
That's the new war cry after Cadia fell.
That's the
way
Cadian
later.
Guard.
Yeah, that's the Cadian Guard, and that's way, way later. That
Okay.
is
Because
near the end.
Is that when the Emperor was on the Golden Throne?
Yeah, that's way
Yeah.
after the Horus
Okay.
Heresy. The Emperor's been on a long time after.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good game I could also play. I also have Mechanicus.
Ooh, that's another one. It's difficult though, but it's fun.
Isn't Mechanicus like?
I have not played Mechanicus yet, but I've been waiting to.
It is a simple game with very hard decisions. That's the best way I can put it. It is a game that basically puts you in a very bad position and says you have all the tools you need to win, but every step of the way you're going to have to use those tools right or you will suffer.
I never heard of Mechanicus.
I've only seen like playthroughs of Mechanicus. I only bought it once, but my computer couldn't handle it. From what I can understand, it is basically Darkest Dungeon, but with
XCOM
something
kind
else.
of basics.
Yeah, it's like
very
XCOM
simple,
combined with
but
Darkest
it is very
Dungeon.
difficult.
Yes and no. Mechanicus is, think basically it's like XCOM, but but it doesn't have the BS like, oh, you have a 95% chance to hit.
That's right. If
it
you
misses.
shoot, it hits.
If it's
There's
within
only
line
one-
of sight, you can shoot it.
Yep. It's more like it's very bare bones, but it's not bare bones in a bad way. It is simply simplified to the point that it is razor sharp. Every decision you make has a dire impact on the battle.
Which that's one thing that I kind of wish the game but where's the words that I'm trying to find?
You can take your time.
I wish XCOM had like a mode where that's like how it is, where if you see a target, you can shoot at the target, and you will confirm the hit the target.
Unfortunately,
Because
randomness of bullets is half the game.
Yeah, RNG shooting is terrible.
Yep. I kind of like, in some ways, Phoenix
It's
Point
complete
for that, 'cause
garbage.
You can manually aim, but even then,
well, if you want manual aiming in terms of like hit like a strategy game, then you want to do what's it called? You want to play Valkyria Chronicles.
I tried that. Maybe it's just the first one, but I had the first one. I played a little bit of it, and I just couldn't get into it because the fact that enemies have infinite shooting when you're moving, and a few other weird control problems, really, I just couldn't get past it.
Yeah.
I really want to play Valkyrion.
I completely understand. Like I'm the same way. Like
I did like the story. I watched it.
I think that it's essentially like a mixture of XCOM and Fire Emblem. That's the best way I could describe it.
With races.
Oh yeah, that's accurate.
Anyways, let's see. What was the other funny stories that I had collected from? In old lore, in the first interpretation of it, there are cow people.
Cow people. Looks at Nixie.
The Vorbine. That's how they're pronounced, I think. It's like Vorbine or something like that. But essentially, they were cow people that were enslaved by the enslavers, which is, a race of squid people that psychically enslave people. They're kind of an asshole, and they're one of the races that all the Empire hates for very clear reasons. And by the time that the Vorbine had been basically saved, they had been kind of lobotomized to a point that they could only do basic things. And shockingly, despite the Inquisition being first ones to touch ground on the situation, they declared the Vorbines to be a protected species, which is something they very rarely do, and gave them the right to serve as in part of the Imperial Guard as militia. And by militia, I mean they basically provided food and nutrients to the Imperial Guards, because the Vorbine were actually capable of eating anything that is organic. It doesn't matter what the organic material is, they can refine it into basically a nutrients paste that Imperial Guardsmen could eat. A single Vorbine could produce enough paste to feed an entire squad of Guardsmen for weeks.
Holy
like
shit.
Enough every day.
So they drank titty milk.
Yep.
Yes.
Nixie, are you a Vorbine?
However,
Apparently.
later,
Hooray!
in second and third interpretation of lore, they kind of dropped off the face of the earth. And then they popped up again in fourth version of lore, in which they are now a Tyranid species.
Excuse me?
It has nothing to do with what they originally were.
Nani the fuck?
I hate it.
No. I'm sorry,
No.
but no.
No, give us back our cow people.
I know. I don't. People are. It's one of those confused things. It might just be that they reused the
Sorry,
name.
I'm a
or
tiered in now.
No!
Well, Nixie's a Tyranid.
I'm a tier in it now.
I mean, she steals my
Fuck.
jeans all the time.
Nixie is a gene stealer. Great. Well,
And
we better
she
eliminate
did.
her before she makes a cult.
Apparently.
Oh, wait. I think she already did.
Too
But,
late.
The best way I can figure out is they liked the name that they had and reused it, because otherwise nothing else makes sense.
Probably.
They just said, this name is awesome. Let's make it a Tyranid species.
Okay, I guess here's the question. Here's the big question: who do you think would win in the fight? The Zerg or the Tyranids?
Tyranids.
Oh, that's
You
a
get-
debate for the century.
Let's not put the scale into issue. Let's just
That's
think
a very
if it's
easy one.
group versus one group.
Basically, a hive of Tyranid versus a hive. Basically, equal footing.
Yeah.
Equal footing for both.
Tyranid.
You mean just unit versus unit?
Well, more like, let's say, like one fleet of the hive versus one fleet of the hive.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. If we go
The
based on
Tyranids, yeah?
scaling within universe, the Tyranids would still have a bigger fleet. Because everything in 40k is fucking massive.
So,
True, but I
okay.
would also argue, for the sake of argument, that the Zerg are also
Actually-
more organized, and they
And-
can genetically
So they have a
engineer
Queen of
themselves
Blades.
on the
That's also where I think that that's where I think the
Not everything in Warhammer 40k is massive. In fact, canonically they put the numbers far too low for their conflicts and people get very mad about it.
Yep. There are less people that die in certain wars than there was in World War II, despite the fact that
Yeah.
they were across the entire universe.
Exactly.
Now,
Like
here-
the War of the Beast. I'm sorry.
here's where I think that the Zerg have like a small edge. If a Zerg is able to kill, like, say, a Hive Tyrant, then I honestly think the Zerg would have the upper edge from the Tyranids, because the Tyranids, or because the Zerg can go and instantly adapt to the people that they're facing. That's what the Zerg are all about, is that they instantly adapt and then they consume.
That's
Well,
the difference
that's
between
what
the Zerg and the
Tyranids do
Tyranid.
too.
That's what the
Meanwhile-
Tyranids do as well.
Meanwhile,
However-
the Tyranids, they have to have gene stealers steal the gene code and then make basically hundreds upon hundreds of different generations to make the perfect version.
Yeah, that's the difference. The Zerg can instantly mutate their own forms in order to fit the combat scenario. The Tyranids need to bring back genetic code and then produce the army that they require
Wait, I thought
for the
Jenna has
enemy.
just had to drink the soup that they made out of the biological matter, and that's how they
Yes,
got the genetics to make stuff.
Tyranids can, in fact, adapt on the fly, too. It's just
Yeah.
a little bit slower. The Zerg have the advantage of the creep, and so do the Tyranids have
The gene stealer
spores.
method is a sabotage method.
Yep. So Tyranids
Also,
can adapt pretty rapidly, but I would say the difference between them is the Tyranids are much more aggressive and they're very invasive. But the
Let's
Zerg
also
are more
not forget, if a Carnifex hits the field, that is the moment everything turns to shit.
Well, then you have Ultralisks. Like,
Yeah.
at the end of the day,
Yeah.
it's this weird situation where I think the two groups are more likely to end up merging into one than actually one destroying the other.
They start adapting to each other
the-
rapidly until eventually they just became one thing.
The hive mind. No, what happens
Yeah,
is that
they just look like each other at that point.
they
Yeah.
they're fighting each other, they both see that they're very similar, and then they both team up just to turn around and laugh at the hive, at the flood. Just go, lame dorks.
Yeah.
Everybody puts the flood in there with them, when in all actuality, the flood would get smoked. Even though
Yeah, probably.
they have some advantages,
Well, the problem
they
with the
have
flood
too many
is their
disadvantages
defined
compared to
nature.
other two.
The flood's biggest weakness is they can only truly affect and use intelligent species. They cannot affect.
No, they can infect anything. They can affect technology, and they can affect anything.
Yeah,
Has that
that's
been
true.
changed
They cannot,
now?
but they can't make much use of it.
I
Like,
was
they
gonna say, in the
infected a
original-
medikit bias.
In the first
That's
3
the logic
games,
play. The Gravemind literally made a. The Gravemind would be more intelligent than either leadership of the Tyranid or the Zerg.
Plate plate.
Yeah. So he would have strategy in his hands, but there's still the fact that the Tyranids and the Zerg can spread so much faster.
So it's just an interesting talking point, thinking about it with the Tyranids and the Zerg, because I mean, the whole story is that originally StarCraft was supposed to be a Warhammer game.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Yeah.
So, but then Games Workshop was just like, actually no. So then,
Jeremiah, we're pulling back. Sorry.
so then Blizzard's like, well, screw
Should
you,
have
we're
let
gonna
them
take
do
this
it.
stuff and make it our own.
I guess the thing is, I would say both are kind of equal and opposite, because one has a much more refined organization skill, which can mean a huge difference in battle. As we've seen, the Tyranids have great skill in terms of being just powerful. But
It's also-
ultimately, their biggest weakness is their lack of organization.
The Zerg? Or the Tyranids, considering the Tyranids actually have a hive mind.
They do have a
Tyranids
hive
have,
mind,
like,
but they're also not capable
If you
of
take out a
organizing on the ground.
Zerg's, true, but if you take out a Zerg's, like, leader, they have nothing. They go wild.
They go.
That's also the same with the Tyranids. If they lose connection, and we've seen that before. There's also one more thing.
That's what
It's not.
I'm also
Magnus
looking
the
forward to Space Marines too.
True.
Because we want to deal with Tyranids in this way.
Welcome, Snake Kid.
Did Sanguinius kill Angron at some point, or was that... That's not canon.
Sanguinius, I think, did kill Demon Angron, but
He
Demon
did?
Angron can't die permanently.
Right, because you can't kill a Chaos Demon. Like, because the Chaos Demon is always around as long as there's someone who believes in them.
But anyways, one thing I wanted to put that's also an interesting thing, because I'm kind of telling like weird little funny stories for Warhammer. It's not Magnus the Red. What's his right hand? The guy who's in charge of trying to infiltrate the Black Library.
Which one?
The one that's in charge of the Black Library expedition.
Area man.
Ermon. Yes, there it is.
Amon?
It's like Amon, Esmon. But anyways,
No.
Asmongold?
I would.
It's like a man.
But that guy, basically one of the most powerful sorcerers of the Thousand Suns. Sorry, I couldn't remember his name. But at some point, he got in a battle with the Tyranids, and he used the full psychic potential of him and his sorcerer together to try and basically try and drive off the current fleet, and actually came in contact with the hive mind. However, the hive mind reeled back, released all control of the current fleet, and the fleet turned on it, devoured itself. And Erman, I'll mispronounce his name, basically said that the hive mind was powerful, but it was infantile and terrified of pain. And that it had never actually seemed like it was either too weak or unwilling to actually put itself in danger.
And that is where things like the Gravemind and the Marines have the advantage in this situation.
I don't know. Like I said, this is just things that I've read. But that's one of the few things. So it leads some people to believe either A, the hive mind is weakest.
So they're
where it's
trying to
farther
say
away.
that the hive mind is like a hungry child.
Yeah.
That is possible.
The hive mind in terms of Tyranids, yes.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the not grave mind. What is the
Legs, is hers.
The overmind, I think.
Yes. There's the hive mind, and then there's the over.
The overmind
The
is
Overlord?
a lot more ancient in its knowledge.
But yes,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
just something that was an interesting thing that from Warhammer is just he came in
Yeah.
contact with the hive mind and said that it was like was infantile but very powerful, but seemed unwilling to put itself at risk.
And
so it might just be weak where it's far away, and thus wherever its tendrils are at the
So it
tips,
could have beat
it's
him,
weakest.
but it was just like, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
So it's possible it is very powerful. It's just at its weakest where it's so far away. Or it could just not know what to do. Maybe it's never come in contact with someone so crazy as to try and one-up it. It's hard to tell. We don't know anything about the Tyranids, really. We just know what they
So,
do.
like, why has no one else tried to do that?
Well, let's look at
Here.
our list of suspects. There's the Eldar, who aren't exactly... They're very powerful, but they've never seemed willing to use psionic... human psionics, I should say, or warp psionics. The
Plus-
demons don't try bullshit because...
They don't want to because they know that if they tap into the warp, then Slaanesh is just going to be like, haha, gotcha!
True, they have their own
Gotcha, bitch.
sorceries.
One thing, if I remember correctly, the Tyranids actually have the reason why it took so many Psychers just to tap into the hive mind of the Tyranids is because the Tyranids have something called the Shadow on the Warp, which basically...
That's a weapon that one hive has, yeah.
Oh, just one
Oh, no,
hive?
it's actually the entire thing. You're right, sorry. The
Yeah.
the Shadow in the...
Yeah,
So
it basically prevents Psyker activity nearby a...
Unique Hive 1 is Hive Fleet Chronos, and they have the super version of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
took me a moment to remember.
it completely mutes the Psyker's abilities, right?
The Shadow in the Warp, it dulls it to an incredible degree. That's why Amon, who is... The Thousand Sun are very powerful in the psionics, so it took him and his most powerful sorcerers in tandem to do it, which might explain why it shocked the hive mind. I mean, if it dulls everyone else, someone finally pricks its finger, it probably drew back like, what?
Oh,
Imagine
something
if you
touched
were
me!
reaching in-
There's probably like a
No,
bug
I'm
that
bleeding.
touched his foot.
Yep, the bug.
Oh,
you
something touched
step
me.
on a leg go.
Wait, what the fuck? What? That tickled me. No. No.
At
I
least
do like
that's
this.
my thoughts. Like I said,
Yeah, I've
it's
been
very-
touched!
Bad touch, bad touch.
Let's look at the other side, people that deal with the Tyranids. There's the Mankind, which they don't have. They have extremely powerful psychics, but most of the
Orcs.
time they're fighting other problems.
They're fighting, you know, demons, orcs, Eldar,
Thank you
Dark
for the all
Eldar.
welcome.
One thing I remember is one plan that somebody had in order to prevent
Yes.
a Tyranid hive fleet from getting to
Firaxis,
Earth.
most of his, a
it's
huge
going
chunk
good.
of his cabal did die from the psychic
It's going
power.
good, Maximus.
But there's one dude had a whole plan to prevent a hive fleet from getting to Earth, where he basically got a bunch of orcs to do a wog on a bunch of planets from
that's the
between the
Leviathan.
Tyranids and Earth.
Yeah, that's Leviathan.
That's Leviathan, and on the other side of that fight is the legendary Gazgul.
Gazgul.
That ain't just
Uruk
one regular.
Raka.
That's the big one.
Everyone's afraid of that
Wah.
fight.
But yes, Firaxis, it did kill a lot of his cabal. Then there's the Necrons, which the Necrons don't use psionics. They
sleepy.
I don't think they.
They have their own.
Well, there's
stuff.
the King. The Silent King was traveling around and dealing with the, or at least interacting with the Tyranids. So it's unlikely he ever used psionics against them.
Aren't the Necrons working with humanity now?
No.
No.
Some of them are.
Well, they're working with the Mechanicus, which are like far from being human.
It's
Anymore.
close enough.
Not really. They
look that up.
think the flesh is gross and disgusting and squishy.
The flesh is weak. Become
Actually, you want to
machine.
hear a funny thing about
Fuck a
that?
toaster.
The group that, actually, this is funny for my very weird location. The Mechanicus and the Necrons have sort of envy of each other and some level of disgust for each other. Inherently, the Lord in question, I can't remember his name, but basically he commented on the fact that he openly envied the fleshy nature of the Mechanicus, and they didn't understand his compliments at the time, because they were like, "Oh, are you commenting on the machinery of it?" And he's like, "No, I'm complimenting you on the flesh of you." And the mechanics are confused, and they're like, "Wait, but becoming machine is the ultimate perfection." And the Necron is just like, "What?"
Yeah,
I would give up anything to be human, more flesh eating.
Just the Necron looks at them like, dude,
I wish I had fleshy bits again.
Yeah, sure, Axel.
We got
I miss eating
fucked
my meat.
over.
Man, I miss
dude,
eating my
you
meat.
know
What
what's
the
like
fuck?
not having a penis? Yes, it's good in the first couple centuries, but then it starts to suck.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
it was just a very weird interaction. The two basically envied what the other had.
It's because
Mr. Penis meat.
the Necrons.
I just like that whole interaction because it's ironic in the most purest form.
Hello.
Okay. I want to explain the why the Mechanicus and Necrons really hate each other.
Well, one moment. I want to say just real fast, like one of the because that's actually very interesting when you say
Correct.
that that's the Necrons.
Yes.
The Necrons admire the Mechanicus in terms of their fleshy bits. It's because the Necrons all have the same thought of, well, we lost our flesh because we were fucked over by the Deceiver.
Yeah, they also lost all their souls.
Exactly.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
seeing the Mechanicus, so essentially the Necron are like, look, I know you want to become full person, like full machine. That's fine. Don't do it. We did it, and look at us.
So
You're perfect.
Yeah, I actually want to tell you, like, this is the reason why Necrons and why the Mechanicus
What's
hate
left of the
Necrons.
Mechanicus penises get erected that moment.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, but the reason why the Mechanicus hate the Necrons on principle is because they have this, because to them, all xenotech is inferior to humanity. Like, on principle to them. Two, it's also considered a heresy against the machine god.
The Omnissiah!
No, okay. Oh, wait. I want to also, like...
Let me ask something.
Okay.
Wait.
I'm gonna wait.
He has to type things up.
Okay.
Also,
They think that all human tech is superior because of their belief that all tech is already made and just has to be discovered, and that they just buy that? Think that humans made all the best stuff already?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, because humanity actually found the cure for cancer. They found out how to do a lot of stuff. In fact, there's a very popular one that they actually found old tech, which was an AI, which is considered heretical. No, but this
The
AI,
time-traveling ship.
yeah, the time traveling ship, the one that basically said I hate what humanity has turned into. It used to be so great, and now look, and now
He
the
called
greatest.
them all witch doctors.
Yeah. So back then, the technology that Necrons have defies all reality, and the thing is, humanity had something similar to that. If you haven't noticed, humanity doesn't really have an issue when it comes to cloning, when it comes to genetics,
Right.
all that stuff. That's actually second nature when it comes to prosthetics. They literally are slapping themselves on machines without much of a problem. There are, but a lot of that has degraded, and they haven't even tried creating anything new. To the Mechanicus, creating something new is also heretical.
Yep. That's
Right.
why the
Yeah.
Tentacle Man is so important.
Yeah, that's like Call, despite being heretical.
Oh, a raid.
Yeah,
Raid.
is
Hey,
actually
Paradise.
doing
Raid.
Yeah. Raid. Oh wow.
Paradise, come join us in voice chat.
Yeah.
Join us,
Oh, wow,
Paradise.
this is getting
Also,
crowded.
where's your PNG, you nerd?
I will say,
I'm gonna leave.
though, go ahead.
For the sake of all the people here, because it's crowded and I don't want to keep crowding it.
Okay.
All right.
Oh.
Thank you,
Oh,
Omni.
if you say,
Yeah.
you're always welcome to stay, Omni.
Very cool.
But the Tentacle Man in question is the only.
Let me,
I think
because the
he's
whole
one of
voice chat is on the
archpriests.
stream.
Well,
Well, I know he's not liked because he was like one of the
Oh,
highest. He was very high ranked, and then he basically said, "You know what? This whole not inventing stuff is really dumb. I'm gonna go invent new things." And
Yeah,
the entire
so-
Mechanicus is like, "What?"
So, Belisarius Call is Arc Dominus, which
Those
basically
areas.
means
Yeah.
yeah, he's basically like he's second in command to the General Fabricator of Mars, which is basically saying I am the highest position right next to Robot Pope. Basically.
Yeah.
Robot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yes, Robot Pope.
he has considered, like, when asked, why don't you just take the position of Fabricator General, he says, like, I thought about that, but then I realized no one's gonna like that, and we're gonna have another civil war, so I'm okay with where I am at the moment.
Interesting. I know the answer he gave Gilliman was
Hell,
basically.
he's far enough in that he revived a fucking Primarch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know that he told Gilliman that he didn't want the position because he wouldn't be able to go out and explore and do stuff anymore. He would have to basically manage everything there.
Yeah, although that's kind of bullshit because one of the High Lords of Terra, which is the head of the Sisters of Battle, is right now leading a fight in a giant mech.
Yeah.
Yep.
A giant church-sized mech, mind you.
Yeah. No, not a church-sized
As they
mech. It's
do.
just like a giant suit of power armor.
Yep.
Oh, I thought because I know that the Sisters of Battle have like basically church-sized mechs.
Oh
And
no, it's like a little shrine. It's a little shrine, but she's basically like it's like a super mech, like I guess the
It might
like
be an
in the
ancient
Matrix.
That's okay, Paradise. I understand.
Yep, you're still welcome to join us and just we can change the subject. and
Oh yeah,
everything.
the thing is like in the Matrix.
Talking bananas.
Yeah.
What was the other bananas?
I do not recall Nemesis Warlock.
Nerd.
You know Nurgle. All hail Papa Nurgle.
Grandpapa Nurgle.
Grandpapa Nurgle.
Daddy Nurgle.
Actually,
about,
there is, can I say one more funny story? Past?
Yeah. Please.
May we all be blessed by his great pox.
In the second, I think it's the second or third. No, it's the third because that's when the Thunder War became relevant again. The Thunder Warriors actually did launch an attack on the Golden Palace, in which a number of Space Marines went up against the Thunder Warriors in direct combat, and the Custodes pointed out the fact that in straight-up combat, the the Astartes could not hold their own. They failed utterly to hold their own against the Thunder Warriors, and it was eventually up to the Custodes to finish it. And during the final parts of the battle, the captain of the Thunder Warriors and the captain of the Custodes basically came to blows, and he was very easily taken down by the Custodes, but he basically said that you have no free will and that the Astartes were a pale imitation of them. And shockingly enough, the Custodes agreed that the Astartes were a pale imitation of the Thunder Warriors, and gave the Thunder Warrior a quick reprieve rather than let him suffer. It was just very interesting that Thunder Warriors, as crude as they were, could actually take on Astartes in full power armor, despite their equipment being very outdated.
Well, it's due to
Oh yeah.
It's because Thunder
Thunder
Warriors are like pure power. They were pure power and savagery.
They also
Yeah.
come directly from the Emperor himself.
I'm pretty sure a
instead
lot of
being,
the
like,
primary's
2
design
generations
came from
below.
Thunder Warrior designs.
Yeah, some of them did, yeah.
I can actually also talk about Fantasy Warhammer.
Fantasy
I know
Warhammer.
nothing of.
Who talks
I know
about Fantasy
nothing of
Warhammer?
Fantasy
No,
Warhammer.
fuck fantasy.
Oh, but
Sorry,
but
Nixie
but
has-
but
it's
Nixie,
fair.
Nah, I get fucked.
red
I'm
people.
sorry.
There are no red people in space.
Yes,
Yes, there are. The Space Skaven are coming back. They've hinted at it right
Wait.
after they
Sorry,
brought back the
space
squads.
is racist.
Wait,
Deal with it.
there's
The Skavens are coming back.
wait,
Yeah.
there are space Skaven? What?
Yeah.
Yes. The
Although-
Skaven,
There are.
Space Skaven existed in the first version of the Warhammer.
Age of Sigmar is something else.
And then there was the second version. They kind of changed into the Herd, and the Herder are basically the time-sucking ones. They're the ones that Petrarabo had to take down, and he literally commented he watched as his Space Marine literally turned to sand before him. And by the time he defeated the Herder, he stated that he was now felt older than the Emperor. And they basically proved it. He was almost twice as old as the Emperor was, because they stole so much time out of him.
So it was like.
So he beat him up the
Manson.
same way Thor beats Thanos in the comics.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's how he did it.
Yep.
By just like enduring the time stone.
There. Geez,
But,
you know what? One of the side games that I do like from 40K is Necromunda. Because
they
we
were
did talk
talking about it earlier.
Yeah, because it's basically Mad Max, but in 40K.
You know what I wish they
Mad
did?
Max 40K.
They've already proved that they're willing to go that extra step.
Basically.
You know what kind of version of Necromunda I would love to play? One
Which
where you
one?
play a Lawbringer. I
What?
forgot what they're
Ooh.
called. Basically
Okay.
the
Oh,
judges.
the Palatine. Oh wait, no.
Isn't
that
You're
the
talking
game?
about Arbites. The Arbites.
Yeah,
Arbites.
the literal like Judge Dredd motherfuckers.
Yeah.
isn't
Oh, the Judge Dreads.
Isn't that like
Yeah.
isn't that one of the origins in Blood Money? Is that you are one of those that you can choose from?
No. Blood
Is it?
Money. You're a scummer, which means is like you're just basically a mercenary, essentially.
But I would love to see one from like the Lawbringers' point of view. Like they are powerful enough that they can actually go step on the toes of the Inquisition if they have to, because each one of them is basically a living law book.
Actually, the
There are
Inquisition likes to
stories of them.
hire them sometimes, but also
They're
in
often hired
Necromunda.
by the Inquisition.
Yeah, the Necromunda also has the governor actually has his own police force as well, called the Palatine Enforcers. These guys are also kind of like the Judge
Yeah.
Dredd ones, but they're like rent-a-cops, basically. They're
Rent-a-cops.
rent-a-cop ganger. They're rent-a-cop gangers, but they get like the best gear and the best kind of stuff. Like they got their own bolters and their own shotguns and all this kind of stuff.
I mean, when you're friends with a
Yeah.
militant governor, you kind of get that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I also kind of find it funny because the gangs in Necromunda are also representatives of the major houses that are helping run the industry.
Well, yeah, everybody
Yes.
wants to have their finger in the pie, even if it's
Yeah.
an illegal one.
Yeah. Like, did you know that Clan Escher, which is a mostly female gang, they're the ones that's in charge of all the pharmaceuticals and chemicals that pass through.
Everyone's
In fa-
favorite game.
Yeah. Drugs,
Yeah,
drugs.
I mean,
Also.
no, I meant the women.
Oh yeah, women.
Women.
Also, the Imperial Fists actually grab recruits from Necromunda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's basically because it's that whole like, well, you guys are basically in a hellhole, so
Yeah. Well, no. Usually, Space Marines would hire like
Yeah, it's a great
warrior
trial for
plated.
candidates.
Yeah. Like you can just imagine. Just there's a Space
Necromunda is
Marine.
basically a warrior city.
Yeah. Just imagine just one with like tattoos all over his face and
I would
everything.
almost say they're more like a survivist sort of society. It's survival of the fittest, and honestly, that is a good selection. As long as they're trained correctly. Unfortunately, otherwise they'll end up like the Night Lords, which is unlikely for the Imperial Fist to fall that way because they're very regimented.
Imperial Fist, that's
they're the ones in the
Rogel
yellow.
Dorn, right?
Yeah.
Rogel Dorn.
Yep.
I
and
am Rogel Dorn.
The
Yeah,
Imperial
those
Fist
kids.
are Rogel Dorn.
The Mustard Marines, some people like to call them, because of how bright yellow they choose to use their armor.
Wait, Paradise. How the fuck do you have 6 armies but don't know the law?
She could just be a game
She likes
player.
the models. They're
No.
very pretty.
She's probably a model collector.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's alright, Paradise. We're just kind of nerding out because
Time for you to get learned.
going insane.
Yeah.
Get in your paradise. You're gonna learn today.
Yeah. So let's see.
Actually, here's another interesting ongoing. The Night Lords are reorganizing, and so far, out of all the different Traitor Legions, they, along with the Iron Ward, are
What?
probably the most consistent. Yeah, a new high. Not what do you call him? He's not a warlord now. He actually has taken the position of like chapter master. He's the replacement for Talos. But unlike Talos, who he got
Oh my
his Gene
God.
Seed from, he's capable of using the Future Sight without horribly dying. And so he's actually skilled enough to use it
Interesting.
in combat and in tactics. And he's reorganized a lot of the Night Lords and bringing them back together.
Yeah,
But
she's
he's
played
also made it
Yeah,
clear
she plays the
that, you know,
game. I figured as much. The figures are super cool.
That's right. Paradise.
Well, it sounds
I
like we need to educate you, so you should get in here.
Yeah.
You listen
But
to
yeah,
Count
out of
Mom.
all the Traitor Legions, it looks
You
like
should
the
come
Night
here and
Lords might
ask
actually
some
become
questions.
One of the more
S
dangerous of the Traitor Legions.
Oh!
Natsu or Stamper. Not Stamper. Fucking,
I do want to retract back to the Tyranids thing with the Admech, and there was an interesting way that the Admech actually dealt with the Tyranids.
Oh, lighting the atmosphere on fire.
Yeah, they took the entire atmosphere, just lit it on fire, and business resumed as usual.
Yeah,
What?
like the Tyranids actually tried to siege a Forge world, and instead of fighting them directly, they just lit their atmosphere on fire and just continued as normal. The Tyranids
Yeah.
tried for a while to get in, and then they finally said there's not enough biomass on the planet to make it work. And ever since then, the Tyranids avoid Mechanicus planets. There's just not enough biomaterial to
Yeah,
make it work.
they made it not valuable enough.
That's one thing I like about the Tyranids is as hungry as they are, they're not stupid. They try to weigh their cost and
Oh, yeah.
versus gain.
6.
Yeah.
What's the name of the chapter of like the prison colonies who just blast music over
I'm still
colonies?
blown away by the story
Sound
about Hammond
Marines?
fucking making the hive mind of the Lent.
You mean the Sound Marines? That's the Emperor's children. They use
That
them
one's
according
going to stick with me all night.
This quiet offense, Lanesh.
Like they would just like cut off power to plants and just blast like horrific things through like the microphones.
Oh, that's the Night Lords. That was the one.
Axel,
back
do
when
you
the
know
Night
any
Lords
more
were
details
loyal.
about the story about Hammond making the hive mind relent?
From what I remember,
He lost a good. He had an entire cabal behind him, so it was
Yeah.
probably in a situation like that. And I do know that he lost like half of. Like they were basically the best of the 1,000 Sun.
Yeah,
So it was
so-
probably a once in a lifetime.
yeah. So the only other
But like
person,
all he did was just get in there, right?
He basically just pricked the hive mind's finger,
Or was
and it
there
was
more
enough
to
that
it?
the hive mind
okay.
retreated.
So
Sorry.
before Araman tried it, the only other person that was known to have succeeded, like ever like penetrating the hive mind, was
So
the
there was another.
Ultramarine. Yeah, there was the Ultramarines. I want to say head librarian. Yeah, head librarian.
Of course, it was the
Tigris.
Ultramarines.
Yes, of course, it's the Ultramarines.
Well, they fought them first. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Of
The
course.
blueberries.
Although
Smurfs.
this is like before the part where this
Blue
is
is the
before
color,
Matt
not
Ward's
armor.
yeah. This is before the Matt Ward thing, and but what he did, he only appeared only for a few moments, and he had to pull out immediately because that alone almost broke his mind. So
Why do you think I wear
Wow.
green?
yeah, it's not really easy to break into the hive mind. It is literally like trying to basically force yourself into 1,000 minds screaming at you all at once.
The way
Because
Airman described it, it's like trying to squeeze your face through a tiny hole, and on the other side is a black hole trying to crush you from all sides.
yeah, because the hive, as you might have guessed,
Jesus.
it's basically the hive mind, as in every single Tyranid all at once.
Right.
There is an interesting thing. There is certain Tyranids that do have ways of thinking. The only one that we know so far that is a consistent one is the Swarm Lord.
Yep, the big man
So,
himself.
Yeah, so he's an interesting individual because every hive fleet seems to have their version of a Swarm Lord. It's always this 4-armed hive tyrant that looks like General Grievous, basically. He's got 4 blades. And the thing is,
And what do they think?
well, the thing about the Swarm Lord is that they have a slight personality. Like, if they died to somebody in a duel, then they will actually, they will actively look for that person, and then try to go again.
From the incarnate battle between Dante and the Swarm Lord of the situation, Dante pointed out during their duel that the Swarm Lord was incredibly arrogant, and as the duel went on, it became more and more desperate as it couldn't win a straight-up fight until he shot it in the face with an extremely powerful gun at overcharge.
Was it a bolter or a las gun?
It was the energy pistol. He overcharged it, basically detonating it in his hand to blow up the Swarm Lord's head.
Dante
has a
Lasgun explosions are not funny.
Yeah.
It wasn't a las gun. It was an actual energy.
It was an energy pistol.
That's a lot bigger.
No, he used his hell gun, I thought.
It might have been
or
a
his
gun,
health.
sorry.
Well, okay, so Dante has a special wrist-mounted gun.
Okay,
That's
it was
basically
not his
a
wrist-mounted one. It was one he picked up.
Okay, yeah, it was a
'Cause
plasma.
He
It was a
lost
plasma
a lot
pistol.
of his equipment fighting the Swarm. It was a drawn-out smack.
Yeah, it was a plasma pistol. So,
That's
yeah.
it, plasma pistol. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, that is literally a tiny sun.
But he overcharged it
Yeah.
and basically fired it at max setting to win the fight, and it basically exploded in his hand.
That's a missing arm and missing right half.
That's not an issue for a Space Marine.
Yeah, that's just a Tuesday.
Dante survived it.
That's a
fine.
minor
He was just
inconvenience.
mildly.
It's only a flesh wound.
But he described the Swarm Lord as arrogant and very cocky, and eventually very vengeful and very vindictive, and finally very desperate.
Yeah. So the thing is that even if the Swarm Lord dies, they retain all the memories that they had prior to their own death. So, yeah, if you kill one, they're gonna come after you. They know who you are.
And they get smarter sometimes, though others get more desperate. They lose.
Yeah.
Valuable resources.
I will say, the Ultramarines fighting Hive Behemoth, if you look into that one, it's really good because it's the first Tyranid, the first thing about Tyranids. One of the cool characters that I actually liked was their master chaplain, actually. Wait, let me see.
Oh, the poor man.
What's the story of Carter Sicarius?
Okay, Kaido Sicarius.
Oh, okay.
Secondary. Okay, no. I'm gonna
No.
go. I'm gonna talk about him. I'm gonna talk about him a bit.
Hi,
Kaido
Carter
Why do you have to
Sicarius.
ask that?
No. So,
Please.
Kaido Sicarius is a very arrogant person. Like, very arrogant because of how much shit he gets done. Like, there are so many laurels on this man, and he has so many things. A lot of people tend to whisper around him, he's really great. He might be the next one. It's like, and it fuels his ego to no end, and he's aware of this. No, but the person that I really like is the Ultramarines chapter master. Like, no, not the chapter master, but the head chaplain, Cassis. Why? Okay, so here's the story about Cassis. Cassis is one of the oldest chaplains. He actually he's the only one that can actually call the chapter master boy. He's that old. It's like,
boy.
He's
It's
the only one that's
Kratos, Wizard Kratos.
No, but here's the thing. He is mostly a robot at this point. Why? Because during the whole Tyrannic War, he got crushed by a Carnifex. That is literally 40 tons crushing right into his body. He survived that. He got a body, he got his body refixed, and he was pissed. So
Yeah, they
pissed.
often are.
I would
So
be too.
pissed, he ended up he actually was part of the Death Watch, which is the at one point. But
The
which
Death
is
Watch.
the basically anti-alien forces. But the funny thing is that Cassius took all his training from the Death Watch. He took survivors of the Tyrannic Wars, and he turned all of them into anti-Tyranid hunters.
I mean, it's important.
Well, here's the thing. This goes against the Codex Astartes.
How are you, and how does anyone
yeah,
be
that
an
was back when
anti-terrorist
the
hunter?
The Codex Astartes was adhered
Yeah.
with very religiously, and now Gilliman's like, hey, that was meant to be like an outline, not like a...
How does anyone contend with it?
This isn't a religious text, it's an
Sorry,
outline. Please stop.
Sorry, Nixie, what did you say?
How does anyone contend with it?
How does anyone become a Tyranid hunter? Like, what in the world makes you capable of that?
They're all veterans of the Tyrannic Wars.
Well,
basically.
from the... I forget their name. The guys from the Death Planet, the legendary Marines.
Well, no. The
Catachan.
well, no. The
They're
Tyrannic
not Marines,
veteran.
but they
The
explain...
Tyrannic veteran. Oh, sorry. No.
I was just
you
going to
first.
finish. They discovered that the Tyranids do use pheromones and many other practices to recognize and interact with each other, even when they're not, even with the hive mind. Because it turns out the hive mind, from at least their understanding, can manage a lot of things, but it can't manage itself fully. And so using like musks and entrails and things like that, they can trick and confuse the Tyranids to a sizable degree.
Oh,
Yeah.
And so
So-
it's believed that there is ways to confuse, befound, trap, and eliminate Tyranids. Sorry, go ahead.
The Tyrannic War veterans, they're all called that
they're
because...
like Grey Knights, but for Tyranids.
Basically.
So, the Tyrannic War veterans all have the same thing in that they're all survivors of the Tyrannic Wars, all of them. And I guess anyone that's actually survived the Tyrannic fight within the Ultramarines chapter. They're a very specialized unit that Cassis has complete control over. They're all armed with special ammunition that is designed to basically melt the carapace and the flesh of any Tyranid. It's basically a gas that
I'm
is charged.
assuming mass production of that is not feasible.
No, not really. It's especially because Cassis actually handpick all of them, and it's basically everybody that has a really bad like really big hate boner for Tyranids.
Most likely that stuff you have to get it from like Hive Lords
I'm
or
doing
something.
well, C12.
Yeah. The equipment is usually reserved for veterans of the first chapter, but Cassius can do that because he's Cassius.
Pausing just real fast and to like reiterate, the reason why Kacho Sicarius is like not liked is because like he's arrogant, but that's because he can actually like pull up
Back
like
up what he says.
Back up what he says.
See, I don't have a problem with him. It's just that explaining him and all of the things he's been through would take days.
Probably, yeah.
Hi, Kacho Sicarius!
I actually like him I do kind of like him in the Oriel Ventress books because Oriel Ventress is a nice character. He's a space marine that actually uses like thinks on his feet. He's one of the smartest. Yeah, he actually uses.
Just so I can make sure I know who we're talking about real quick.
Yeah.
He's the one that made the decision to break the Codex to beat the Tyranids. He got banished, and that's when the Demon Quilava stuff happened, right?
Yes, that's the same dude.
And
He's
we're still talking about Kacho Sicarius.
So
no,
Oriel Ventress did get on trial. Yeah, Ventress got on trial, and Kaido Sicarius was one of the people that was accusing him.
Oh.
Yeah. So the reason why Kaidos didn't like Ventress is because, well, Ventress has a bit of backstory in that Ventress was originally part of the command center as the Ancient. He was the standard bearer for the company, and also like one of the best Marines in the group. And the captain, who was a friend of Kaido, died, and Ventress ended up replacing him because he was the survivor of that group and, well, the highest ranking Marine. So Kaido actually did have, like, Kaido didn't hold back when he was accusing Ventress for some of the stuff that he did with releasing the Nightbringer. All of that stuff, and he was partially the reason why he had to go down and face the Demon Kabula thing.
Yep.
But during the whole portrayal of him,
sense.
Yeah, the portrayal of him is very much, yes, he's arrogant, yes, he's an asshole, but he is kind of like, he does earn that kind of thing.
Again, he's the person that's like, he's all talk and like he's all talk. Or he's all action, and then he can back it up with his all talk.
I also want to talk about the time he got his ass kicked by Necrons.
Well, can I say one last funny story?
I was having an off day with that one.
One of the final last funny stories is about the Tyranid, the Death Guard.
Didn't you say that one story ago that was the last funny story?
Well, I'm remembering more because people are bringing up stuff, and then I remember context to things because my brain is full of like useless information. But essentially, at some point, you know how the different forces of the Chaos kind of control different territory. One of the not large, but a decent-sized Tyranid fleet invaded the territories held by the Death Guard, the forces of Nurgle. The Death Guard lost horribly. Like, they were completely just devastated. Could not hold the ground, couldn't use their normal tactics, their normal abilities did not avail them. However, here's the thing about it, is the Tyranids devoured them, consumed the planet, and as they were leaving, they all started convulsing. And it turns out that the diseases of Nurgle had infected them, and they could not survive.
Oh,
They
no.
literally just rotted and fell back down to the planet. And ended up having to basically abandon a lot of their forces, including ships, ship spawns and the like, with only the smallest amount surviving. Not
Nurgle, yeah.
including the local hive Tyranid. Sorry, the giant ship, the Squid, the one that acts as the command carrier.
Yep.
Also did not survive.
And Nurgle gets a whole new batch of stuff to practice.
To practice his pox on, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He probably gives it to Kugath.
Yeah, no, he does.
That's the funniest thing.
So I'm gonna talk about the time
That's one like demon lord that I actually like, kind of like Kugath.
Oh yeah, Kugath the Plague.
Because he was just a Nurgling, and then he fell into the pot and just drank it all up. But instead of getting squished, Nurgle was just like, "Aw, my big boy's so hungry. Have some more, but you have to make me a new strain."
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there was a whole time when Chaos Sicarius lost to Necrons, and then they had a secondary war because Chaos Sicarius had a hissy fit. It's funny. They win, but at the same time, they lose a lot of forces because Necrons.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Necron.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'll have to jump off here as it's getting late for. But
Okay.
Thank you all for your time, Nixie,
Yeah, it is.
Paradise,
Kaiser,
Jacob, Omni, everyone else.
You have a great night.
I hope you all
Good
have
night,
fun.
Ziggs.
Take care.
We see you tomorrow, Ziggs.
Rest well.
Bye,
And
Zigzag.
then there was only one bun.
Only one bun.
No. Only one. Oh, Oh, you want to actually know an interesting thing about Nurgle? They like counting.
Sure.
So,
Oh, that's true.
yeah, so the reason why they like the counting so much is because, well, Nurgle likes to keep track of, like, everything when it comes to making recipes, making stuff, how many people actually died to the virus, all that stuff. So all of Nurgle's, all of the plague bearers, who are the very serious ones in the Nurgle army, actually, that's also another part. They actually do keep track of everything.
Kugath being one of the major ones.
Yep. The
All
tally
right.
man.
And so 15 people died to the super flu, 30 people died to chicken feet pox.
Yeah. No, like
452 people died to mega herpes.
Yeah. No. There is a guy named Epidemus. Actually, yeah, that Paradise did mention. Epidemus is interesting because he sits on top of a chair that's being carried around by a bunch of Nurglings, so it just looks like a giant. It looks like a giant
Oh
maggot
yeah,
carpet.
that guy.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kugath.
And he has like this. No, Epidemus. He's like. He sits on a chair. He's carried by Nurglings. This is also similar. It's a smaller chair, though. It's a smaller chair.
Yeah, it's a smaller spirit chair compared to
Yeah.
Kugath, or yeah, because Kugath, he's a big lad.
But, yeah, he is. But he has this giant scroll that he uses to keep tally. There are actually positions in Nurgle's hierarchy in which they actually keep for people to keep numbers. Nurgle also likes bells.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. Beasts of Nurgle are interesting because they're basically puppy dogs.
They're giant frog-based puppy dogs.
Yeah.
Or no, those are
true.
They're basically giant puppies. All they want to do is give you love. But their love means you getting sick with like 20 different kinds of
get squished.
frickin' space AIDS.
And
they want to hug. They want to hug, and they're a giant hulking monstrosity.
Wait, are they the ones that look like giant like slugs, or are they the ones that look like Cyclops frogs?
Giant slugs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are the ones that are Cyclops frogs?
plague toads.
Are those plague? Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, those are plague toads. So, plague toads are jovial. Plague toads like to sing. Plague bearers like to hop on top of them to act as cavalry.
Yeah, it's so funny because
that's so goofy.
Because that's the actual thing for Total War Warhammer, is that like you actually see those units be made and used. And heck, they even have soul grind. They even like introduce soul grinders. And I know soul grinders are technically a 40k thing. So people are thinking like the next Total War Warhammer game is going to be called Total War Warhammer 40k.
Well, okay, so the soul grinders are in 40k, but they're also in fantasy. They're not like connected whatsoever. Games Workshop likes to remind people like, no, the franchises are different. They're not connected. Stop making crazy theories.
Sure, paradise.
Right, yeah. Right. Wink, wink.
they do want to like actually like keep the franchises separate.
Then create a totally different like demon faction.
Yeah, well,
they're lazy. They're lazy.
then they can't be mad about how people are putting in theories about how fantasy and 40k are actually connected.
Yeah,
because that's on them. If they're just wanting to be lazy and not create a new
until they actually do some work on separating them. What Major Kill said is the reality for me.
Yeah.
What did Major Kill say?
What did Major Kill say?
He had a whole video on like the theory of how they're the same.
Yeah. Like there are constant theories about saying like these worlds are basically the same.
Yeah.
Well, I just think it's Warhammer 40k is just the future version of Warhammer Fantasy.
Yeah.
Because Karl Franz, the Emperor of
since Age of Sigmar, guess that's not possible.
Yeah. Age of Sigmar kind of debunked all that.
Age of Sigmar, destroy the world.
Oh right, because the end times actually happened. Then then Sigmar showed up and
I think my little rat boys won.
Well, it was right, and the Skaven became the 5th Chaos faction.
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't like the end times. I don't think there's anybody that I know even likes.
And they won't because they sent a nuclear missile at the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
they got their objective done.
Probably
they literally won by nuking the moon.
Probably because that was, and let me guess, that was Ikit Claw who did that.
It's on the moon,
of course.
Idiot.
Of course. The mad scientist rat himself.
The little lonely faction I'll play in Total War.
So, I know quite a bit of 40k, but I don't know much of fantasy.
Fantasy, it's fascinating because what I'm fascinated about is that there's no, like, in 40k, there's no dwarf faction.
I mean, there was the squats.
There is.
Yeah.
The squats are basically the dwarves.
And they're back.
Oh.
Yeah, they're back.
Yeah,
as
they're
the
back.
Leagues of
The squats are coming back.
They're the Leagues of Voton now.
That's news to me. I always thought that there were just no space dwarves.
I like it because they've been
in April they did it. Everyone thought it was an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, because they released it on April 1st. Yeah. No,
hello there, Shepherd of Fire.
Ew.
Sorry, it's someone on my chat was just saying hello, and I was saying hello back.
Yeah. So, I can actually talk
Those
about
look really cool. Paradise. Did you paint them?
So the Leagues of Votan are a new faction. It's really nice. They're yeah. The new faction of Space Wars is basically this. They're an offshoot of humanity. That's the first part. The second part is that, well, basically, they have a quote-unquote relationship with the Imperium of Man. basically like, we'll do stuff for you guys, but we're our own independent nation, and we do our own things. They're one of the few groups they're one of the few groups that actually are allowed this thing. The other being AdMech and Space Marines. Another thing is that, well, unlike the
Doing pretty
AdMech,
good. How are you?
like, unlike the AdMech, they're actually creating new technologies. They're pretty much like nomadic miners. They're resource gatherers, and they ride bikes.
Like motorbikes or just normal bikes?
Hover bikes.
Hover bikes.
So they're deep rock galactic.
Oh yeah, no, very much.
Yes.
Rocket Stone, maybe.
That's a game I should get. I heard Deep Rock Galactic is a good game. And a fun game.
I will join you for that.
I played it for a bit. It's fun.
I would gladly join you for that. I am an NG main in that.
I'm a driller.
I am indifferent to Deep Rock Galactic.
Yeah, it's like Warhammer 40k. I completely agree, Shepard, is completely fun, but oh my god, it's so expensive. Do you want this fun? Do you want this packet of like 8 tiny figures of like Space Marines? $80, please.
It's gonna cost you $10,000.
Yeah.
$50.
So, okay, so I do want to talk about like the issue with the Votan. So, the Votan don't actually talk about the squats. They're actually known as the kin. That's what they call themselves. Votan is an AI program that they've kept. Each group has their own AI system, which is their ancestral cores. You know how dwarves are like, yeah. You know how dwarves are like honored their ancestors. So
yeah,
the AI core is basically a mapped memories of all of the ancestors that have passed by, so that the kin can basically call upon them when they need wisdom, when they need something needed, and the AI will basically like create like, here's what you gotta do. But of course, because they don't understand because they've left the thing on for like 10,000 years and have like 200 tabs on Google Chrome of all things.
Oh no!
On like a Vista XP. Yeah, you can get where I'm going. This isn't like the foolproof plan. It hasn't gone like all renegade on people, but this is basically they're using tech that's been around for very long and is prone to degradation. So another thing that's heretical, they treat AI as their own brethren. There are groups called the Iron Kin, which are literal full-on robots with AI that work alongside the kin and actually have professions.
That's cool.
Meanwhile,
that's interesting.
Meanwhile, the Tau are just in the background, just being like, "We're just the good guys."
Yeah,
we're the quote-unquote good guys. Yeah, even the good guys aren't the good guys.
They're
like
they're better than most.
There is
better than most, but they're still.
That depends.
Yeah.
The great are good.
Oh yeah, the great are good. There's
All
a command
the great are good.
All the great are good.
Yeah.
There's a command unit they're on my controller.
A command unit for the Leagues of Votan.
They're all mind controlled.
Yeah, basically. Is basically the kin that's like being the mechanic, but he also has an apprentice, which is an AI. Also another thing, all of the kin, they're all clones. These are like, this is a very specific genetic coding kind of thing. Like, there is of course like there is like the whole like relationships and stuff, but it's all like very selective breeding kind of. It's kind of weird because it's all decided by the AI thing, because ancestors. But they also have cloning facilities. in which a lot of them are based off of, well, preset genetics and just alterations being made. So, you know, we don't have multiples of the same kind, that kind of thing. It's also kind of the reason why they kind of end up getting stockier and stouter and shorter over time because of all that cloning.
Oh, so it's pug syndrome.
Inbreeding.
It is pug syndrome. Yeah.
Inbreeding.
Inbreed. Well, yeah, inbreeding. They're very family based. But it does allow them to be.
That takes on a very bad tone in that sense.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing. They actually have their own psychers that are actually from a certain group. But unlike the Imperium, they're actually valued members of society. I know, this is like something, this somehow they managed to actually get a working society that doesn't hate AI
They're
or
just the inverse
psychers.
of the Imperium.
Yeah, without any of the shenanigans the Imperium have, and yet they're still working. They're a minority, obviously, but they're still working. So it's like, how the hell does this all happen? And that's kind of the funny thing. It's like, it's possible, but it's probably not
Shenanigans.
like, yeah,
Shenanigans.
It's not the best idea. Oh, but I do like their armor too, because one of their characters looks like one of the Marines from StarCraft 2. Like, they look like... Actually, no, it's really funny. I just realized they look like Terrans. They're basically Terrans. Because their outfits are literally like... They have the helmets that, like, cover up the faces like a spacesuit.
Yeah.
They carry heavy rifles. And... Wait, I gotta look for a... Like... I gotta look for a picture of one of them. Give me a sec. Let's see. Like, I got... Oh, wait. Images... Oh, yeah. I'm gonna post this in the, I'm gonna post this in the stream chat thing. Kind of thing. It's gonna be a picture of, we're gonna compare one of the kin with a Primaris Marine. To show you how short these guys are.
By the way, what was the whole deal with the Primaris Marines?
Okay, so they're basically Space Marines +1, if you want my honest opinion. They are Space Marines kinda. They're Space Marines that were made by Call to become basically the improved version of the Space Marines. They also have with no genetic flaws, no issues, basically better Space Marines with better.
They were the Gary Stu of Space Marines.
Yep.
Yeah, and with this, and of course the
They're just way stronger, way better at everything.
Yeah, and more grimdark, obviously. Because 40K. Yeah. Obviously that went as well as everybody, like, that went as well as you'd think it went, when presented to the general populace. For the old school Marines, though, there is a way for them to basically go up the ladder, or to turn themselves into Primaris, which is, I think it's called, it's the Rubicon, which is considered a considered a very, very fatal process, and 90% are actually meant to fail, despite the fact that we have a lot of characters that have upgraded themselves into Primaris Marines, including Marinus Calgar of the Ultramarines. Yeah, Calgar became a Primaris.
He was the first.
Because it's Ultramarines.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah. He was the first, and of course, he got a nicer armor. Actually, it is interesting. I want to talk about Calgar when Gilliman came around, because that's an interesting view on him.
Yeah.
So, when Gilliman first came out, he actually walked around with Marinus to catch up on stuff. And Marinus was pointing around, first off, Marinus went to the chapter armory. He pointed out some of the relics. Gilliman kind of oh, hey, yeah, I remember that. Yeah, he was kind of he looked at him and was like, oh, yeah, that's nice. Because, we have these sacred relics of these things. Yeah, that's nice. I remember that. That looks nice.
Oh, shit. That's my old toilet paper roll.
Yeah, exactly. It was kind of like that. And another thing is that, Gilliman actually started looking at Kaido and actually talking to him a lot. The reason because of this is because Gilliman was actually reminded of one of the sergeants that Gilliman used to know and actually had a lot of fondness for, but he kind of saw...
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, he saw a lot of the same things and the same problems that Kaido was facing, so he was kind of trying to, push him towards a better direction so he can become a better Marine kind of thing. And that, unfortunately, Marinus is kind of oh god, what happened? What am I doing? Is this the right thing to do? So he had a issue of faith at this point because, hey, his dad's here, but it wasn't what he expected. So there was a lot of that. I think there was one time that he actually talked to Victrix Guard, which is the honor guard for Sicarius, but I think Gilliman actually did confront he did come to his senses eventually and say no, wait, I have to remind myself I've been doing a damn good job running the Imperium, so there are still things I can do. So yeah, he's been acting as Seneschal of Ultramar and kind of been doing his thing. Actually, he ended up fighting Abaddon and kind of actually fought him to a draw. He did get his ass kicked though, and he lost a lot of
wow.
Yeah.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. Abaddon, he's a Core Knight follower, yes? Or is
Abaddon...
Is he undivided?
No.
Yeah. Abaddon is the master. He's the leader of all of the Chaos Warriors. He's if you could pinpoint someone that can lead all of the chaos, all the Chaos factions, it's going to be Abaddon. He's the one that broke Cadia, and he's the one that's been leading. He's been leading every Black Crusade. Of the 13 Black Crusades was all him.
And each one ended in somewhat success, somewhat failure, if I remember.
Yeah, he didn't win with each Black Crusade. He didn't break Cadia or anything, or made much progress. But each one, he did get kind of a victory of some sort. One time, he got the Blackstone Fortresses, which are really powerful ships. Probably Necron technology. I don't know.
That's what let them break Cadia.
Yeah. One time was getting his sword with Drakien. There were other times where he destroyed other groups, or he basically made it where, yeah, the Imperium can't use this ever again. All of it basically helped him win his final battle in Cadia, which basically tore tore the galaxy in half. So, there's that. Abaddon is the War Master. He is carrying... In one hand, he has Drakian, sword that is literally of a very powerful Demon Prince that has absorbed thousands of souls. And on the other hand, he also has Horus's Claw that was held by his Primarch of the Horus the Arch Traitor. Yeah. He's got a hatred for Blood Angels. There used to be rules where he gets bonuses for killing Blood Angels, but on the tabletop he is seriously scary to fight because he has 15 attacks. All of them ignore all armor, and he will murder anything, actually.
I'm guessing he's one of the highest point costing characters.
Oh yeah, and he's probably one of the coolest looking ones too. He's literally got this giant wicked claw. He's got this giant flowing cape too, and this hulking Terminator armor. He looks like a badass, despite the fact he has a top knot.
So he's the Drip Master.
Yeah, he's the Drip Master. Wait, let me get a picture of him.
Drip, I mean.
Yeah. Abaddon the Despoiler. Yeah, there we go. Here we go. I'm gonna post this picture of him. Yeah. It's really cool. He's also has a picture, like, the picture also has him, like, stepping on top of an Ultramarine.
Because he's so cool, he can actually beat the Mary Sues.
Yeah, he was joked about back in the day, because back in the day, Abaddon had 2 giant arms, and he was a metal cast. And the problem with that is, you're trying to put together a metal object with glue, with super glue. That's not gonna work. And even if you try pinning it, which is like, or if you try like a bunch of techniques,
Yeah,
just to try
it
to
should
put
never
it
work. My Hive Tyrant was metal and it would never stay together.
Yeah. So his arms would always drop, and everybody made fun of him for that. Like, literally everybody just called him Abaddon the Armless. So that was a running joke until recently, when he got his new model.
Until they actually used the better plastic.
Yeah, you had to like drill pegs into the sockets and the arm to like try and get them to stay up.
I don't know why I don't have my reactive image. I think you have my image, don't you, Nixie?
I thought so.
I can send it again.
Sure.
Alright. Oh, we're at 36. Yeah, we're at 36 viewers. Hello.
I'm back down to 1.
We used to be at 42.
Yeah. It's late, actually. It is pretty late.
1 in the morning for me.
Yeah.
It's late enough that I have to get going.
Oh, yeah.
I am okay.
Yeah, it's time for me to get out of here.
Oh, all right. So you're not doing a 24-hour stream.
You know, it sometimes
Seems
sounds
not.
feels like she is.
Yeah, I thought about it, but then I took a sleeping pill.
Ah,
Uh,
that fixed things.
Yeah, that helps. It's okay, Paradise.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow, if you're around. If you read my announcement today.
Yes, please. Anyone who wants to join in on the conversations.
You'll see how I'm doing things temporarily.
Yeah.
Have a reactive image.
I might pop in again. And
Yeah,
talk about
super
some
helpful.
old school. Actually, I didn't even talk about like the
With a
weird.
reactive image.
I didn't talk about like the funny stuff in Rogue Trader, like the
Go ahead and read my announcement.
like the official artwork of Space Marine Samba.
Oh yeah, the Rogue Traders. Quite an interesting group of Warhammer people.
No. This is old Rogue Trader art in which they actually had an artwork of Space Marines dancing romantically.
The fuck?
Oh.
What?
What did I just get back to?
Okay, wait. Let me try to look.
You
for
got
it.
back to
Something.
Nixie starting to head off.
Yeah.
You got back to Space Marine Samba.
Okay, wait. I gotta show that. I gotta show this because no one tends to believe this whenever I bring it up, because it's very funny when I do. I'll post it in the stream chat.
I take
I'm
things
gonna
with
see
the
it, and I'm still
grain
not
of
gonna believe
salt.
it. So
Yeah,
there.
this is official artwork from Games Workshop.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a little history. That's a little Rogue Trader history.
I'm up to
for
2
you.
now.
I hate it.
I know you do.
I got shivers down my spine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Space Marine Samba.
That is hilarious though.
Yeah. This is back when Space Marines back in the day were just dudes in power armor.
They were just guys.
They were just
Yeah.
guys. Literally, they were Marines back in the day.
Not walking gods like they've become.
Yeah. It's so good.
Wait, H Paradise, don't look. Keep your eyes pure.
Too late.
You are not taking over content. You are joining us in the content.
Yeah. It look at just look at the little thing, the picture on the corner of Nixie's stream. That's an official thing.
Yeah, but they're gonna be tainted once you see it.
This day you die.
Look, there were like rules for a lot of weird stuff back in the day. There was even like stories of orcs beating people to death with petra squirrels. Yeah.
Squirrels.
That's funny.
Squirrels, yeah. A lot of people tend to forget that there's a funny side to
Warhammer.
Warhammer. Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
what it started
it's
out.
all
It's
very grim dark now.
yeah.
They used to have a funny side at one point.
It used to.
All the
But it
comedy
kinda-
was squished out by people wanting their
Well, the squats are back,
grim
so maybe
darkness.
funny is back.
Maybe.
Maybe
A
we'll
lot of
read the
old-
haha funny.
Yeah.
Ah, funny
Look,
joke.
they're bikers now. And they're Deep Rock Galactic. It's good.
What's poppin', Ace?
I think one stream we all need to get together and just play Deep Rock.
Oh yeah.
Somebody needs to buy me Deep Rock.
I might actually look into that. I need to friend you though.
This is Ferris, correct?
Not in well, yeah, it's me, Ferris, but not in Steam. I'll give you my friend code, so you know.
Literally, I have the same name on Steam.
Actually, Alperius.
I am almost universal.
Yeah. Wait,
This makes me want to play. This makes me want to play StarCraft now. I have a hankering for StarCraft.
Oh god, yeah.
Yeah, StarCraft is fun.
Like going through the beginning story.
Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow.
Play StarCraft with somebody, like co-op. It makes me want to do that again.
Pink.
Hey, Pink, welcome. It's good to have you.
Yeah.
Hello.
You're doing well.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. StarCraft is like still my favorite sport.
Yeah.
It's retro, but it has co-op now, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. Oh, I did also forget. Back in the day, Rogue Trader had half Eldar. Because there was a lot of fantasy elements that Games Workshop just kind of like, they took Warhammer Fantasy and took a lot of the elements into space. Yeah. That was it. So there was half Eldar back in the day. There aren't anymore. Right. There aren't anymore. And Tigris, the Master Librarian of the Ultramarines, used to be a half Eldar.
How do they retcon that?
How they fix that?
They just stopped acknowledging it.
I mean, that's as good as anything. Just like, just don't talk about it.
Yeah, it was kind of like a.
So they got rid of it, the same way video essayists get rid of their racist comments.
Yeah, pretty much. Let's see other things. There used to be a Mad Max game called Gorka Morka, and it had some funny stuff in there, like.
That's awesome.
Like, it was basically it was a racing game where you had the models that were all like kitted out with special stuff like harpoon guns or
a lot of that.
Bike tires. Yeah. And you just basically like raced around and either you tried to win the race or kill the other racer. It had some weird stuff like
it sounds fun.
Yeah, it had like Gretchen Revolutionaries in which there were Gretchen that basically rode in like a wooden boat on a desert planet, and they were led by a revolution committee led by the Red Gobbo and stuff like that. There was things called Diganobs, which are humans that are orc cosplayers.
Pirate D God, thank you for the follow.
What?
Yeah, so the humans on that planet dug deep because of the radiation that happened on the planet. When they got up, they saw that they saw that greenskins were running the planet, so they kind of ended up adopting orc culture as a way for them to try to integrate themselves because they thought they were the new masters and everything.
That's fucking great.
Yeah. No, the orcs are like, well, these guys are weird. And they only let them live around just so they could just bully them.
So that works. Just accepted them.
They kind of did, but they just kind of bullied them. So it's like, because they were just trying to get off the planet. That was the whole
just saw them as like goblins.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the whole point of Gorka Morka
Absurd.
was that they were trying to just get out of the planet because they crash landed there by accident. And then the big mech that was there just had this whole epiphany that I'm gonna build a rocket ship because that's how orcs leave the planet. They have to wait till the big mech gets a big idea. Yeah, they have to get an epiphany.
Epiphany of let's get off of this hunk of rock.
Yeah, and then the head scientist decides. Yeah, the thing is that because of the size of this ship, they didn't get a lot of scrap, so. They had this whole idea that they could only let in a limited amount of orcs on the planet. Everybody else had to just stay there and not have fun. That was the whole point of Gorka Morka. which is kind of sad because that
Shenanigans.
yeah.
Shenanigans.
It there was a rule where you could literally just shove squigs down a guy's pants.
So when StarCraft 1 came out, what was the state of the story and Warhammer 40k?
They were trying to become more serious. Rogue Trader started turning into Warhammer 40k. We were in 3rd edition. That part is interesting because that's when we start getting stuff like the Sisters of Battle, Black Templars, that kind of stuff.
Ah, yes, Black Templars.
Tyranids,
The sweaty fanboys' wildest dream.
Tyranids were just released.
Oh,
Tyranids look
thank
a
you for the
lot.
follow.
Tyranids look a lot different back then. They look like a bunch of bony.
So I recall.
Like a bunch of bony alien dudes. It's kind of obvious that they took references from Alien.
You know,
But,
one of the worst decisions in Warhammer was a fiasco.
Oh yeah.
Which one?
This was
Which one? That I think was one of the worst choices. I mean,
I'm at 35 followers.
Warhammer
look at that.
was a dark thing. It's always been dark.
moving the hive tyrants away from the xenomorph designs
Oh yeah. It's a bit sad.
into the round-headed coin effects.
Yeah.
I hate them.
It's pretty bad.
Give me back my alien queen.
Oh yeah, they also had Gene Stealer cults. Now, Gene Stealer cults right now,
Yeah.
where a bunch of dirty are basically like miners and like guerrilla fighters. Back then,
Their children.
they basically look like Scientologists, a Scientology cult.
Oh
And-
god.
Yeah, no, like it's even funnier because the patriarch was a fat bald dude sitting on a chair that had like
That's hilarious.
that had like Gene Stealer parts. Yeah, that was the patriarch. Nowadays, the patriarch is a giant Gene Stealer. Like not as funny, but it's kind of cool because it's a Gene Stealer. But let me think. There was a lot that was taken from the 80s too. Like back in the day, Sound Marines.
Yeah.
Sound Marines actually looked like rockers. In fact, their weapon of choice, the sound gun, was an electric guitar with a gun strapped on the bottom.
I love that.
Yeah, and they had the wildest designs. They had leopard prints and tie-dye and rainbow mohawks. They were so crazy.
They were literally just a hair metal band.
Yeah, it was. It was great. A lot of people do kind of, like, a thing that they did forget. I'm not saying like fans didn't forget, but they forgot. Was that, well, 40k kind of was just made as a kind of to parody the whole dystopian future kind of thing. Like, they took a lot of inspiration from Dune, a lot of inspiration from Blade Runner, and all that stuff, and they kind of just
Absolutely.
just kind of created like this super authoritarian, grim, dark place as a joke. But then the joke kind of became reality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is the sad state of things, really, honestly. I miss the funny parts. It's kind of why I like the very outlier groups like Imperial Knights. I love Imperial Knights. I love the flavors. They are literally knights in space. Right down to the whole right down to I'm going to write heraldry on my crotch. The entire heraldry of my entire lineage is a crotch banner. And that's just like, that's stupid, but I love it. I like the fact that they still see themselves.
Yeah, Space Knights. Exactly.
There are different references to the UK stuff, actually. Yeah, you were right. And I did remember that.
Absolutely.
I do know that Gaijin Goomba did do a video talking about Yeah, no, like the orcs have a lot of references to the UK, like the very nasty culture parts of the UK, kind of put into an actual race.
Oh, like the football hooligan stuff?
Yeah,
Yeah, the
exactly.
football and stuff. There's also hints of the SAS. There's hints of biker gangs, like the crime rates in London. The fact that Gazgul is a reference to Margaret Thatcher.
What the fuck?
Okay, so Gazgul's full name is Gazgul Mag Rock. Margaret Thatcher. He has this whole thing again. Like, he is a prophet.
Absurd.
Kind of thing, and has pretty much led a very, one of the longest living warlords in existence. Foreign-born. And
Right.
a bunch of other stuff that, connects it. Kind of like, how medicine saved his life, so he's very protective of dogs, of the pain boys.
Hello.
Yeah. Which kind of like Margaret Thatcher's whole policy on health. The Goths actually is a reference to punk culture as a whole. If you are a fan of ska music, that kind of stuff, definitely that thing. They also have a group called the Goth Rockers, which are literally like orcs dressed up as popular metal bands. Like, there's literally an orc that dresses up like Slash. Not bad at all.
Huh.
Wait, is that what we got? The one animated video about one of the orcs becoming an idol with giant tits?
No, but that sounds cool. Let me think.
There was.
Actually, there were a lot of fun things that...
It was, I mean...
Yep, we're talking about the orcs, Neko.
Yeah.
Or, well, Ferris is talking about orcs.
Yeah. There used to be a thing called a
Yeah.
Rockarola, which was literally a giant mech that had this giant pinwheel, or no, that had a giant rolling pin with spikes for a weapon. So all it literally did was just run with this giant pinwheel, like with this giant rolling pin with spikes on it. It was massive. It crushed super tanks with it, and it was just like crazy.
I hate it.
But you just love the idea of just this giant potato-looking mech.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because the thing is also orc mechs are really they're really funny because they're like very squat. They're very like triangle shaped, and they waddle. And another thing that they do have is that they have cross guns. Well, it's a belly gun, but honestly, it could be a crotch gun.
Well, they don't have a quote unquote crotch.
Yeah. Just the fact that I like orcs because another thing that they have is they've mastered technologies that few people actually understand. And the only reason that they mastered these technologies is just so, hey, can I just use this on the enemy? So, one of the things that I really love, yes, they keep their cocks loaded. That is very true. So, one of the things that they have is called the Zap Gun. That's the Zap Gun. Basically, it's carried by a bunch of mechs. It's like a three-pronged electric gun. Oh no, it's not a... No, it's the...
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Big mech. Shock attack gun. There you go, shock attack gun. So, it's actually a teleporter gun. You know, it's a short-range teleporter gun. So you would think like, oh yeah, so you can just like quickly teleport a group to the other side. Yeah? You know? That kind of thing. What they do is that they shove a bunch of Gretchen into there as much as they can. No, Snotlings, because Gretchen are too smart to know that they're in danger. Like, Gretchen will actually know that there's danger coming. Snotlings are too stupid to know that danger
Well,
is coming.
Snotlings are food.
Snotlings are basically smaller goblins, but yeah. But the reason that they do it is that they stuff them into the bag, pull the trigger, and aim at the nearest enemy, and pull the trigger because it's going to end up inside of someone's inside, and then they're gonna try to claw their way out.
Oh dear God!
They have a laugh every time they do it.
It's like a silly Tyrannid weapon.
Chest burster gun.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, kinda. Most of the time, the Snotlings just explode on impact.
Yep. Or they end up or the gun kind of messes up and there's just a bunch of bloody chunks that just come out of the gun. They have fun with it though.
That's all that matters.
Yep. Another thing that they do is that orcs actually learn how to literally weaponize gravity. They have this thing called a bubble chucker. It shoots balls of gravity. Or they have a gun that literally chucks rocks at planes. Or they have a gun that shoots a laser. It explodes.
Which one is the gun that gets me into bed?
I think that's called the cum shooter.
The big cannon. Oh, let's see.
But okay, guys, I gotta get to sleep.
Alright, you have a good night, Nixie.
Have a good night, Nixie.
This talk is great. We can continue it tomorrow.
Yeah, if I pop up, I might actually talk more.
But for now, I must rest.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody in chat. Have a good night.
Sleep tight, Nixie.
Night, folks.
Good night. So who's all that's left in here?
I'm here.
Oh, Natsu.
Yep.
Hi. So how you doing?
Just streaming away.
God. Sorry, I just managed to finally get through level on Splatoon 3. By the way, I decided to get Splatoon 3.
Oh, nice. Nixie didn't raid me. My viewers. I want higher more viewers.
So how many more artifacts do you need? Not so.
I need 10 more.
Ah. Out of what was originally like 38?
30.
30. So you are...
This is 19 going on 20.
Oh boy.
And I've been doing this all day. I got a follow. Cyberwolf, thank you for the follow. That makes 36.
Nice. Can they hear me?
Yes, they can.
Welcome, Cyberwolf. Thank you for following.
Oh yeah, no, I'm excited. I'm already almost at 50. Oh, hey there, Oki. I thought you were heading off for the night. Well, I'm going to be up for at least a couple more hours. Because, one, I'm not sleepy, and two, I have a goal set, which is...
When you're on the grind, you never sleep.
Oh, well that's very convenient. I should have just asked Nixie if she could send her viewers over my way, even if it was just a small one. Bigger net to get bigger net. Next time. And I think honestly, what I'll do is I'll just start leveling classes. As I've been doing leveling very slowly, but now that I'm almost done with my Relic grind, then I can just level things up and have conversation points. Because this honestly has made the leveling so much easier. Damn. Oh, okay. That makes 20. Just 10 more. what? I think what I'm gonna do is I need to just so I have it. Yeah. Well. So going through the eShop themes, there's no quality. No, there is not. No quality control on Switch whatsoever. There's a lot of garbage.
Yeah.
There are some hidden gems, but a lot of it's just hot garbage. Guess I'll swap over to a different locale to hang out in. Oh yeah, I totally agree. Have that meteorite too, or did they just add that meteorite? Huh. Very interesting. Switch over to that. Swap to this. Normally I kind of stream this. I stream Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Kind of normally games that are on my PC. If people have suggestions for stuff that I stream, I happily take. If people want me to react to certain videos, I'll do that. Like, I'm kind of just I'm an up and coming streamer that's just wanting to try and make this work, you know?
Please support him.
And yeah, I guess if you guys do like this content, please share this around. It means a whole lot to me. Like, I may only have 35, 36 followers. It's still, like, it means a lot. Seriously, like, I appreciate all the follows. Because it's giving me one step closer to making kind of my dream a reality. Oh, that's perfectly fine, Cyber. You don't have to do anything.
Oh yeah, Inscription would be amazing for Nazi to try. I would agree with that.
Inscription. I will definitely consider that. Because, heck, when things become the way they are, every game I buy can quote-unquote become a business expense.
Tax write-offs.
Hooray! Yes, it is a very fun hobby. It's a fun hobby that has actually kept me kind of sane, because work has been so far non-existent for me. Oh, that's really cool, Cyber. That's really, really cool. Yeah, congratulations. I want to become an affiliate as well. And I think I can. But hey, Cyber, if you ever want to like collab or send over people my way, that would be super appreciative. Not necessary, but it's always helpful. I want to get
I would appreciate it. Not would appreciate it.
I want to get a
That'd be great.
VTuber, but again, money I don't have currently, so I can't spend on for a cute doggo VTuber like mine. So the best I can do for now is PNG tuber. All right. I guess looking to fire up the forge again, eh? Well, let's see. Let's get to it. And you needn't worry about the Ethereal's sealant. I have already seen to its preparation. It is at the least I can do after my previous transgressions. This is incredibly generous of you, Regina. Thank you. Yes, well, generosity aside, there are material concerns that must be addressed if our work is to continue. Should you wish to make further alterations to the weapon, I'm afraid you'll have to supply your own sealant. I think I have some of this. Give me 1 second, folks. Oh, I should actually 1 second. Where is it? There it is. Here we go. Weapon replicants ready to authentic.
Oh, nice.
Authorized coding application. Please select desired. And I would like to adjust. Well, first I want to do nothing, so then I can continue. I can quickly do this, so I don't accidentally mess it up. So I want to withdraw. Okay, looking. Thank you. Weapon replicant ready for aether resin solution coding application. Please select desired attribute adjustments.
Nice.
And I want to adjust the resistance weapons attributes. So I want direct hit, crit hit, and determination. It doesn't really matter for now because these are technically weaker than current weapons. Aye, that'll do. And the Allegan node did a mighty fine job on the finishing touches. Shiny. The hopes and dreams of the ancient Boja made manifest. A weapon truly worthy, oh, Gunhilder's blade's temperance. I swear if me kettle shines half as bright as these resistance weapons, me doubts be paid in no time at all. Master Geralt, I would rather you refined your drawing comparisons between the legacy of my forebears and kettles, no matter how shiny they are. Just a bit of humor, to keep the mood light. Nothing to get worked up about, lad. No harm done, Master Geralt. If no offense is meant, and none shall be taken. I fear he hasn't realized Geralt has already forgotten his name. He's a drunk, what can you expect?
Yeah.
Aw, okay, Neko, have a good night. I wasn't able to reach. I have robot voice. Oh no! Ah! Fixed. It's fixed. Switch over. There we have it. Blade's Temperance. It's shiny and cool. Now I just switch over to my final job, Black Mage. Irresistible. Take the quest as Black Mage. My raw emotions. Awesome. Alright. And now it's time for the final hurdle. I gotta get 10 jobs. Or 10 of these raw emotions. By doing that, it's doing more of these first dungeons. So I feel like I have done this one enough. So I'll move it to Temple of the First. I have yet to get Ugani Castle. I've gotten the Grimlock Dark enough, so let's move it to Hell's Lid. Let's go for it. So I may have to do these last two. I may have to do these last two things another time. Because it doesn't seem like things are quite popping right now. I mean, it is 12 in the morning, so I can completely get that. Goodness. Today I gained 6 new followers? No, 5 new followers. I gained 5 new followers, which is really good. All things considered.
Yeet.
So I think, you know what? I think I'm gonna pick this up tomorrow. Gonna get back to the. I'll probably stream a little bit before D&D, and then probably take things more casually because I had a lot of fun today. So. Wow. Well, Cyberwolf, I'm wondering, is there anyone that you would particularly want me to raid? Is there anyone in particular? No friends are online at the moment. Alrighty. Well, I guess I can send you guys, even though it's just a small party, I can send you guys off to Proton John. He's currently streaming right now, so might as well just send you guys off somewhere else. Alrighty, guys. Well, I hope you had a wonderful night. Once again, tell your friends, tell friends, tell coworkers, all that good stuff. To follow me, I upload some of my VODs up onto YouTube, so you can take a watch of that. And I just hope everyone has a wonderful night. I'll probably just post on my normal Discord sites when I'm going to be streaming. But yeah, I've been streaming for the past 10 hours, so I'm definitely going to take some time away from the computer. For at least tonight. So I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will catch you guys round. Later.
Alright, so you're gonna get some rest then?
Yeah.